I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Patriarch. Good morning, Sultan Al Fahim. How are you doing today? Today we should be. I never liked him either. Yeah. He's kind of been an asshole for a while. Oh my God. I want to share something really annoying with you, which is I get into a fight with somebody on Twitter, right? And this happens probably once a week, once every 2 weeks or so, where somebody's like, you know what? You're reposting a lot of lib shit, a lot of anti-Trump shit. Are you sure you're even a Republican? And then I'm like, describe for me what you think republicanism is. And then they're like, small government and securing the border and fiscal responsibility and blah, 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 blah. And then I'll actually explain, like, not only how I agree with those, but also how if there's something that they're just wrong on, like Reagan, Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, any of the big Republican presidents that loom large in history, how they violated that principle. And here's actually the underlying foundation. And they just have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. And I swear to God, politics is just dominated by 80 IQ motherfuckers. I swear to God. I swear to God. Yeah, Gen X says, yeah, Trump is neither conservative nor Republican. Please, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but social conservatism is about leading a moderately traditional life or a traditional life that is good for society, and then through example, but also through cultural pressure and legal pressure, encouraging others to be more traditional or more socially conservative. So it means not being sexually promiscuous, not doing hard drugs, having a family, taking care of your family, right? And Trump's like the biggest sex addict piece of shit in the history of the Republican Party. He's like a libertine sex addict. And you can see that as evidence through all of his affairs, his multiple wives, cheating on his wives, having kids by multiple women. He's a libertine sex addict. Then when it comes to fiscal conservative, he's not a fiscal conservative. He's run deficits worse than a substantial, like Democrats for the past 20 years have run better deficits than Republicans, because Republicans have been spending money on war, and the Democrats are like, hey, maybe a little bit less war. And so they run better budgets. So Democrats have been more socially conservative than Republicans, or fiscally conservative, excuse me. I don't know, dude. This entire past decade of politics has actually thrown me in a tailspin. I have no idea what to do or who to trust or whatever. I'm actually just waking up and trying to do the best that I can, and that's all that I can focus on. Because if I start focusing on the biggest picture, I start to lose my mind a little bit. Grassroots says, hey, good morning, party people. Good morning, Grassroots. Good to see you. In fact, I will never get how Republicans got behind a man who publicly cheats on his wife. Dude, 20 or 30 years ago, Bill Clinton was the biggest piece of shit on the planet because he cheated on his wife and lied about it to Congress. And then Hillary Clinton was the biggest piece of shit because she stood with him even after she knew that she was cheated on. I swear to God, I listened to my parents in the early 10s argue with a Democratic family member about how Bill Clinton was such a massive piece of shit for cheating on his wife. So thinking that we went from that to Donald Trump is it's a nightmare. It's actually crazy. Grassroots says, can't be a populist and conservative diametrically opposed. Well, I mean, I agree with that, actually. Yeah. Because with populism, you're trying to harness the will of the people. Now, you can technically do that in order to reinforce social institutions, which I think some populist conservatives would argue. However, I think the mob is a double-edged sword, as we can see in the Epstein files, by the way. Trump's been calling, Trump and Republicans have been calling everybody a pedo for the past decade. And then finally they're like, hey, Trump, why don't you uncover the pedo ring And then he's like, well, hold on, guys. There's a lot of nuance to this pedophilic situation over here. Good people could get hurt. And then the mob is like, no, blood, 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 blood. Give us blood, including me. Gen X says society is so dumb. I miss the good old days when people got factual information from TV and print media. Now idiots that could not pass middle school civics are obsessed with politics. Well, yeah, I mean, that's me too. Although I could pass a middle school civics test, so I guess that's the difference. DD22 says, put the Hasan woke scolding types right there with them. Well, actually, I have a question about content for you guys today in a second. Grassroots is responding to Jen saying, even in the middle school and late 90s, I remember my parents being able to talk politics and they can't now because they live in a different dimension. Yeah, isn't that frustrating? DD22E says, honestly, just shut down the internet already. It would kill 90% of this stuff. Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Jovan says, Connor still can't bench more than 130. Yeah, it's because I have vertebrae exploding out the side of my body and I'm constantly in physical pain. But, besides that. What's up, Connor and Connorarians? No, too hinged. We are grill hottists. Groovy McCrout says, open the stream, and the first thing I hear is there's a lot of nuance to this pedophilic situation. Yeah, don't you love that? Honestly, I think a counterpoints out of context channel would go pretty hard. So, yeah. Yep. All right, let me take some sips of caffeine and let me talk to you about content, and let's figure out what we're doing for content. So, I have a question for you guys. Yeah, let me click on this. Or Brandon Zero, I will address you momentarily. But let me ask you guys a question, okay? So I have a little bit of a post-recorded frustration. I'm gonna show you guys, even though people cringe at metrics or whatever. I'm gonna show you. Counterpoints, politics. So the good news is, overall, from a viewership perspective, we're actually doing quite good with post-recorded views overall. And we're also doing good with streams and donos and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not worried about the channel. Matter of fact, based off of current momentum, not only should we be in a better position for October, but we should be in a better position. We're doing okay. We're doing good. And so let me show you guys this. And this is not your responsibility. I'm just looking for a little bit of feedback, okay? So don't worry about it. This is all pre-show shenanigans. So I like to think a healthy channel, we're at 7,000 subs, a healthy channel gets around 10% of its viewership at minimum, okay? So with this number, I should be getting around 700 views minimum, and ideally, I would want to be beating my subs, right, for viewership. Now, people don't do that all the time, but 10% I think is a healthy number. Whenever I see a channel that puts out content consistently and it gets 10%, it's fine. So going back to when we first started, looking at this stuff, 700, 600, not great, but where I kind of my target 10% of subs. And then here, we kind of get into this contradiction where look at the ones that aren't doing well. Sneeko, Blair White, Frogan, Pete Buttigieg on Andrew Schultz. These are big characters, right? But then the Nick Fuentes gets 2,500. Hasan gets 1,100. I love making fun of Mike from PA, but we're back down to 10%. Nick Fuentes, more again. Shoe on Head, less again. And so basically what I'm saying, though, is if I put Destiny, Vosh, or Hasan in the title / content, the content does relatively well. Whereas if I put these other large characters, but they're not really large in the debate scene, it doesn't do as well. So we have Vadim and Hutch. Hutch is a decently large debate character. He's not huge, but he's okay. Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein are kind of big political characters, even if they're not big in the debate space. And so anyways, I have this problem. And then I go back here. where again, we're cooking on Destiny Orbiter, Erudite, Vosh, Destiny Orbiters, Destiny, Nick again. And so what I'm getting at, and sorry if I'm tired, so it's taking me a while to make the point, but if I talk about Destiny or his Orbiters, if I talk about Hasan, or if I talk about like Vosh, then we do fine numbers wise. But if I talk about anybody else, it just tanks. And so my issue with that is like, isn't that fucking boring? Do you actually want to see Destiny in every single thumbnail? I get that my live audience might be different than my post-recorded audience, but do I need to just wake up and just like curate Vosh, Nick Fuentes, Destiny content every single day? Because that's what it seems like. That's kind of why I did. That's kind of why I did the Hasan versus the Nelk boys, because I hate Hasan content. Hasan content fucking sucks. The dude's an idiot. But ultimately, like, you know, for the lifeblood of the channel, I have to pursue the metrics. See, Just Carpet 563 says, please God, no. You say no. You say no. But you know, the numbers don't lie. If I talk about dumbass Destiny orbiters, and I say dumbass Destiny orbiters like Hasan and Vosh, if I talk about Hasan and Vosh, the numbers are fine. If I talk about Nick Fuentes, the numbers are fine. If I talk about Destiny or any of his orbiters, the numbers are fine. But if I fucking go outside of our comfort zone and I check out Cenk Uygur, who's a big political character, or Brad Palumbo and Dean Withers, who are big political characters, or Adam Mockler versus Jack Posobiec, or Konstantin Kisin and Dave Smith, the numbers drop precipitously. So you say, please God, no, but what am I supposed to do? You know, I got to follow the numbers eventually. This isn't a hobby. This is a job. So anyways, give me some feedback in chat. I'm just kind of brainstorming. I'm not complaining. I'm just brainstorming. Because, I mean, dude, if the slop formula for Twitch and YouTube politics is Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Nick, Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Nick, then eventually I'm just going to have to do that. Because I'm not going to put up numbers. I'm not going to get 120 views and leave that video up. That video will get deleted eventually. I'm not going to put out videos for 300 views with a 10K channel. That's not going to happen. So I have to follow the numbers eventually. All right. Anyways, Brandon Zero says, Connor, what's your most extreme story about the Epstein files? Like, what is the worst thing you believe in there, or your spectrum, the most conservative take, or your most extreme take? I'll just tell you what I think happened. So what I think happened is that in the 80s and 90s, before cell phones, lots of people thought that they could get away with crazy shit. And so Jeffrey Epstein started a modeling agency, and he recruited 14 to 18-year-old girls to give out hand jobs and have sex with him and his rich friends, right? That's what happened. And so that lasted through the 80s through the thousands, and they recruited primarily girls from Palm Beach County, but they also recruited other girls from wherever they could find them effectively. And so they paid them substantive amounts of money. So there was kind of like this weird thing where like it's groomery and pedophilic, but they also have some level of consent. For instance, one of the girls that I saw that talked about it, I forget her exact name, but basically she said that she was from like Nebraska, signed up for a talent agency, got recruited as a model for Jeffrey Epstein as a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old, was involved in orgies throughout the 80s, including banging Donald Trump, and then effectively got paid so much that she never told her parents what was going on. And then eventually she just burnt out on it and just thought it was like evil and gross. And so she stopped participating. But that's like I guarantee you that's like 99% of it is recruiting teenage girls to be illicit prostitutes and then using social ostracizations, shame, shitloads of cash, and implied violence as a ways to keep them quiet. I guarantee you that's 99% of it. And then the remaining 5% of it is probably Jeffrey Epstein, like with the sweetheart deal with Acosta. I think that there's a real chance that Jeffrey Epstein, in order to avoid prison, was diming out sexual blackmail to intelligence agencies. That way the federal government wouldn't come down on him hard. I almost guarantee you that's it. DD22E says, you ever watch Dev? Yeah. Yep. All right. Anyways, so I'm going to scroll through the feedback. We'll decide what we're doing content-wise, and we'll take it from there. JS says, Trump voters won't be convinced by words. See the Jubilee Fascists. There's only one option left for the people that far gone. Well, I don't want to jump. If you're talking about violence, number one, stop LARPing. Don't Fed post. Be about it, right? JS, like this is my non-criminal advice. I think you're okay. Trump voters won't be convinced by words. See the Jubilee Fed. There's only one option left for people that far gone. Okay. So what I would take from that statement is that you're saying that these people are so ideologically far gone that the only option is violence. That's what I hear. But do you commit violence anywhere in your life? Do you go down the street? Do you go to the Patriot Front protests and just start beating the shit out of people? I mean, if you do, send me your videos. But the point is that like 99% of this is a fucking LARP. Okay. 99% of the people who are talking about being fascist, violent people, they're fucking LARPers. And then 99% of the people who are talking about doing something about the fascists, they're fucking LARPers. So, liberalism actually is working just fine where we all tolerate each other's shitty opinions. The problem is Trump being in power. That's the problem. Two Hinge says, I want to be beating my subs. Counterpoints 2025. I'll save that for court. See, I told you, Counterpoints Out of Context channel would go fucking hard. I just don't have the time. Please, searching more at that given time. You guys need to use full sentences. Use full sentences, please. Vince Wilson says, hard to analyze in a vacuum. Could have been released during the H3 drama. Maybe. Brandon Zero says, I think this is more about synergies. You do well with characters that it seems you are more familiar with. Imagine like a 40K chapter. You aren't an expert on every single one of them. I mean, that's true. That's true. But you as an expert on some of them, we see where you shine. Interesting. Just Carpet says, please God, no, in reference to watching Hasan content. But dude, what do you want from me, right? Harley Smith says it's the algorithm too. They get clicks, so your videos on them get pushed. Yeah, sure. I get it. But the people who fail are the people who constantly blame the algorithm. Those are the people who fail. So I can say, oh, I want like a balanced form of content where we engage with all these extra people. And we can still do that every now and then. But I'm looking for a successful formula. I want to be able to review content on live stream, consistently get above 100 live viewers. And I want to be able, and then eventually 200, and then eventually 300, and then eventually 500, then eventually 1,000. But we have to build it, right? And then in reference to VODs, I need to know when I post this, I'm getting 10% of my subs. I need to know that. Al Bell says, hello, Counterpoints. I appreciate hearing from a conservative that isn't completely brain rotted and still has a heart. We can fix this country if there were more people like us. True. Men's Wilson says, drama brings viewers, which is a big gripe of mine in online politics. Yep. John Kennedy says, this might be an issue of getting your audience to be more familiar with these other media personalities for older videos to do good. I mean, I agree with you, but there's also a point of like fighting uphill. How long do you fight uphill? John Kennedy says, as and exposes it about them. Yeah, I understand there's a logic about it. Harley Smith says complain storming. Yeah, similar to brainstorming, but you go, Nublar says, I think Hutch has the same problem. Anytime he does content on leftist stuff, he gets way more viewers than any right-wing content or general politics. Yep. So if I had to guess, it's because what the YouTube is serving based on the recent trends and viewers. Well, yeah, of course. We all know it's to the algorithm. I guess what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that ultimately I am slave to the algorithm. I'm trying to psychologically prep you guys for the fact where I start just doing Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Nick. Hasan, Vosh, Destiny, Nick. Because if it works, it works. Al Bell says, stay away from Hasan. That's what makes Destiny Anything Else podcast just okay versus amazing. Why? Because they shit talk Hasan? Why would that make it worse? If anything, that's the content that I'm more interested in. So now I'm part of the problem. Andre says, hi, Counterpoints. I hope you're having a good day. Great to listen to you while cooking. Good morning, Andre. Good to see you. Conservatism says, if you feature anyone who is essentially a figurehead and a cult of personality, their orbiters will circle it. We know the DGGers and groypers who go hard for that. There's a balance, though, for sure. Conservatism says you likely need to sprinkle in some of that while you grow your own base proper, but the long game becomes, what do you want to be known for? And that should guide you. Well, if I wanted to be some kind of wholesome content creator, I would have been a video essayist. I wouldn't bother with streaming. Streaming is actually, I would say, the lowest form of art when it comes to political commentary. Vince Wilson says, I couldn't live with myself doing nothing but drama farming. It would drive me crazy. Well, maybe I'm a worse person. Groovy McCraut says, do a deep dive on Italian military logistics in mid-1930s. That's where the real numbers and audience are. Yeah, definitely. I'll get right on that. All right. Anyways, I will, somebody called it complain storming. I'll complain storm for another 5 minutes and then we'll get cracking. Two Hinge says, Adam not generated more views than Vosh doesn't make sense to me. His channel is large and he does debates on a regular basis, but he's way less decisive than Destiny, Hasan, and Fuentes. Divisive. Yeah. Larry Hutchinson says, you're in a niche content space where you're trying to bring conservative values and liberals, then see them down the middle. I think you might need to rage more on the Dean Withers video. Yeah, that's not a bad point. Maybe I need to find far lefties and beat on him a little bit. Just Carpet says, I rune in live post shift and then try and keep up. Otherwise, 2 kids in night shift will do that to you personally. I tune in for the Valor mission statement and like your personality. Yeah, cool. Sorry, Just Carpet. I might make you suffer today. Joe Vaughn says, have you thought about reaching to Adam and Sitch? The stream you had with them was great. And Adam says a lot of dumb stuff. Probably would be good for views. Yeah, but I think the bridge is burned between Adam and I. Sitch and I, we will still retweet each other every now and then. But I noticed that Sitch doesn't retweet my original tweets. He just retweets the retweets that I do from sources that he likes. So he'll never, or at least for the past, since I fought Adam, he won't retweet my original content. But that's okay. I know he has to keep his relationship with his co-host. But I'm pretty sure the bridge is perma-burned between me and Adam. I don't think he would want to give me any clout or relevance or attention. Harley Smith says, if you don't clickbait Destiny, you have to clickbait content, maybe touch outside of politics and controversial and up-to-date topics. You can grow without perma-drama streamers, so let's avoid that. Yeah. Why is Connor anti-orgy? What if someone is there just for the buffet? Don't hate. Frank, Groovy McCrowd is freaking Frank Reynolds in my chat. Oh, man. Conservatism says Maxwell used older girls to recruit younger girls too. Yep. Captain Nemo says, but he's dead now and you're not. Sure. You could also use your Fed experience to watch the cop videos where they're out of line. People love that shit. Yeah. But that would be a different channel. Larry says, same with your Candace Owens video. You give great points on both sides, but it's a relax. This is why you're wrong. Express that annoyance. Also more the way your video is also the way your video look is lame in my opinion. Okay, so you're saying the aesthetics of StreamYard aren't primo. I can fix that. And then you're also saying that I'm too chill with some characters. Anyways, Mr. Clutch says nobody loves counterpoints more than I do. Well, thank you, Mr. Clutch. Appreciate it. Thank you for your super chat. And also thank you for the new membership, Andre. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to scroll a little bit. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just reading. Kay says, I'm a bit behind, but if you want to make videos that feature other people, you got to cut it off and cultivate an audience. You are creating and attempting an audience that is interested in those people. I mean, that's true. Good morning. You're saying that because I constantly cover those people, I'm cultivating an audience that's interested in those people. So if I wanted to create an organic audience not interested in those people, then I would have to stop doing that. But yeah, but that's like the catch-22, right? You need the money, you need the attention. Kaijutopia says, good morning, good to see you. As for what you're currently talking about, no matter how far gone you think people are, threatening them with violence never fails to break the escalation meter. Yeah. Vince Wilson says the cheat code I would give you is YouTube Shorts live streaming. The views are absolutely insane. Yeah, and the money is nothing. I hate shorts. Shorts are a total waste of time and money. Also, leeching off big names isn't bad while you're still building your community, but we're here for you and the others don't really know who you are. True. For the live stream audience is different. Matthew Morton, thank you for the advice that I was looking for. Just sell out. That's what 90%, 98% of everybody in media does. You're just a monkey for the man with the monkey. That's the advice I was looking for. Just sell out, bro. Oh, yeah. Just Patrick Mitchell with the great idea. Rename the stream Hasan Vosh Destiny Fuentes. All right. That's enough complaint storming. Let's go ahead and get it going. So Buck Arboridi says, regardless of the feedback, you got the views don't lie. Viewers were getting bored of React content and wanted someone to scream at Steven for his bad takes. Well, good news is we're hanging out this weekend. Larry says, no, I'm saying that people love to see people spaz out about Nebraska Steve. Oh, like Nebraska Steve, create your own Florida Connor. True. We need to do Florida Connor. Conservatism says, if we're talking about aesthetics, you should seriously consider a non-super wide monitor. The content in your second non-webcam box ends up looking too small with that aspect ratio. Oh, that's way too technical for me. All right. Do you know of the Raging Tomato? I don't. All right. Anyways. All right, that's enough complaint storming. Let's go ahead and get into it. And I guess we're just going to suffer, okay? I hate Hasan. I think he's one of the dumbest pieces of shit on the internet. But, you know, we got to do it. We got to do it. And you know what the crazy thing is? Hasan is technically taking a break from, you know, Destiny, right? So it's, you know, Nick, Destiny. Actually, I'm going to write it down. That way I know what I'm doing every single day. So working from left to right, I would say it's Hasan is furthest left. Vosh is libertarian furthest left. Then it's Destiny. Then it's Nick is far right. Is there really anybody else worth covering in the far right? Everybody else kind of isn't super charismatic or funny or smart. I'll add Sitch and Adam because when I think people like they like the beef between me and Adam. So whenever Sitch and Adam do a debate, I think a lot of people really like that content because it was like the narcissism of small differences. Asmongold also sucks, but that's okay. And by the way, if you like Asmongold, that's not a problem. I don't necessarily have a problem with his talking points. What I have a problem with is his talking points are unrelated to the content he's watching. Candace, I know I hate Candace too. I'll add Candace though. No. Candace hurts my brain. Candace hurts everybody's brain, actually. Connor, did you check out the Hutch versus Ogre Boy debate? Food Shops was reacting to it last night, and Hutch actually jumped on his stream. He said he'd be willing to rebuild the Destiny Bridge. Yeah. Hutch is a nice guy. Hutch doesn't seem like a psycho. Destiny and Admiral Gibbs are the same person, just on two sides of a line. Prove me wrong. Admiral Gibbs is infinitely dumber than Destiny. Are you shitting me? Yeah. True. Yeah. All right. What about Jordan Peterson? Well, when I cover Jordan Peterson, I love Jordan Peterson. Everybody. All right, hold on. I'm going to create like a primary roster of people to farm, and then I'll create a secondary roster of people worth covering. Sorry. Let me create that. All right, then we're going to do the intro. Then we're going to get going. I've fussed enough today. I've complained enough. All right. Let's center ourselves. Let's do a little bit of box breathing. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. All right. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like breaking down alternative media and online politics. Today I have a special treat for you. The midwit dipstick left-wing freak Hasan Piker is going to dress down a podcast that had Bibi Netanyahu on their show, but they're a bunch of D-bag bros, and so they didn't do a very good job of pushing back on Bibi Netanyahu. Hasan Piker is a far left critic of Israel, but he has a lot of clout, money, time, attention. And so we're going to check it out. Let's go.
All right. So you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Strong opening, Hasan. Strong opening.
And now everybody's yelling at you guys, I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay. So first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in DC. So it's kind of like a
someone must have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've got Trump on a few times.
Some of the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay.
I'll mess with that later.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And, other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Sun podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Time podcast on is we're not afraid to have controversial people on. We're going to ask them questions. Sure, we're probably not the best at asking questions. We're not the best journalists, never claimed to be. So we might not be the best at pressing them. But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. Like, we have someone controversial on, we ask them questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, oh, you're platforming him, or I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not stupid, and we don't think they're stupid whatsoever. And I think this podcast is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on, we're sitting beside someone, people aren't going to be like, oh my God, Nelk's with them, I love this person. That's just not the way.
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't even think American presidents like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
But and I don't think you can listen. I don't think you can platform the prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But
my question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because look, Donald Trump is a contentious figure, and obviously.
So we all love a little bit of moral frogging. I obviously did it to Steven recently over his tweet. So I guess I can't be too big of a hypocrite and be like, oh, Hasan, how dare you moral frog the Nelk boys for platforming Bibi Netanyahu? But we're not even getting the full narrative of what's going on. So let's just say that this is a time capsule and aliens are watching this content and they have no idea what's going on. Bibi Netanyahu is the prime minister of Israel. Israel is a country that was established in 1948, so it was only established within the past 80 years. However, there's an argument to be made that the people who make up Israel, the Jewish people, have a historical claim to that land that stretches back 3,200 years. And so they're simultaneously indigenous to the land, meaning that they were some of the original owners of that territory, and also they've been in a diaspora, which means that they've been spread out to Europe and the Middle East and North Africa. And so there were indigenous Muslims who lived there, which is a different religion. So over the past 80 years, Israelis have pushed out Palestinian Muslims. They've taken about 20% of their population of the state of Israel is Palestinian Muslim. But for people who are outside of their border, they've been gradually pushing them out, gaining more and more territory over the past 100 years, basically. And so right now there's a place called Gaza. I'm explaining this as if there's actual aliens watching the podcast. There's a place called Gaza that's on the southern border of Israel that's currently encircled and being bombed routinely because the Gazans engaged in a terrorist attack against the state of Israel, and Israel in retribution is conducting a anti-terrorist military campaign in Gaza, but it's hurting a lot of the civilians. So the reason why Hasan Piker is pissed is because he's sympathetic to the Gazans and the Palestinians, and the Nelk boys are some clouded up YouTubers who platformed the prime minister of Israel without challenging him on any of the messed up stuff that his country is doing. That's the setup for this confrontation.
He's responsible for a metric ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American president. That's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is like unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is like, you know, because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets.
Brandon G says, loves Peterson and loves to make videos about him, or loves him and loves what he has to say. He's my internet dad. You can find that cringe if you want. 2017, 2016, well, I guess it was really 17 and 18, Jordan Peterson was based. Jordan Peterson post-Benzo is kind of insane, but, you know, we sift for gold amongst the trash.
To, I guess, like try and humanize himself.
That's the thing, Hasan, is we'll have anyone on. Like next episode, we're gonna have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions. We have from different friends. You could DM us after if you don't want to say them live, but we're talking to a few different people and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent, you know, the opposite side.
Okay, but Benjamin Netanyahu isn't just like a podcaster, you know what I mean? Like he's literally the prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's like literally branded as a war criminal. And it's unique because like the International Criminal Court is a European institution and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's like he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, damn, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
He's literally like interviewing Adolf Hitler.
Too, I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I mean, I think me and Steiny could have pressed them a little bit harder, but we did ask him, what is your response to when people say you're starving children in Gaza? Do you think October 7th could have been prevented? Are you trying to implement regime change in Iran? Like Americans don't want another war with regime change. So we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay, what did
Emil, thank you for your new membership.
What did he say? I mean, of course, he said
for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
That's a lie. You know what I mean? Like that's so.
Right.
So here's the thing.
What's your opinion? Hasan, you got to remember, one side's going to say one thing, and the other side's going to say it's a lie.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. Like I mean, I think it's in and of itself, it's like worthy of scrutiny because it's like, you know, you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of a genocide because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
It's a lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground from the UN to the World Food Program has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza so that they can claim that like, oh, Hamas is just like stealing this aid. They've never actually given a single piece of evidence for this. It is just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value.
So if I was Israel, I would be taking a look at so right now there's a lot of elements in contention. So let's break it down. So Israel currently militarily controls Gaza, and they're still dealing with small arms and RPG and IED attacks from Hamas. The terrorist organization that's within Gaza has not surrendered. They've continued the war, despite 80% of the buildings in Gaza being knocked down, despite 60,000 people being estimated to have been killed since the war began. This is out of a population of 2.2 million. The estimated indirect deaths as a result of disease and starvation are, you know, they're projected to come around 200,000. So you're talking about 10% of the population of Gaza being killed within, 3 to 5 years of the initiation of the conflict starting in October 7, 2023. So it's actually like a pretty hardcore fucked up war. Now, the Israelis are arguing that 20,000 of the 60,000 are militants, that there's actually a reduced civilian casualty to militant ratio compared to a lot of modern conflicts, and that they're doing their best to deliver food aid to the Gazans, but ultimately They want an unconditional surrender from Hamas. That's what they want. What the Palestinians are arguing is that 90 to 95% of the population are not Hamas affiliated. And so you're using group punishment and starvation and limited access to water and limited access to food in order to punish the entire civilian population of Gaza for the crimes of Hamas. And this is killing people. Like, it's killing kids. It's killing people through disease. It's killing people through malnutrition. So realistically, I have no idea what's going on, and the truth is that I don't think really anybody does. Israel Food Distribution Center, Gaza. But right now, 73 Gazans are killed trying to get food.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says that 20 people have been killed at one of its food distribution sites in the southern Gaza Strip. The GHF is a new initiative backed by Israel and the United States that hands out food packages to people in Gaza. They say this effort is needed to prevent humanitarian aid from slipping into the hands of Hamas. Since the GHF launched its operations in late May, it says it has handed out millions of meals to people in Gaza. But this operation also has been beset by trouble. Witnesses and health workers in Gaza say that hundreds of Palestinians have been fatally shot while trying to reach these distribution sites. They say the gunfire is coming from nearby Israeli soldiers who protect these hubs. Israel says these numbers are inflated and that its soldiers only fire warning shots when they feel threatened if the crowds move too closely to the forces. However, this latest violence marks the first time that deaths have been reported at a GHF hub. Now, GHF is blaming Hamas for the violence. It says the group sends people in to cause panic and provoked a stampede that led to most of these deaths. However, witnesses tell us that GHF's own contractors fired pepper spray and stun grenades, and that's what caused the crowd to panic. This is just the latest violence in a war that is now over 21 months.
Yeah, so again, like, it's a fairly complex situation, but like this is what you're dealing with basically, is you have tens of thousands of people lined up waiting for food. They get desperate. They charge the food station. The people who are at the food station panic because they don't want to be overwhelmed. So they throw out stun grenades and pepper spray, and then sometimes they shoot and kill these people. So, again, since Israel's in control of the situation, I think they share a disproportionate amount of the blame. I don't know. Tell me how you feel about it in chat. Let's continue with the content for now.
Because Israel said it. It's a lie.
And what's the other side's proof? Just so we can play both sides here.
Well, the other side is not even like the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit as well. But the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program of the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel beyond, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel, because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated, that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest, because it's not.
But you would do the same thing, Hasan, if you had the opportunity. 100%.
No, I mean,
true.
There's a difference, though. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, because when he says something like that, I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that, there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid. Whereas you don't have that follow-up in that situation. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that, and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the Nelk Boys podcast and he didn't go on, my stream or something. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation with him if given the opportunity.
In my opinion, I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on the podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole podcast. I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like,
by the way, I'm just going to say that's cope. I think Hasan has proven himself to be fairly clout-brained. I think if he had an opportunity to yell at Bibi Netanyahu on a podcast, he 100% would take the opportunity. 100%.
You can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily equate to like a positive outcome for the guest. And I think this is like a perfect example of that. Like this could even be a negative thing.
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, like it's not moving the needle because Benjamin Netanyahu gets positive coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that significant. But if you're looking for like, if you're looking
that's
for,
what I'm trying to say though.
What do you mean?
Like if Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him than we have him on. CNN
yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's marginal. Like you having him on is marginal as opposed to like him going on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, CBS, all of those other outlets, and then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but like Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, "Well, we blew up this mosque or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it or whatever." That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right, Israel has a right to defend itself, and that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like all of that plays a much larger role. You guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN or Fox News, but now to a younger audience that's going to look at, I guess, maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with, but I don't even know if he's capable of doing that.
Wait, Hasan, here's kind of where I disagree with you. Is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for. And with us playing that neutral ground, you don't know what you're going to get, right? So that's the differentiator. And like we told, I don't know if Kyle mentioned this earlier, but we're having a pro-Palestinian on as our very, very soon here. So
I don't know who you guys are having on, but I mean, it depends on.
What I'm trying to say is like, how are we, if we're a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side? If you know what you're going to get when you tune into either network.
No one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because like that's why I asked, like, if Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Oh fuck yeah, I would interview the shit out of Osama bin Laden. Now, just because I love my chat, I know this is frustrating for VOD viewers, but I actually read and engage with my chat. Polly says, forgot it's not Valor Media today. I was missing my work background noise. Well, thank you for coming over, Polly. I appreciate you. ATO says, why are you calling names and saying everyone is a fascist and a Nazi? The dude is just a modern alt-democrat citizen of the modern USA. Ateo, I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. That dude was like quoting Carl Schmitt and talking about how, a lot of oppression happened during the World War II. I don't know about this whole Holocaust thing. But dude, and then when who is it? Oh, and then he was arguing that like we don't need a republic, we need to follow the will of the people. I want autocracy. I want Christian nationalist autocracy. And then Mehdi Hasan is like, oh, okay, well, you're a fascist then. And the guy's like, yeah. Like, no, that if you're being sarcastic, okay. If you're not being sarcastic, then come on. Fashion 40 says Hasan is a real slimy. Mind you, the creators have more. These creators have more clout than him. Also, he admitted multiple times to not even watch the video. Yeah. Sun Patty says the viewer's not educated though. It's very rare to have people that educate themselves. Sure, but okay. So what I would say so far though, from what we've gotten from the line of argumentation, was Hasan was saying that you guys weren't ready for Bibi Netanyahu because you allowed him to get away with sanitized talking points about what's going on in Gaza. The Nelk boys are saying though, like, we're a fairly neutral platform and we try to consider all perspectives. So just because we have Bibi Netanyahu on doesn't mean that necessarily our audience is going to buy everything that he's selling hook, line, and sinker. We're going to have a pro-Palestinian voice on the show next week. So regardless of what, like, I don't know if they had already pre-planned that as they said, but if they did, then these might be like apolitical bros. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you guys watch the drama streamer Nick DiOrio. But Nick DiOrio, watching his commentary about political creators is so funny because he can oftentimes regurgitate political tribal faction perspectives, but then he'll always add the addendum at the end. Hey, if I get this wrong, that's because I actually don't give a shit about politics. And I learned all of this against my will, which I always find pretty funny. Just a couple more. Boku Haram says, Hasan Piker, avowed anti-American Islamist apologist and whoremonger, is totally a good judge of what's moral or not. No, I think Hasan's a massive piece of shit. But, Anyways, let's continue for the flow.
Honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question.
Would you?
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead? Yeah, of course. And the same but it would be contentious.
Yeah, so why are you hating?
in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Like there are people that I interview that the American audiences would consider.
If you got Bin Laden, you'd never be able to grill him because you would have had to go to Afghanistan. You would have missioned to a cave, and they would have.
No, I mean we're setting up a hypothetical scenario where Bin Laden is able to like connect via Discord. You know what I mean? Like obviously,
God, I would love to talk to Osama bin Laden via Discord. That would be sick content.
I'm not going to interview Bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation. Like that would not be the case. He's dead anyway. In the hypothetical,
well, I mean,
would you be able to?
We interviewed him in the White House with 20 people standing around us in suits that we didn't know who they were. So it's almost.
I think in that
not the same situation,
a little different.
Yeah,
I'm respectful.
Okay, so my point is, would you be neutral with Bin Laden in the same way that you're like a neutral podcast?
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best to ask him tough questions.
Okay, all right.
I think
what
there's
about
a sense
ISIS?
of understanding too, right? Well,
what about Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role.
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case. I think you're just saying that right now because you want to.
We're just not the best at grilling guests and pushing back on them. To be honest, like I said, we're not claiming to be good journalists. Like we can ask a question.
Bruh, this is like 95 IQ versus 85 IQ. And they know that they're 85 IQ and he's 95, so they're showing him their belly.
But when it comes to like a follow-up question, I'll be honest, we're not the most, like, I've never claimed to be super educated on this.
Hasan, you haven't even watched the podcast.
I haven't. I haven't had time. I don't know what kind of questions you guys ask, but I assume.
The first few minutes is us sitting there like, yo, we are not qualified to do this. This is insane. We acknowledge the fact that, yeah, you're right. We're not the best journalists. We're not the most fit to do this. But the fact that we had an opportunity to interview a world leader, two guys like us, we're going to jump on that just as I know you would. So
yeah, but the difference is the difference is like if there was a situation where I felt like I was ill-equipped for the task, I would just not.
LB says, you don't know that. Why platform a butcher of babies? Because you would talk to him about the baby butchery. You would say, like, so for instance, let's say that I wanted to do a mildly neutral interview with Bibi Netanyahu, where I wanted to simultaneously press him on what the state of Israel is doing, but I would also want to be respectful enough that he wouldn't just leave the interview. Okay. So what I would say is that the American perspective on Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank is that there are indigenous Palestinians who have a right to that territory the same way that Israel claims to have a historical right to the territory. And that Palestinians have been consistently screwed over the past 100 years. So when settlements go into the West Bank, and when there's arguments for ethnically cleansing Gaza, it seems like Israel is not actually interested in a two-state solution or peace with their neighbors. It seems like they're doing a slow-rolling genocide. How do you respond to that accusation? And then I would allow him to respond to that accusation, and then I would try to press him on the next parts, where I'd be like, well, IDF is supporting, the settlements in the West Bank. How do you respond to that? Oh, well, there's accusations that at the food bank distribution centers, Israelis are playing a red light, green light game with people looking for food aid. And then the IDF is shooting people who fail those games. This is reported from Haaretz, which might be a left-wing Israeli newspaper, but it's still an Israeli newspaper. I don't think Haaretz is cheering for the downfall and death of the state of Israel. They just have to have a more left-wing perspective on the world. So yeah, there's ways to like press people while still being polite enough that they stay in the conversation. And I would 100% press people on, or I would press Bibi on what he's doing. I would love to press George W. Bush on the Iraq war. I would love to press Osama bin Laden on terrorist attacks. Like, you have to understand that ultimately this is content, LB. So that this whole, the moral frogging of you talk to the wrong person, it just doesn't really compute for creators, because if they do talk to somebody bad, they get the positive attention from the interview and they get the negative attention from the interview, which is no matter what, that's money, time, attention, clout, influence, and ad revenue. And then if they don't do the interview, they have some vague sense of moral superiority, and that's it. You can't pay your bills with a vague sense of moral superiority.
Do it. You know what I mean?
I didn't say we're ill-equipped, but I said there's people probably more fit
I mean, this is a unique opportunity. You have an unprecedented
the
opportunity.
Full-Time podcast is, I'll be honest. No, let's be honest. The Full-Time podcast is never going to be the best line of questioning. Like, I'll be honest. That's the honest truth. Let's be real here. That's exactly, and that's why they choose us, and that's why the show is what it is, because we're kind of dumb and we're not the best. We're not.
Let me ask you guys this: Is there a person?
The podcast is what it is.
Is there a person that you guys wouldn't interview? Because like we're also like now stuck on whether you guys should be interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I think if someone is
in today's age, like right now, I think that's a fair question to ask. Right now,
Wait,
like I think about right now.
You gotta speak to people that are alive, because
you can't speak to
time. Yeah,
we're saying right now because that's pretty much where we're at. So
like,
if we could interview anyone right now, like who would we say no to? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can't think of someone.
Okay, so like even out of like because the reason why I have to go back to historical figures that have conducted genocides is because like Benjamin Netanyahu is doing one right now, and he's not even the singular force of evil here.
You're talking about hypotheticals, bro. That's where you lose me, because you're talking.
Well, I mean, the reason why is trying. Well, I'm using this as an analogy.
Like Tucker Carlson had Putin on. Other journalists have.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, and Tucker Carlson is a propagandist shill. That's not exactly a good point, boys.
Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, and when Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, he did that in a capacity to do propaganda for Vladimir Putin, for sure. He didn't push back at all.
Yeah. LB says, why is a war criminal at the White House? Because it's not a war crime if you're having a good time. Okay. Now, all right. That's a flippant comment. That's kind of gross. I get that. But dude, Henry Kissinger is a proud American advisor to the United States during the Vietnam War. And he was like the chief architect of domino theory in the bombing campaigns in Laos and Cambodia. You know what I'm saying? You're like, why do we have war criminals at the White House? Because we do war, and sometimes we do war crimes. You know, maybe they're trading, tips and tricks. You know. Boat Knight says, can you imagine what we could learn if you could do Interview the Dead? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
He was there. He was in Russia, and he did it specifically so he could do.
You really can't in that situation.
I know, but that's precisely why, like, sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my.
Oh, shut up, you clout shark. I'll tell you, I expect to loop on this over and over again. That's the one thing that I'm just going to call bullshit on repeatedly. If Hasan Piker had the opportunity to interview Bibi Netanyahu, and if he felt like he was losing control of the interview because he was pushing back too much, he would 100% softball it to extend the runtime. Absolutely.
Position.
Like for the
even then, Tucker Carlson, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson is still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like, think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had. Like, he obviously is.
Yeah, of course. Tucker's the man, in my opinion. But when I watched that Putin interview, like, I thought Putin was like dodging questions, and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I mean, you go read this comment section, like, I don't think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu.
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either.
On LB says, you're missing the point. Trumpito has an obligation to arrest Bibi. No, we don't. I don't think we recognize the International Criminal Court.
There, because most of your audience is probably already anti-Israel and anti-Netanyahu, so now they're yelling at you guys.
That's
so
fine,
now
I can sleep at night knowing like our intention with this, and we're not pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I don't know enough about this conflict, to be honest. I only see what I read online, and I hear his point of view, then I hear your point of view. I really have no idea what's going on. I'd love to learn more, but
yeah, but I think you got to do that before you do an interview. Look, my point is this: what you guys did is, from my estimation, okay, what you guys did is no different than like what CNN does. Okay, you just basically presented someone who is a war criminal, someone who is doing a genocide, in a somewhat neutral light.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the double.
Arrest this man. Arrest this man. Willfully picking Burger King over McDonald's is insane. Honestly, now I'm back with LB. Arrest this man. Get Interpol to serve the will of the International Criminal Court. Have them standing by in the White House. When crazy story, by the way, Bibi Netanyahu apparently brings like 2 months worth of laundry whenever he goes to the White House. And the White House has openly complained about it, where this dude just doesn't do his laundry just so he can have servants at the White House do 60 days worth of his laundry and fold it and give it back to him. Legitimately insane. So when Bibi Netanyahu shows up with his 60 days of laundry, have Interpol waiting for him so they can arrest him, not because of the genocide, but because this dude willfully picks Burger King over McDonald's. What an insane statement.
Whopper?
I
haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
The
you're wrong.
BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a crazy take.
No,
not
that
gonna
was
lie.
fine. I mean, I like Burger King. The answer is yes.
And you can't be
He has a paid deal with Burger King. Fuck that. Arrest that guy.
neutral when you have someone like Benjamin Netanyahu directly in an opportunity to talk to him. But that's what happened. So there is moral culpability here for you guys individually.
Well, I think this is the way we roll. The way we roll with this is it's going to give us the opportunity to get the biggest people in the world, and I think you'll know by the Full Send podcast when you watch it. It's like, hey, we're going to watch these guys are going to get big guests. We might not necessarily get these guys grilling these people, and that's just what you're going to come to expect.
I know, but if you
with
don't
the Full
grill
Send
them, then
podcast,
all you're doing is like, just like I said,
We're having them on, and people
what
are
you're
watching and
doing in that
forming their own
situation is
opinions. And
basically just
people are not-
propaganda, no?
I still think people are hold on, so stupid.
Wait, Tyler, you're missing the biggest point here, son. We're looking to have someone from the opposite side and give them the exact same opportunity.
Okay, well, you would have to have. I mean, there is no opposite side because like there's one side that's being genocided and the other side that's doing the genocide. So in this
Okay, so someone
situation,
who has opposite
like it would
views
be
or
like
is on the
interviewing the
other side.
leadership of Hamas. You know what I mean? And that's illegal under. I mean, I don't think you would be able to conduct that
We would
on your own.
100% do that if we were safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Iranian supreme leader called me right now and we knew we were safe, we would obviously do
Yes.
Okay, the Iranian
Watch
supreme
the
leader is
interviews,
not.
Hassan, which I think it's funny. I think it's funny that you haven't watched yet because you're going.
True. And not just that. Hassan would 100% glaze Iran. So the funny thing here is that Iran spends around $1 billion a year on terrorist organizations. And because they're anti-imperialist and anti-American, I 100% guarantee that Hasan Piker would glaze the Iranian regime all day, every day. He's moral frogging because these guys played footsie with the other team. That's all that's going on here.
Kind of ham on us, and you
Well, I haven't had the opportunity to watch it. I was going to get
No, I
to
understand.
it,
You're busy.
but
But what I was going to say is that we did talk about Hamas. We did talk about a lot of these things.
I know, but just simply talking about it without having the proper knowledge and the proper equipment to be able to push back when he's lying only turns it into an opportunity for him to like. Why do you think Benjamin Netanyahu did this? He did this because
No, we agree with you.
No, we agree with you. We're not. We know that.
Bro, that's the
he
reason
used you
anyone does a
guys, is what
podcast.
I'm saying. He
I don't
used
know
you
if that was
guys
necessary-
and your lack
I don't
of
know if
knowledge
that's
on this
necessarily-
issue.
I don't know if that was necessarily successful though.
Yeah, that with Kyle, I agree.
I mean,
I
it
think
would be,
everyone's seeing what Trump did, and Hassan after the whole election, the whole story was how podcasts won the election, blah blah blah. That was every story.
I agree, Harley Smith. Come back when you've seen it is the only response these guys should have given him. Dude, absolutely. He pulled that move. So explaining this as if I'm explaining it to a space alien. Hasan Piker used to have a podcast called Leftovers that he had with a guy named Ethan Klein. They had a falling out related to October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks and, targeting of civilians and all that kind of stuff because his former podcast host was Jewish and his wife was Israeli. And Hasan Piker wanted to debate this guy over and over and over again without watching the content that originally criticized him. And this dude was like, I'm not talking to you unless you watch the original. I'm not talking to you unless you watch the original. I'm not talking to you unless you watch the original. It took 6 months for Hasan Piker to finally watch the original. Yeah, I think the Nelk boys, they could actually lean on Hasan Piker's neck right now and be like, you haven't seen it. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, yeah, we were pretty neutral and we didn't attack Bibi Netanyahu at all, but we're not going to talk to you about this we're not going to talk about the content of the content until you've watched the content. 100%. Oh my God. That would be so fire if they just leaned on his neck that way. Good rhetorical strategy, Harley Smith. Good point.
Like I even did a bunch of interviews on it too. And I think obviously the Israeli team sees that and they're like, oh, we need to do podcasts. But in my opinion, not everyone is a Trump and that good of a speaker that can go on and kind of adapt to any environment. And I think that Netanyahu came on and I think you see the response. And I think that podcasting doesn't work for anyone. We saw what happened with Kamala too. Like she was a disaster on pods. So
Okay.
I think just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily like mean that we're trying to help them. Or I think
Let me steelman him real quick. Patriarch says, didn't he glaze Nasrallah even outside of the context of interview? Well, that's because Nasrallah allegedly said one thing that was based. Like, I'll go ahead and steelman Hasan and reference that clip where somebody in chat was like, whoa, Nasrallah sounds based. And then Hasan was like, well, in this context, and then he just kind of stared into the camera. Well, you know, I don't know the full context of the clip. So if you find something bad, then you can point it out to me. But if Hitler is like, I love dogs. Dogs are the best pets on the planet. And then somebody goes, oh, Hitler's based. Then I might sarcastically stare into the camera and be like, you know, because the truth is dogs are excellent. It doesn't matter if Hitler said it. It's true.
viewers are a lot smarter than they think they are.
Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu is a multiple decade politician and has been the leader of Israel in perpetuity. He is a lot better at propaganda than you think he is. Okay, first of all, let's just get that out of the way. The idea that you think that he is not capable of like weaving through a couple softballs that you thought were hard-hitting questions that he has probably addressed a million times over is silly. Let me make no mistake.
Oh no, yeah, I agree with you on that.
So my question to you is, why do you think he wanted to come on the Nelk Boys podcast? He saw the podcast
because he wanted to be platformed in front of hundreds of thousands of young people.
He wanted
We're not stupid, bro.
Of course, he wanted to come on to try to win over the young audience. We're not disagreeing on that.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't necessarily know if that's successful, and I think just because you come on the Full Send podcast and sit beside Nelk Boys and take some softball questions, if you say that, it doesn't necessarily equate to a positive outcome for the guest. I don't think platforming people.
The question is this, right? The question is the same. Like Adolf Hitler comes on the podcast.
I mean, you can just go read the comments. Like
Adolf Hitler comes on the podcast. You guys are having a conversation with him, and he starts, and you're like, "Why are you sending Jews to the concentration camps?"
I think we should speak. I think we should speak by something.
No. The reason why we're using this analog is because
I'm gonna start lifting weights while we're listening. Don't worry, I'll still be able to pause every few minutes and call Hasan a dumbass.
I think that
I
there's
don't think that's a fair comparison.
Tagarung, it's all over for the Palestinians now that Bibi Netanyahu has been on the Nelk Boys. All right, that's obviously hyperbole, but then I would say the inverse is true as well, where it's like it's all over for Israel because Bibi Netanyahu went on to Hasan Piker's streams and he got dunked on in the marketplace of ideas. It's like, yeah. LB says, what's the difference between Bibi Netanyahu and Hitler again? Well, to my knowledge, it is July 22nd, 2025. The Israelis have not engaged in industrialized mass slaughter where they just line up Palestinians for the crime of being Muslim and shoot them in the back of the head and throw them into mass graves. And then also they haven't, rounded up all the Palestinians and put them into gas chambers. So, I would say that's a substantive difference. Lisa Simpson Liberal says, what do you bench? Well, my old max was 220. I was able to rep 220 like 4 times. Right now, I'd probably just be repping like 135, but that's because I haven't been on a bench in a long time.
the reason why. Well, I don't think it's an unfair comparison at all. I think it's a perfectly apt comparison.
It's not realistic.
But we can talk about because that's an analogy. So I'm using that. I'm using that as an analogy because Adolf Hitler is a figure that you and I both agree is a truly evil, monstrous figure.
I think this name.
LB says they are doing that with an American bombs. No, they're not. Otherwise, the casualties would be greater than 60,000. The LB. All right, I'm going to show you something real quick. Just because Hasan Piker's a dumbass, and I'm just going to be straight with the audience. The only reason why we're watching Hasan Piker, I actually think he's the dumbest creator on the planet. The only reason why we're watching Hasan Piker is because he gets views. This guy's actually a fucking idiot. He makes some of the worst content on the planet. So here's a B-52 Strata Fortress bombing run. So this is a B-52. This is like a massive, massive, massive bomber. And the payload is just absolutely insane. So if we were participating in this conflict, and I guarantee you Israel could buy B-52s. They're like 80-year-old technology. They're non-stealth. They could do whatever they wanted to do. Let's see if I can find some Vietnam. This is a video game, but I still think that it would be accurate. It's DCS, which is supposed to be one of the most accurate games on the planet. They're dropping cruise missiles and shit. B-52 Vietnam bombing footage. So 1 minute and 22 seconds. We're going to pause Hasan Piker's stupidity for 1 minute and 22 seconds. This is basically a commercial airliner designed with like 8. Oh my God. Does it have 12 jets? But I think it has 12 jets, so it can generate the lift necessary in order to carry, I think I saw like 32 tons of bombs. And I want to see them actually dropping the payload and hitting the ground, because the payload's insane. Like this entire area, pretty much from the back of the crew cabin, they could just do this to Gaza all day, every day. Here's like a dozen 500-pound bombs, and they're dropping them in a row, and it's destroying, you know, this entire, what is that, like, I don't know, half a kilometer of jungle. Like, dude, Israel could just do this to Gaza and paste 2 million people in a few days. 8 engines, 2 pairs of 2 on each wing. Yeah, that's bananas. That's a lot of thrust. Yeah, I mistook this. I guess it's like a pylon or something. There's something here. There's something here on the tip. Maybe that's fuel tanks. I have no idea. But the point is, it's a shitload. So if Israel wanted to annihilate 2.2 million people, they could probably do it within a few days. So yeah. So LB, you're just wrong. Rock lobster. Sure. Anyways, back to the stupidity. Sorry, just had to take a brief pause to look at American aerial supremacy that Israel would have access to technologically 100%.
One person alive for the analogy.
But I'm using this as an analogy because you already have established that Adolf Hitler is like doing something akin to what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. That's why I'm using this as an analogy. There's no modern contemporary that I can use at this moment that you would have the same, that would have a similar impact for you. That's why I'm using it as an analog.
But you're talking about completely hypotheticals.
Yeah, of course, that's what an analogy is. I'm comparing.
I understand
as long as the crimes are comparable, which is genocide on both ends.
They're comparable, but they're not identical.
As long as the crimes are comparable, then, you know, and you understand that the crimes are comparable. If you think that there's something wrong with the analogy, you can tackle why I'm using it as an analogy, not just saying, oh, you can't use an analogy.
I wasn't alive. I can't speak to it. I wasn't alive. But if you can make the analogy with anyone
but you know.
LB says 60K dead non-combatant civilians. That's not even the argument. It's 60K dead total from the Gaza Health Ministry, and I'm pretty sure the Gaza Health Ministry has admitted between 17 and 20,000 of them were fighters.
Oh, the Holocaust happened, right? Like, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
Okay, so
thank you, eDreamcast.
Since you understand that the Holocaust happened, I'm going to talk to the Nelk boys again now that I fixed my issues. Hold on 1 second. The brilliant minds of the Nelk boys.
Ernie Lee says, hi, Connor from Taiwan. Hi, Ernie Lee. If Taiwan gets invaded and you need a place to stay, let me know. I'll put you up for a few months while you figure your stuff out. Least I can do if your free country gets invaded.
Podcast went and interviewed war criminal Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And now they're getting, yeah, they did.
What? Guys, in the middle of a war?
It was a genocide.
Adam, it's a war leader. We have to do it.
You know, 60,000 people, lowest estimates, are dead right now.
We understand. We have empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are...
Dude, hold on. Is this chronologically the same thing, or is this before or after? So Hasan Piker, did he repeat his tactic? Dude, I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of my butt. But did Hasan Piker make the same moral frog argument 3 or 4 times? And then did he bring on a token anti-Zionist Jew in order to shame a couple of white people? How is this not the N-word saga all over again? Where Steven doesn't care about saying the N-word as a joke in private. And then Hasan Piker runs and finds, a black guy to be offended by it. And then turns the black guy against Steven and then moral frogs about it. It's funny to see the same tactic repeated 5 years later.
Gonna have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not.
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC. It's like, you gonna have Slobodan Milosevic on?
We would have a lot of people on.
Would have anyone on?
They said they would.
I would 100% talk to Slobodan Milosevic because he's such a piece of shit. Absolutely.
They said they would have Adolf Hitler on.
No, we did not.
We never said that.
Hassan.
Okay, they said they would have Osama bin Laden on, but not Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
We said
Answer
it too long ago.
I'm
It's too
catching up right now. Did you?
Ernie Lee says, I'll be serving in the military to protect my home. Well, you do that. But if you get invaded and you survive and you escape, shoot me a Discord DM, okay?
Did you press him? Did you you dunked on him or something?
We asked him what was his response to starving children in Gaza. Could he have stopped October 7th? Is he looking to have regime change in Iran? And we told him that Americans don't want to see another regime change war in the Middle East.
We told him
They asked him
They asked him if he was starving children in Gaza, and he said no. It was Hamas starving children in Gaza. Adam.
Wait. Answer this. Hasan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts
I
yet.
haven't seen it either. I would get it.
Well, how are you going to go on to, dude, how are you going to criticize people when you haven't watched the original content? That's actually so cringe. This is just lefty moral frogging.
Editing the G Herbo interview, and it's one of my finest moments, and now you've ruined my day. What are you guys doing? Guys, can I get Aaron? I was hinting
That's
at
just
this.
what we do. That's just what we do. So, listen. That's just what we do. So I think what we did is we had someone on right now. He watched
Aaron.
Let me finish.
Four podcasts.
Adam. I think this.
All right, I'm going to work out while I watch these stupid people argue because, frankly, something productive needs to happen.
This is actually going to be a great thing. If everyone thinks we have such a big platform, would you guys agree or no, Hasan?
Yeah, you guys have a decently sized platform.
People wouldn't be pissed.
Hold on. So Groovy McCrowd says, Cotter, don't call Adam Freeland a token Jew. His interview with Jadakiss is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. Jews can be funny. Jews are obviously quite funny. So, just because he's anti-Zionist doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying that, what is it? It's 4-1, 3-1. Jews are supportive of the state of Israel. So Hasan had to go find a Jewish person who's anti-Zionist in order to attack the white people for platforming a Zionist. That's the social dynamics from my perspective. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Yes, right? If we didn't have a big platform. So if we have
no,
such
I think
a big
people
platform,
your fans would, depending on how they feel about it, they probably would be.
Right. So right now we just had Netanyahu on. A bunch of people watched it. I think a lot of people saw through what he was saying. Now already on the same day, we've had 3 people on with complete opposite viewpoints. Hasan, Sneeko, Myron, Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, and Hasan clipped all that content out so we couldn't enjoy it in all its glory.
So,
Okay.
Don't
loop me in with those guys.
Let me finish.
Don't put me in the same category as these guys.
Let me finish. So already we've had 4 people with opposite viewpoints on the very same day. And then the next episode of the Full Sun podcast, we're going to have someone very, very reputable with the complete opposite viewpoint of Netanyahu. So I personally think, and listen, there's a lot, you guys got to understand though, Hasan, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people like Hasan though that are educated on this issue. And there's a lot of people like myself who are really not. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that are the same way as me that just read shit and don't know what to believe. And if you read stuff and you really don't know what to believe, I know Hasan, that might be tough for you to understand because you're so educated on the topic. Yeah. But there is a lot of people that don't know what to believe.
I know, but
so
that's
I
why
think what we're doing is
you're giving more reason as to why it's bad that you guys interviewed him.
No, we're not. Because I
No,
think
that's
people
the
are gonna
problem,
listen to
because
Netanyahu, they're already listening to you. Hassan, a lot of people in our audience have honestly never heard of you, and I'm sure likewise they've never heard of us, and they dislike us. So we're putting you onto our audience now, and they're hearing your point of view. And then next week on the podcast, they're going to hear someone really reputable.
We're looping. Just in case you're running this in the background and you have no idea what the hell is going on because I'm actually just the noise while you're working. Nelk Boys talked to Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, who's being accused of participating in a genocide. Hasan Piker is moral frogging despite not having watched the content and thinks the Nelk Boys are being used and they're useful idiots. The Nelk Boys agree that they're being used. And now Hasan Piker brought on one of his clouded up friends, Adam Friedland, a anti-Zionist Jew, to criticize the white boys for uncritically talking to Bibi Netanyahu. That's all that's going on. There's actually no points being made besides don't talk to genociders.
With the complete opposite view of Netanyahu. So I personally think right now we're going to bite the bullet, and I think we're going to take a lot of flack, but I think within a week or 2 weeks' time, we're actually going to be educating our entire audience and probably the entire
Not just that, but everybody will forget about this in 2 weeks' time. Nelk Boys.
internet on everyone's point of view.
You're doing crisis PR right now, and I can tell this is really stressful because everyone's mad at you. But please,
It's not,
you guys
bro.
just do pranks. People like to see you guys partying. Why you guys keep
We'll still party, bro.
In the middle, you know, people can't leave Gaza.
Adam, we're still
Adam, we were in Central Pay for a few days after this.
Half the people that live there are chill.
Egypt could open the border at any time. Like unironically, Egypt could just open the Sinai to the Gazans at any time. So you can blame Israel. You can blame the United States. You can also blame Egypt.
Children.
We were
75%
we agree with
people
you.
that died are women and children. Why are you wading into that? People like you guys because they like to party. You hit zaps. You do happy dads. You guys are chill. I like to see Steve will do a chug. Just do it. Why are you touching that? Not everything is
I agree. You know what? Adam's right. We don't have to
It
do
is
it.
a brutal blood. It is blood.
See,
it is violent.
That's the problem.
Why
That's
are
the
you
problem.
guys
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something.
If you're not qualified to go,
Why are you, as a normie American, concerning yourself with wars? Why?
We're gonna drink, we're gonna hit zaps, and then we're also gonna interview world leaders. When it
But
comes
it-
True.
It's not,
we're gonna
it's
do
not
all
just like,
three.
dude, you're not like interviewing the Prime Minister of Albania, okay? You're like, this is a guy.
Yeah, but if the Prime Minister of Albania wanted to come on, they would accept the interview. That's their point.
This is not,
Hassan,
if you
Hassan,
did that, no one would. You wouldn't have to. You wouldn't be doing this video or this video call anyway. If you were doing that, nobody would give it.
We plan to do the stream. You can check my story. We plan to do this before we.
And Hassan, you're coming in here all hot, but it's like, bro, we told you exactly what's gonna happen. I texted you ahead of time.
I know, but
You know we're gonna have someone who's pro-Palestinian on the other side.
okay, but that
and you're
doesn't
coming in here with all this
change the
animosity, and
dynamic.
it's just like, dude,
I found
you're
out
trying to
about it.
press
I
us in
found out
front of
about the
your
interview
audience. You're
after
trying to
you had
prove a
already
point, and it's
conducted
like,
it.
you haven't even watched the episode. You're trying
I
to
know,
come
but
in
if
here
you
and
were to
press the
if
fuck
you were
out
to
of us.
have asked me,
You're
ahead-
Dude, I would start cussing really bad. All right, I'm going to check in with my chat because I can only take 80 IQ nonsense content for so long. I can't believe people consistently watch Hasan. He's actually like, well, what is the point that he's made so far? It's the same point, and he's looped it, and he somehow made it like 25 minutes worth of content so far, and somehow he's going to stretch that into 50 minutes, which is, you guys were unprepared for the interview. You didn't give enough pushback. No, I haven't watched it. And the white guys are going to say, hey, we're normies, we're pretty politically ignorant, but we're going to talk to everybody about everything all the time as long as it's interesting, and we will have contradictory voices on our podcast so people can become educated, and we trust our audience to become educated. That's their perspective. And then Adam Friedland's thing is, hey, we're all making money and chilling and doing funny, cool, chill content. Why don't we focus on that instead of focusing on the blood and guts a trillion miles away in the desert, as Nick DiOrio would say. And you know what's funny? Is to some degree they're all right. But that's why this argument fucking sucks. Is because there's no contention, there's no depth, there's no intelligence, there's no nothing. Why is Hasan Piker a relevant streamer? This dude is at most 92 IQ. He actually sucks. Anyways, I'm going to engage with my chat because I actually need something to raise my IQ because I feel it plummeting. Lethal Lance says, Connor, do you think these people compare Israel Netanyahu to Nazi Germany Hitler because they don't know just how evil the Nazis were or because they overestimate how evil Israel is? I think they overestimate how evil Israel is. This is happening says, nobody needs to watch the source material to comment on the source material. Bro, nobody said it was hard to prove they're being used, but they're going to do long-form discussion and it's relevant. Not just that, but they've already admitted that point. They've already admitted that they're being used and they don't care. LB says, this kid already told Chris Cuomo off for being a BB Netanyahu bootlicker. Sure. This is happening says he teaches his garbage audience to just plug their eyes and ears. Yeah, and recite talking points. Dude, should I just do that? Should I just write down half a dozen neoconservative, neoliberal center talking points? And regardless of the content that we're looking at, we should just recite that. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that right now, okay? Let's go ahead and do that. What's the neoliberal, neoconservative talking points, okay? Democracy and republicanism. I'm going to do what Hasan does. Republicanism is good. Communism, fascism, and Islamism is bad. Mixed economy capitalism is good. And soft and hard power projection is good. I'm just going to start saying these 4 things regardless of what the content is. So just in case you guys didn't know, democracy and republicanism is good. Communism, fascism, and Islamism are bad. Mixed economy capitalism is good. And soft and hard power projection is good. So just in case you guys didn't know that, I'm just going to start reciting talking points every single time we do content because apparently that's what works. That's what gets the kids going, hearing the same 6 talking points over and over again.
At the time, I would have told you not to do it.
Even if he watches it, he'll still think the same thing. No, I know. But I'm just trying to impress him.
I've watched so much Nelk. I love you, boys. Listen, boys. Let's zoom out. There's a problem with today, with our society. Like even the fact that you're talking to Sneeko and Myron from Fresh and Fit, like that's not like these are content creators. These aren't historians.
Yes.
These are people that like these are the fact that like the experts on its politics and its war and its violence. There are people that study this. Right? It's just not everything's content, guys.
But that's what we're gonna have on the next episode.
Everything's content, bro. It's all content. You're content. I'm content. We are all content.
Episode,
you had Coke. Jesse would have never allowed this were he here. Jesse, he told me he watched this episode.
I don't know enough about the Nelk history.
I
I don't know about the Nelk history to know what Adam is saying, but it seems to be impactful.
That's one thing about Adam is he will know everything.
Do you think that they just didn't realize? You think that you think it's banality of evil? Guys, there's a book by this lady Hannah Arendt that I want you guys to read. The Banality of Evil, and I want you guys to get back to me on it because it's sometimes it's sometimes I'm doing a podcast. It's just a podcast, but you don't realize that there's like a gravity there. There are powerful people wanting access to your platform that have an agenda. It's just like when I was asking about like Zuckerberg, right? He like his stock plummets when he's like doing the censorship around COVID, and then everyone's like, "You're anti-free speech Democrat," and then he puts a chain against muscles, and then his stock goes back up. But like it's this everyone that says you're an anti-free speech Democrat is like, no.
LB says, "Don't glaze war criminals. You haven't proven that happened, and don't be used for genocide propaganda." They're saying that they could have been used for genocide propaganda, but next week they're going to be used for counter propaganda because they're trying to talk to as many people as possible.
You're sick because you do bow and arrow, but he's like he's going on podcasts now because it's his stock price. It's
eDreamcast is asking how my name is spelled. It's CONOR.
It's an advantage for them, and
they're using you guys. They're using you guys.
They've already admitted that 30 minutes ago. You fucking 80 IQ moron. How anybody watches you, I have no idea. Honestly, dude. Honestly, I seriously think that if you put, let's say that Hasan was a VTuber. If he was a fucking VTuber, then he wouldn't have a career. If he was just if you could not see his face and see his lame ass, like Hollywood, I'm avant-garde fashion sense, And if you couldn't see his like nice house where it's like, oh, lots of other people like him, so I like him too. If he didn't have this shit, this dude would be a nobody. He's actually too stupid to function.
To look good.
Hassan, wait, bro. Why does anybody, Hassan? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Hassan, anyone goes on a podcast to promote whatever they're doing. We're aware of that.
They're not. But Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book, dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Bro,
That's the point.
We have O.J. Simpson on. We have Andrew Tate on. It's the same shit.
Okay.
Oh, and are these guys going to respond with the fact that like, oh, we have everybody on? I'm going to go ahead and predict the talking points. We have everybody on. We talk to everybody. We don't give a shit. We're going to have contradictory perspectives on our podcast. And also on top of that, we didn't simp for that stuff. We were neutral on that stuff. There's the talking points. Boom.
None of those things. You do realize that like,
don't match.
this is the one instance. This is the one instance where it's the worst guess you could have, because these guys are bad people, but what you're talking about is the worst person.
It's the most hated man on the planet. But Hassan, we agree. But also, if we're going to do it, then he's not going to do it.
I'm gonna hook your ass up. I said BB to that guy Yossi, who's your Mossad handler, and Aaron said, "Who's that?" He didn't know that. He didn't know that he's named BB. I'm just that's protecting. No, you said who's that, which is good. I mean, like, guys, just it's like unless you know, like, it's wading into like it's violence and they're bombs and rubble.
You're right. You're right. You are right. We
don't have to do content about it. You don't have to do like we're gonna collab with him. We're gonna collab with BB and Bonnie Blue. Guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just a way. It's a sign of the world nowadays. It is.
Adam, you would have him on a heartbeat. Adam, you would have him on a heartbeat. If you have the opportunity, you'd have him on a heartbeat. Someone try and
I would have only if Bonnie Blue was there to defend Palestine.
You would have BB on a heartbeat. Don't even try and fucking
Harley Smith points us out, inspired by my most recent rant. You wouldn't make it as a VTuber is a new insult. Yeah, that's actually what I'm going to start spamming at Hasan fans. Hasan Piker would not make it as a VTuber.
You know what? Like, I am very I know a lot about this subject. You know, that even maybe is a step, a shade beyond. It's a little bit like it's very painful for me. Aaron, your grandparents were the Holocaust, right? Okay, please. Yes. Our parents' generation, right? We're told that like we have to protect these people, and if we don't protect these people, the Holocaust will happen again. I'm Jewish, by the way, Kyle. I don't know if you could tell.
No, we could tell.
I don't really read as Jewish, but okay. Our parents were told that, right? And they're really scared. Oh, nice. They're really scared because they knew Holocaust survivors, right? And it really freaked them out. And they were like, "We got to protect Israel and stuff like this." But like, it hasn't protected Jewish people. It is.
I agree with you. That's why
this is so stupid. Because there's terrorist attacks, Israel hasn't protected Jewish people over the past century. That's so dumb. It's actually a terribly dumb talking point.
You can watch.
Randy Chang says, who is the top right guy? His name's Adam Friedland. He runs like a sarcastic, dry, comedic interview podcast.
It's been a failure of a project. Think about the way Jewish people were treated prior to the Holocaust. For 1600 years, we were losers. Everywhere we went, they said, go away. Everywhere we went, they were killed. It sounds a lot like the Palestinians. Because they are people that are dispossessed, and everywhere they go, they get killed. And if we can't...
I don't even think that's true. I think that they live in Jordan as normal citizens. I think they live in Lebanon as antagonists, but they also live as normal citizens. In the West Bank and Gaza, they're definitely getting screwed over, but I don't think that this is true at all. I have Palestinian friends in the United States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't randomly start attacking my Palestinian neighbors because they were Palestinian. I just went, hey, that Israel shit's pretty fucked up. And they go, yup. That was it. Jesus.
Ourselves in that. It's a shanda.
Adam, I'm going to tell you something really quick. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I disagree with a lot of things he's doing. I think he's acting. It doesn't matter. I think in certain aspects he's acting the same way as Hamas is. We've talked to him about this.
No, there's no. See, this is what I mean. You're saying he's acting the same.
No, but Hasan, you're disregarding the point. And Adam, you're not listening.
There's no comparison between Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. That's my point. The point is that Hamas.
You tried to compare them earlier.
No, Benjamin Netanyahu is infinitely worse. That's the point. Israel is the Israeli military, and its conduct is a million times worse than anything Hamas could have ever done. It is hundreds, if not thousands of October 7s that Benjamin Netanyahu has done with superior firepower.
Yeah. My wife walked in because she's like, "Are you okay? Are you dying?" Dude, this is the game. This is the real game. Sorry, I'm out of breath. I've been lifting weights and drinking caffeine. That's the real game. The real game is he wants to infect normies. Listen, if he sorry, hold on, let me take a deep breath. Okay. So if Hasan Piker had just made the point that Israel's bad and then walked away, I would have been totally okay with this. I would have been like, okay, Israel's not as bad as, Hitler or the Nazi regime, but I don't like what they're doing in Gaza and the West Bank. And I think it's actually, quite fucked up that all these people are living in squalor intentionally for a political aim that doesn't seem achievable. Hasan, though, goes a step further and he goes on and he says, there's nothing that Hamas could do that would be as bad as the IDF. Bullshit. Okay? Bullshit. If you rape civilians intentionally, if you shoot civilians intentionally, if you behead civilians intentionally, if you grenade fucking civilians intentionally, fuck you and the horse you rode in on, okay? You deserve to die. I will never sweep for jihadist apologia. I will never pretend that it's neutral. Fuck Hasan. What Hasan is doing is he's trying to infiltrate these normie spaces where, because they agree that Israel is fucked up in doing bad shit, he's trying to get them onto Team Hamas. What a wild insert. And so now these guys, they have a choice here, okay? The choice is call Hasan out and say, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking idiot, fuck you for sweeping for jihadist organizations, and then boom, we can have a real conversation. Or they can ignore it and be neutral to the comment, which I guarantee you that's what they're going to do, is they're just going to put their tail between their legs because Hasan Piker is so reasonable and so clouded up and so this and so that. Or they can agree with him and they can say, oh yeah, like through an oppressive lefty analytical lens, technically, if Hamas rapes and murders people, that's not as bad as the IDF doing a bombing campaign. Yeah, you're right, Hasan. Hamas is actually good. What a bunch of fucking idiots, dude. Please, God, please, Nelk boys, wake up, throw an elbow. Throw an elbow. Surprise me, please. Please surprise me.
Over the course of the last 2 years, there's a mass starvation happening. Israel is the much more powerful entity in this process, and it's backed
lefty oppressive oppressor dynamics. Ooh, shocked.
By the most powerful country on the planet, the United States of America.
Yeah, I think bottom line, guys, on the Folsom podcast, we're willing to have anyone on the
Adam Friedland's ignoring it. Let's see what the Nelk Bros do.
planet. That's just
That's the only way to think of
is.
it. All you have to think of it is in this way. You have the longest occupation in modern history, right? You have a group of individuals that don't have a right to self-determination. They don't have a country, right? And it's been this way in
Sweeping. Hasan said something crazy. Oh yeah, the terrorist org could never be as bad as the conventional security forces. And then Adam Friedland. You guys got offended when I called him the token Jew earlier. But Adam Friedland hears something crazy. And then he busts out a warehouse broom. You know those brooms that have like a 6-foot handle and they have like a 4-foot push brush? Adam Friedland, just as the words are leaving Hasan's mouth, he busts out the push broom and starts sweeping as hard as he can. He has to quickly ignore that Hasan Piker just endorsed terrorism on his stream. Amazing.
Gaza since 1967, okay? In Israel, it's a country. They're in the United Nations. They can vote in their government. These people don't have those rights. And guess what? Right now, there's a fence around them. And they're
Adonic Treadmill says October 7th was uniquely horrific. No, it wasn't. It was actually very routinely horrific in the Middle East and North Africa. It's actually very routine for the murder of civilians to be apologized for. Hasan Piker is emblematic of that problem.
They're trapped there. It's not a one-on-one. You don't even have to
it's literally
Hamas is better than Israel. You don't even have to frame it that way. That's just the situation with the Palestinians and the Israelis, right? Who are like living on either side of that fence. And it's just like, guys, like I get what you guys got to be stressed as shit right now, but like it's just
don't project that bullshit onto me. The white boys look like they're chilling. They're used to, in my opinion, they look like they're used to some level of controversy. That's how they got as big. And by the way, they're bigger than fucking Hasan. They got 2 million views. The only reason why Hasan's in this fucking room is because he's clouded enough to be in this room. But the Nelk boys have 2 million subs. You think they give a shit? And so it's so funny to me that Hasan Piker is like, actually Hamas is based, lol. And then Adam Friedland's like, yeah, Hasan, let me get this broom and sweep that out of the way for you real quick. Amazing. Good job, Adam Friedland, you fucking tool.
It's like
we're good. Trust.
It's not good.
Go on the attack, you wussies. Go on the attack. Go on the attack now. Go on the attack now. Hasan Piker just did terrorism apologia. Go on the attack.
Have it like get in trouble for anything else.
You're right, Adam. I understand your point of view. Though. We do a lot of comedy. We do a lot of fun stuff. So you're right. We actually definitely did.
Okay, LB, we've had this conversation before. We'll have it again. The power dynamic was equal. You'd have an argument, but it's not, so you don't. I'm not a fucking progressive, okay? I'm not. I'm gonna, LB, we're gonna go full screen for this just in case anybody's mistaken about who I am and what I'm about. I'm not a fucking progressive. I don't think that you get to commit rape and murder and jihadist terrorism or suicide bombing just because of power dynamics, okay? So if you thought that this channel was ever like maybe other Valor Media Network people, they'll do some kind of like, 10,000 IQ gigabrain progressive analysis where somehow jihadist terrorism is acceptable because of power dynamics. You will never get that here. Okay. At most, if you want to say that I'm furthest left, I'm capital L liberal, meaning that I believe in maximal freedom for human beings. At worst, from your perspective, I'm a neoconservative, somebody who believes in liberalism, mixed economy, capitalism, and republicanism as general governing concepts and thinks that soft power and hard power should be used on the world stage to spread these as ideologies. And by the way, that involves killing a lot of jihadists and communists and fascists unapologetically. So if you think that for one fucking iota of a fraction of a fucking second that I'm going to do a power analysis dynamic, sociological analysis, and then I'm going to be like, oh, actually, Hamas can rape because the IDF is bad. Never going to fucking happen. Don't know why the fuck you would even pretend that that was going to happen in this chat. No idea. No idea about what my past content or any of my past statements that would let you infer that. Crazy point.
Didn't need to. I totally agree with you.
There's no good purpose to interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu unless you're like literally there to laser him or
they put their tail between their legs. You're letting the moment go because you don't want to destroy the clout bridge. Sad. Shame.
or directly arrest him and send him to The Hague, which is not going to happen under any circumstance, especially not inside of the White House. So the only thing that happens here, even if it's a failure overall because of how intensely disliked Benjamin Netanyahu is, the goal on his end was to basically use your platform in the same way that they use CNN. So in a way, you guys turned into CNN.
I don't think just because we platform people, they fall for everything the guest says. And this is the
Oh, Nelk boys, you're putting your tail between your legs, you fucking cowards.
No, I know that, and they clearly aren't, and people are going to be.
Nope, Frizzy, nope. It does not justify it, but by any means, but all the priority of concern should be at the current most destructive entity. Fuck that, okay? No, you can have consistent morals across bands. This whole lefty word analysis where you have to lie by omission in order to achieve a political result. Bullshit. Okay. I can say these things because I care more about the truth than I care about fucking lefty word games. Okay. Hamas is a destructive, counterproductive piece of shit, authoritarian, theocratic regime that deserves to be swept into the waste bin of history. Simultaneously, Gaza should be rebuilt and the Gazans should not be ethnically cleansed. And they need more food aid, and the United States should stop providing security assistance to Israel and use that leverage in order to increase humanitarian assistance to Gazans. Simultaneous to that, the West Bank settlement should end and a two-state solution should be drawn and completed. And if Israel negotiates in bad faith and then tanks the deal, then the United States should substantively reduce or sever its relationship with Israel. I can say all of that because it's all descriptively true. I don't have to do this word analysis game where I somehow start doing apologia for rape and suicide bombing because of the power dynamics. It's the most cringe shit of lefties and progressives is to do the power dynamic analysis in order to sweep for fucking terrorism. Fuck that. Fuck that.
More mad at you guys as a consequence of like interviewing.
Yeah, they're gonna be mad at us.
Yeah, my point is that if you're asking me about the morality of it, there were journalists that were implicated and also charged with crimes in the Nuremberg trials for literally participating and doing propaganda for the Nazis, right? So in that regard, if you were to ask, will there ever be a Nuremberg style trial for Israel? I don't know. Probably not. Okay. That doesn't mean that
just because there's a power dynamic doesn't mean it's inherent to justify an act. It could be also to distinguish the levels of danger. Okay. Distinguish the levels of danger. I'm still going to say exactly what I just said.
The crimes are not comparable. And that doesn't mean that your moral culpability in this regard is not close to what those guys did.
Yeah, dude. Nelk boys need to grow some balls. They've lost it. They're just tucking their tail between their legs because of cloud dynamics. If they had any level of intellectual consistency, they would say, did you just sweep for a fucking terrorist organization, you piece of shit?
I'm not saying that you guys are going to be tried in the Nuremberg style trials, but the moral culpability is still there, you know, for conducting an interview such as this one.
I can definitely understand your perspective, Hasan, for sure. I just think that, that's just what we're going to do.
Priority does not mean all. It means the focus. It does not mean the other part should be ignored, laugh my ass off. Then what the fuck are you saying? Then what are you saying? You're saying IDF is more powerful than Hamas. And what are you implying? How does that affect the fucking conversation at all? Because the way, Frizzy, the way that anybody outside of this reads it, when Hasan Piker goes 10 toes down for Hamas, that they're the weaker entity, and therefore the IDF is 10 times worse than fucking Israel, is what it sounds like to me, is that you're justifying the actions of Hamas. Because no matter what, Hamas could never do as much damage as Israel does. That's what that sounds like to anybody with an IQ above 80. So go ahead and explain to me, what does Hasan Piker pointing out that Hamas is not as militarily or politically powerful as the IDF in Israel? What is the purpose of that statement? Hamas is less powerful than the IDF. And question mark. Answer that and question mark, please. Because it sounds like sweeping for fucking terrorist orgs. That's what it sounds like.
The full send pod. And I don't know, maybe we got to get a little better at grilling them, or maybe next time we can, when we have a guest
oh, you pussies
like this, we can hit up people like you, Hasan, and get what you would ask and stuff like that. But
no,
Destron, no. Hasan Piker doesn't give out free clout to dissident right-wing people, so he skipped the Myron and Sneeko and Fuentes part.
Benjamin Netanyahu is never entering the same room as someone like myself. If I were to be in that room, he would not do this podcast with you. Or
wait,
maybe
Hasan,
they would assassinate
let me ask
me.
you something. Hasan, why wouldn't you do someone from both sides?
What do you mean?
Yeah, Al Ram says, can a quadriplegic woman get away with raping a 14-year-old because the 14-year-old could produce more force against the women? No, so the power dynamic calculations are stupid. Yeah, hold on. Al Ram, it's bad that the quadriplegic person raped the 14-year-old, but the 14-year-old did participate in a decathlon. So the 14-year-old is actually way more physically powerful than the quadriplegic. Okay. So I don't know if you knew that. Now I'm not implying I'm not implying that the quadriplegic was justified. I'm just bringing up the power dynamic. Okay? I'm just bringing it up. You know, the point that I'm trying to make by bringing it up, I'm going to leave vague and I'm just going to imply shit, but I'm never actually going to stand on business and say what I mean. Yeah, please explain to me. Please explain to me how power dynamic analysis affects what's being said at all. Because the only way it comes across is as sweeping.
I mean, we've already debated this.
But if you could do that in Yahoo and do somebody else, why wouldn't you do that?
But I don't think that there's both sides in the situation. There is the perpetrators, like that's why I'm saying it's like akin to interviewing Adolf Hitler.
Hamas, and you can do Netanyahu.
There is no both sides in the situation. That's why I'm saying it's.
Yeah, there is. You can call both sides pieces of shit for various reasons, Hasan. 100% there's both sides, you fucking tool.
It's like interviewing a concentration camp survivor and then interviewing Hitler. You know what I mean? Is there both sides in the situation? No. Interviewing.
Yeah, there are both sides. One of them's right, one of them's wrong. You can still understand the incorrect side.
The leadership of the Jewish partisans in World War II versus interviewing Adolf Hitler or like one of his loyal advocates or whatever is not comparable. There are no both sides in a genocide. That's why it's a genocide. It's such a big crime that it doesn't.
All right, Send Patty brings up the best point of the stream so far. You know what's really the most important fight of our generation? Liking the stream. True. So quick shill time while we're shit talking Hasan Piker. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. There's lots of funny people who love to piss me off and make me laugh in chat. Watch the VODs, comment on the VODs. Please do super chats if you got them. Okay? So I don't think memberships are turned on. I'll literally text Philip right now. I've said that like 4 times and then just never done it. But I'll text Philip right now. But if you see the membership button, donate memberships or become a member. And then if you don't see the membership button and you got money burning a hole in your pocket, please do super chats. Parasocial love. Let's continue.
Even justify a genocide in retaliation to said genocide. It's the crime of all crimes.
Guys, I think you're getting in the weeds a little bit, right? It's not about.
No, I mean, I'll be honest.
He's like you guys are well known not for politics, right? And it's like unless you're not going to research more and get ready looking for.
Oh, Adam Friedland with the push broom. Go ahead and ignore the Hamas sweeping. Go ahead and sweep for Hasan. Let's go.
Rocky, guys, just like politics sucks, right? I got made fun of for liking it when I was a kid. It should go.
Frizzy says, I was talking about the conflict itself. And question mark, what was your point about the conflict? Every right-winger understands the IDF is more powerful than Hamas. Every conservative understands that that IDF is more powerful than Hamas. Every liberal understands that the IDF is more powerful than Hamas. What's your point? There's a point. Normally when people argue, normally when people say things, they have a point for why they're saying those things. I know that you might have watched, I'm being mean, Frizzy, so I love you, so don't take this personal. But Hasan Piker creates content, and the things that he says has a point. Now, in my opinion, his point is to sweep for anyone who is anti-American and anti-Western. And so he does all sorts of apologia for the CCP, for the Uyghur genocide, for the Assad regime, for Syria, for Russia, for the Houthis, for Hamas. And so as a result, I infer from his line of argumentation that he doesn't care about the evil shit that these people do because he views the United States as a greater evil. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he explicitly says this. Okay? But Frizzy, you are claiming that you are not implying that Israel and the United States are the greater evil and therefore Hamas can do whatever is necessary in order to achieve victory. You're not condoning rape and murder. So what are you saying? If you're saying that the IDF is more powerful than Israel, every person who hears your comment already knows that. So what are you arguing? What is your point?
Go back to being like for losers, right? Everyone's into politics now. It sucks. It's just like you don't have to purport to
oh, get out that in commercial sized push broom, Adam Friedland. Let's go.
That to know about it and just leave it to the Wolf Blitzer. You know, it's
oh, fuck off, Adam. You fucking nerd.
Everything is content on it.
Whatever can happen. Whatever happened with Blitzer.
Me too.
It's
No,
oh, he did.
No, he's still kicking. How dare you guys come for the wolf?
Wolf Blitzer
Anyway,
still buzzing around.
He's still at
this is
CNN,
the-
yes. But Wolf Blitzer also
I-
ironically
Wolf Blitzer-
literally worked for APAC before he did
Even
CNN.
for someone that like understands like what's happening in the world. Like
eDreamcast says neither side wants a two-state solution. Well, then we either force them to do it or we let Israel do a slow-rolling genocide. Those are the two options.
and you guys don't have to because like people love you for prank and lifestyle content. You know,
Yeah,
and
see,
it's
that's
just-
where I think I'm gonna be honest. I think that's where your little spot.
What?
But yeah, no, go ahead. You're good.
I gotta go.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Kyle, it was really nice to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you, bro. We'll link that. I'll talk to you soon, man. Are you in
I went
LA?
up to Steve. No, I'm in New York.
New York? All right,
I'm
Adam,
in
I'll see you, buddy. Easy,
What's up, bro?
Take care.
Did he just shut off his laptop? That's so funny. Oh my god, he's such a boomer.
So that's actually what I want to ask you, because when are we supposed to say no? When are we supposed to not do certain things?
I mean, look, there are certain people. There are certain people that that not everyone is.
LB says, so not an equal power dynamic, hence an occupation. What is so hard about this? It's wrong. And what do you want to do about it, LB? There's plenty of things in the world that's unfair. What do you want to do about it? So not an equal power dynamic, as if like, let's say it was an equal power dynamic. Let's say that the Palestinians had a military equivalent to the IDF and they fought over territory. Does that change the solution at all? If the IDF and the Arab Palestinians are, you know, if they were equal militarily and politically, it wouldn't change shit. It wouldn't change a fucking thing. You would still side with the Palestinians because you would say that Israel's a settler colonial project. So what's your implication? Words have points. What is your point? Okay. The pro-Israelis, the pro-Zionists say Israel was established 3,200 years ago in this territory. They suffered a series of conquests and they were spread out in the diaspora. They settled through legally purchasing territory, but also coming back through the British mandate and settling the territory. Then the Palestinians didn't like that. So immediately as the British mandate was ending, the Palestinians and Arab nations surrounding it tried to strangle a Jewish state in the crib. The Jewish state won. And then now the Jewish state is it has a right to exist, but it's doing a slow rolling ethnic cleansing against the Gazans and the West Bankers that is fucked up. And so we want Israel to continue to exist because we don't want a new Holocaust, but we also want Israel to stop the slow spread. And then you say, well, it's unfair. Okay. And now what? What do we do with the unfair thing? We change to Team Palestine? We change to Team Palestine and then we get a one-state solution that no one wants? Well, what the fuck are you supposed to do with that? It says nothing. It does nothing except for sweep for terrorist orgs.
Equipped enough to be able to talk to, because that conversation, instead of being a productive one, turns into one where they could just like do propaganda and use the platform that you have to get their message across. I would use.
Frizzy says, not sure how you took that as a defense for Hasan. He's obviously one-siding it, so calling for accuracy, looking at both sides of the danger. What? I just said 80% of the world already understands descriptively what you said. So what is the point? The obvious implication of what you're saying is that Israel's in the wrong, therefore you should be, without apology, pro-Palestinian. Well, I'm not, without apology, pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism. I'm not a by any means necessary girl. Okay? If you want that, then LB should start a YouTube channel and you should watch LB. Again, I'm not a progressive. I'm maximally a liberal. I'm minimally a neocon.
The same principle for Nick Fuentes, for example, except with Nick Fuentes, he's a neo-Nazi, but he hasn't done literal crimes like Benjamin Netanyahu has, while also simultaneously being a neo-Nazi of a different sort. So it's even worse than someone like Nicholas Fuentes, and I don't think that Nicholas Fuentes is appropriate to also platform in this situation.
What do you think about the goal of the Full Sun podcast being to platform anybody? What do you think about that overall? That's the direction we're going to go, right?
The reason why I think it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. Stupid. I obviously can't advocate for deplatforming, especially in this day and age, especially in this time and place. because a lot of these institutions that are tasked with deplatforming people spend way more time deplatforming someone like myself, or at least trying to deplatform someone like myself, for having a consistent moral anti-genocide and anti-Zionist position than people who are actually anti-Semitic. They call me anti-Semitic despite the fact that I'm not anti-Semitic. The reason why I would still choose not to platform neo-Nazis and things of that nature.
Well, then don't act brand new when you can't understand how a terrorist group gets formed. It's bad faith. LB, this statement, this sentence, well, then don't act brand new. I don't. When you can't understand how a terrorist group gets formed, I understand how it got formed just fine. It's bad faith, which means that I'm arguing disingenuously. None of these words connect to any part of my content whatsoever. This is like a schizophrenic flare gun that you're shooting into the air. This has nothing to do with what's being said, LB. Nice try, though.
Regardless of how equipped I am at talking to them about these issues and being able to push back adequately, is because a lot of these...
Rizzy says, I'm starting to think that you don't like the word power dynamic. Not sure why, though. Because lefties use it as an excuse for bad behavior. That's why. That's why I don't like the term power dynamic. During the BLM riots, they said, oh, well, you know, businesses have insurance and the peasantry and proletarians don't have that much social power. And Black Americans have been dispossessed within America. Therefore, can't you just understand that rioting and arson are the voices of the unheard? That's why. It's because they use power dynamic to justify shoplifting. Stealing Nikes and burning buildings is a necessary part of civil rights, you know, through the use of the word power dynamic. Raping people and throwing grenades at civilians and cutting off the heads of human beings is necessary because of my power dynamic. Okay. If you think that I'm openly hostile to the word power dynamic, you can blame progressives and leftists. Okay. It's because they used it in the dumbest way possible to excuse the most horrendous of human crimes possible. So yeah, my power dynamic.
These guys are simply looking for any opportunity to get their message to a broader audience. They don't actually care about the truth. They don't actually care about coming across like good or bad. They just want to be heard, because every single time they go in front of a larger audience, they end up winning over some people in the margins to their side. Okay. And if you understand that they are not honest brokers here, that they don't like care about, you know, back and forth discourse, then ultimately you're playing a role in allowing people to be recruited to that side. You're playing a role in getting more people to be recruited to neo-Nazis, to neo-Nazi groups. And I think that ultimately that is very dangerous.
That's why we're going to have both sides on.
But no, but having both sides on doesn't actually make up for that, is my point.
I agree with you too.
And then there's also...
Gen X says, putting the Jews in the middle of all the Muslims and Arabs and everyone that hates them was really stupid, and this shit will never change with them there. Then you need to bring up your beef with God Almighty, Gen X. He's the one who gave the people of Israel the state of Israel and Judea 3,200 years ago. So your beef is with Jehovah. Good luck with that.
There's also no comparison to Benjamin Netanyahu on the other side anyway.
Son, I've told you multiple times. Me and Kyle disagree with a lot of things Netanyahu has done. We do not agree. But we stand neutral on this. But I mean, I understand. The whole problem is platforming, but that's what we're going to have from each side, a representative that's going to tell us exactly what
well, like, the best possible thing you guys could have done before this interview, I mean, the best possible thing would have been to...
For the content that I didn't watch, by the way.
Not have this interview at all. But the second best possible thing, if you were like adamant about having this interview, would have been to potentially bring someone that is knowledgeable before you did the interview. So it didn't just simply...
LB says, do you agree that all people deserve freedom? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I like a two-state solution. Freeze the borders, kick all the settlers out of the West Bank, set up Gaza, figure out a governing philosophy for Jerusalem that works for both sides. Allow the West Bank and the Gazan territories to be ruled by Gazans and by West Bankers, and enforce it with UN troops. That's why I'm a two-stater. I get that there's no political will, no political capital for that, because the UN, they don't actually want to do anything, and so they don't have the balls to actually enforce it. But if you actually wanted justice in the region, that's how you would do it. 100%. UN enforced two-state solution.
So that Benjamin Netanyahu didn't use you guys like a fleshlight is what I'm saying, to just make...
For the interview that I didn't even watch. Fuck you, Hasan, you dumbass.
Make himself look like not the demon that he is, but instead of a personable person. Like, here, I have something here that was sent to me from.
No one condones looting. Let me go ahead and look at your Twitter from 2020, LB. Let me go ahead and pull up all of your fucking Twitter from 2020. Let's see what your response to the riots. I would love to see it.
An excerpt from the interview that you guys conducted where you asked him if he prefers, Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. And it's really interesting because like people have yelled at me for doing this with like a dude in Yemen.
But murdering 60K innocents are justified? LB, any point I make is like water off of a duck's ass for you. 17 to 20,000 of those people were militants, even in, like according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. So you're talking about 40,000 innocents. When you're talking about urban warfare, that's actually a relatively low ratio of civilians getting killed. And no, it doesn't excuse it. I think that Israel should 100% back off and start rebuilding Gaza for the Gazan people. Whether or not they're going to do that has like, they don't give a fuck about my opinion though. Now what? Do I start supporting Hamas because the IDF is bad? So I should start supporting terrorist organizations because the IDF is bad. That's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
That they claim is a terrorist.
Hasbar says counterpoints. Political power dynamics is what I have with your mom.
Okay, that dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. He has no power. He holds no power on the planet. He is any given moment.
I mean, it just came up in the conversation.
At any given moment, he could be assassinated by American bombs, by Saudi bombs, or any other. Like, he is one of the most.
And yet they won't.
Least powerful people on the planet. This Benjamin Netanyahu is one of the most powerful people on the planet. So in this opportunity, instead of humanizing him,
oh holy shit! Did he just do a sweep for another jihadist?
Terrorist. Okay, that dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. Yeah, you guys conducted.
Oh, more terrorist sweeping. Get out your brooms. Get out your power dynamics. Get out your power dynamic brooms.
Ask him if he prefers, Burger King or McDonald's or whatever. And it's really interesting because like people have yelled at me for doing this with like a dude in Yemen that they claim is a terrorist. Okay.
Is it because he posts social media pictures of this is what we're going to do to Zionists and it's a human being impaled on a stake? And by Zionists, he means anybody who supports the state of Israel, which is like 90% of the world's Jews. So he's basically saying like, we're going to take a giant spike and we're going to shove it up the ass and mouth of 80% of the world's Jews. Yeah, maybe that's why people were critical. Is it because he walks around with an AK-47 and visits captured ships in the Red Sea? Yeah, that's probably part of the criticism. On social media, when they ask him what he does, if he's a soldier who's allegiant to the Al-Houthis, he says yes. Maybe that's another part of the criticism. And then maybe the other part of the criticism is he hangs out with the hostages. So regardless of whether or not he's actually a militant, he's a teenage propagandist for Houthi forces who was allowed to hang out with hostages kidnapped by the Houthi regime. You fucking idiot. Do you think that has anything to do with the criticisms being leveraged your way, Hasan? Or is he just an innocent, cutesy, ooh-woo, 19-year-old Yemeni boy? I already know he's going to say the latter. Fucking Hasan. Massive piece of shit.
Dude is a 19-year-old in Yemen. He has no power. He holds no power on the planet. He is any given moment.
I mean, it just came up in the conversation.
At any given moment, he could be assassinated by American bombs, by Saudi bombs, or any other. Like, he is one of the least powerful people on the planet. This Benjamin Netanyahu is one of the most powerful people on the planet. So in this opportunity, instead of humanizing him, you guys could have had someone that is knowledgeable enough not to ask that question. And instead, when you say, like, are you starving children? And he says no, the person could turn around.
Dreamcast says, I don't think the UN should be trusted counterpoints politics. I agree with you. The UN in its idealized form. The UN sucks ass. I agree with you.
Around and say,
for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, Hasan, you make a great point, and I understand.
Gen X says, or if we just stayed out of it and stopped sending money, it would resolve itself, I bet. Gen X, that's so fucking funny. You don't know how fucked up what you just said is. In 1973, it almost resolved itself. Do you know how it almost resolved itself? Israel was losing the war, on the verge of being overrun, and then they said, hey, United States, we have nuclear weapons. If you don't come reinforce us now, we are going to nuke Jordan, Egypt, and Syrian forces on our doorstep. So it would have been the second deployment of nuclear weapons in the world's history, dropping tactical nukes all along Israel's border. So that's what not involving ourselves in it looks like. Okay. You got 60,000 Palestinian dead in a slow rolling genocide, which is obviously a moral horror. Or in 1973, Israel gets wiped off the map while dropping half a dozen tactical nukes along its border. So you tell me which one is worse.
Stand your comparisons to Hitler. I see your perspective. And yeah, I think just with the Full Send Pod, like I told you, we're just not here to choose the guests. We're going to have anyone on, even if it is a wanted war criminal, and we're just going to let the viewers decide. And I think they spoke very clearly. And I don't think just because we platform people, that people fall for the person's message.
Yeah.
Like I don't, that's just the bottom line. Like, go look at the comments.
We give you an
I just don't
opportunity.
think that.
it's not-
I don't think that you guys would do that. Is my point. Like if there's no other. Because you already said you wouldn't. You already said you would not, if given the opportunity, you would not interview Adolf Hitler. So there is a limit to it.
I would interview Adolf Hitler. I might press him on the Jew shit a little bit.
Like there's an upper limit.
Well,
And it's not because
we didn't say we said
Unork says, you criticize Israel without supporting terrorists? Explain yourself. Yeah, dude, that's what talking to a leftist is like. It actually is.
we said type.
But also, Hasan, it's crazy.
And I think it's evident that just because we platform someone, just because Nelk sits next to them, doesn't mean we agree with everything they say or do. One, because we definitely don't. And number two, just because we platform someone, it doesn't. Our viewers are smart. Like, go read the comments. Like,
Yeah, but
also proof that just because we have someone on.
If the Palestinians had equal power, they wouldn't be oppressed, huh? No, LB, I'm sure you would do some historical analysis where the Jews, despite being historically repressed all over the world in the diaspora and the Holocaust happening, you would make some argument that Palestinians were indigenous to the Palestinian territory. Therefore, despite them having equal military parity in this hypothetical situation, that actually the Palestinians are more oppressed than the Jews because the Jews are a bunch of settler colonialists. It's such a vapid statement. The power dynamic analysis is such a vapid statement. So I would say drop it or admit that you just want to use power dynamics in order to justify terrible behavior on oppressed people, for oppressed people. Like, oppressed people can loot, oppressed people can commit arson, oppressed people can commit rape and murder because they're oppressed. Oppressed people can do terrorism, oppressed people can do jihadism because they're oppressed. So either say that or don't. So either drop power dynamics or admit that that's what you're implying.
It doesn't necessarily mean a W for the guest.
no, I understand that.
Go ahead
There
and
are plenty of
respond.
people
The
that I
comments
disagree
today.
with that I.
Bakar Buriti says, when am I going to watch Hunter Biden? I don't know. Maybe now. We'll figure it out in a second.
That I communicate
comments are
with.
proof.
But
I'll add it to the docket because it could be super funny.
there's a difference between, there's an upper limit to it, is my point. And that upper limit is like far past when it comes to.
Ooh, Deus Halcyon with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, King. Thank you very much.
Someone like Benjamin Netanyahu. My limit is far before Benjamin Netanyahu. It's someone like Nicholas Fuentes or someone like Andrew Tate. But even if I were to engage with people like that, it depends on the platform that they have and how much prominence and how much influence they hold over a large enough audience. Because I feel like it's unproductive, it's counterproductive if they hold no staying power whatsoever. So I'm not.
Gen X says, okay, great. So they're exploiting us forever. Make me happier to pay for it. Dude, or you could just wait a century and whatever is going to happen with Israel Gaza is going to happen. Probably a slow rolling ethnic cleansing. Let's be real. Israelis are probably going to try to up their population because they have a positive birth rate. They're probably going to try to constantly keep an 80-20 ratio for Palestinians, and they're slowly going to annex the West Bank and Gaza. That's what's going to happen. If we leave it alone for the next century, with or without our support, that's what Israel's going to do.
Saying that it's bad to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, but if you were going.
Sorry. Randy Chang asked an important question. What do I Google to read up on this Israel nuclear ultimatum event? Do 1973 Golden Meir. I forget how to spell her name. I'll do it real quick on stream just to make it easier for you. Google Golden Meir Golda Meir nuclear threat 1973. The Samson option. In 1973, Yom Kippur War, preemptive nuclear attack, preemptive blah, 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 blah. Let's go ahead and read the interview or the overview. During the 1973 Yom Kippur War, with Israel facing heavy losses in a desperate situation, there were discussions and actions related to Israel's potential use of nuclear weapons, according to multiple sources. Here's a breakdown of the events. So take a look at it, but effectively, I've heard this summary done multiple times, which is Israel was losing, and they told the United States either resupply us or we're going to use tactical nukes. So
going to do that. It's such a important task that you have to take it seriously, and you have to have someone who is knowledgeable to be able to push back. Because he's a fucking liar.
Son, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. As you know, that they're going to be.
AF Racing makes an interesting point. We got around 100 people watching with 55 likes. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm trying to think of what else. Watch the VODs, like the VODs.
Very specific with who they allow to interview them. We've already covered that, right? His PR team going to allow him to go on a.
Old School says, if I don't trust the UN, who do I trust? The United States leading the UN.
Hasan Abi live stream, probably not.
No, of course not. They would.
Someone that's had Trump on 3 times.
No, I think. Listen, I think we're gonna wrap this up soon.
Wait, last thing I want to ask.
We're in Europe.
So last thing, we text off stream. Obviously, we are boys. We talked about lifting together, hooping together. So there are things that we can't agree on, but when it comes to this stuff, it creates animosity. So I just want to point that out.
Okay, but all right, but you have to. There's a reason why there's 6,000 comments here. I'm looking at the comments right now, and everyone's cooking you guys.
We read them. We know. Hasan, we're aware. But I mean, that should be evident that the Folsom podcast has people on, and the viewers decide.
All right. Well,
people are saying the Hunter Biden interview is kind of meh. I'll pre-watch it. That way I can get the best timestamps.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, guys. You should have Gabor Mate or Gabor Mate is a Holocaust survivor.
I'm gonna have Steiny. Text you, and if you.
Frizzy says, I wonder if Nick Fuentes is turning on his Trump glaze now that Trump has been friendly with Israel. No, Nick Fuentes has been absolutely hating on Trump super hard before the election, during the election, after the election, partially because of his loyalty to Israel. Gen X says, I love the interview. If you've ever been an addict or loved an addict, it's great. Okay. I'll pre-watch it. That way I can get to the financial malfeasance section, because I did see him shit-talking other Democrats for enriching themselves while being a part of the party. And I want to see if there's something that I can bite into there and effectively say that, like, based off of this information, Hunter Biden knowingly enriched himself in unethical ways using the clout of his father, and effectively admits to it in the interview. Because that's like half of it. That's like half of the beef with DGG. DGG says, no, he's not doing it. Then they say it's based that he's doing it. So I at least want it to be irrefutable that Hunter Biden unethically enriched himself using his daddy's name. And then from there, we can argue.
Okay, I will. I will send you people to interview. But if you were to ask me ahead of time, I would have told you not to do this interview, for the record. I only found out after you did this interview.
But when you text me,
Conserve liberalism says, if Israel's going to do the same thing, why not just drop the liability of being associated with ethnic cleansers? Because we've already stabilized the region by bribing and having a good economic relationship with Egypt, by bribing and having a good economic relationship with Jordan, by having a good economic relationship with Saudi Arabia, by deposing Bashir al-Assad, by deposing Saddam Hussein. We've effectively created a buffer between Israel and all the nations that hate them. And then not only that, so all of those places have, relatively speaking, normalized their relationships with Israel and can no longer attack it in a conventional way, in a way that makes sense. And then the last remaining person who's going to attack Israel is Iran, and Iran proxies have gotten their shit kicked in the past 2 years. So while you might not like the violence and you might not like the moral culpability, the truth is that this is the strongest position that Israel's been in decades. This is an infinitely stronger position than 1973.
Said, yo, you had so-and-so on the podcast, exclamation point. Was that more of a shock or
Yes,
what was that?
it was a shock.
Shock factor. Okay, making sure. Hassan, thank you so much.
All right. Bye, guys.
Talk to you soon, bro. All right, take care.
Oh, ay. Don't send them Norm. He's not good on podcasts. No, I wouldn't. Gabor Mate, I think, would be better than. No, I think. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I think they realize they bit off more than they can chew. They bit off more than they can chew because like everyone's cooking them. Zero pushback. You literally just let a war criminal talk freely for an hour to millions of fans. Just horrible. You guys are truly. That's what it is. They're just tanking the backlash because they think it's content. They know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, I think they just don't give it ultimately. Here's what I think. I think the Full Send podcast interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu is not actually going to win any favors for the Full Send podcast and only invites understandable frustration and enmity and animosity and anger and hate in their direction.
Tagarung says, I don't know why I would waste a moment of my time condemning Hunter Biden when the Trump family are so much worse and so much more blatant. My power dynamics, Tagarung. You just did my power dynamics. You just said Hunter Biden can trade on his family name and evade taxes and bang hookers and smoke cocaine because didn't you know that Trump is also bad? Wrong. You just did my power dynamics. We were just talking shit about my power dynamics and then you did it.
And it doesn't even help Benjamin Netanyahu look.
It's so common in the left to do my power dynamics that Tagarung did it without even a second thought.
Look good. Okay. That's what I think. Because Benjamin Netanyahu is already a demon. And not only is he already a fucking demon, he gets to be on whatever news media outlet he wants to.
Harley Smith says, all right, I got to peace out. Love you. Mwah, parasocially. Mwah. No homo.
Regardless. And if it can't do it himself, he can send someone else and one of his envoys from the Israeli state to go and defend the state of Israel and still get clobbered.
Conservative liberalism says, if Iran is the only country that might attack Israel, we're good to stop paying protection money to Jordan and Egypt then? Nope. Wrong. People only do stuff as long as you pay them.
Regardless. But if we're asking about like the individual's moral culpability here, yeah, they are morally culpable in a very.
I didn't say that actually. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. If you're talking about my power dynamics, this is exactly what you said. Hunter Biden is a cutesy uwu soft boy. He's a cutesy uwu soft boy, and he only embezzled $11 million over the course of 10 years. So why would I ever criticize him? Why would I ever spend any energy on him when the Trump did billions? He got Jared Kushner $2 billion in a wealth management fund. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump are going to be multi-millionaires or billionaires. Why would I care about Hunter Biden? Yeah, that's exactly what you said. You said he's a uwu cute soft boy. That's what you said. It's not my fault you said that. You said that.
Very meaningful way. And they unironically, this is almost like a self-solving problem. Calling them CNN would be an insult that they actually would understand. That I did do that. That's why I kept repeating that. That's it.
Wild misread. Tell him, dude, it's not my fault that you said that Hunter Biden is an uwu soft sweet boy and you wouldn't expend any energy criticizing him. That's what you said. You said he's an uwu cutesy soft boy. That's a direct quote.
Adam Friedland's statement was, can't believe I'm saying this, but kind of correct, which is it's a sign of the times. It's a sign of the times that like Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal and a genocide.
See, Soul's doing it too. I don't really care if Hunter wants to smoke crack and bang hookers. It's his life. Yep. Tagarung, you straw manning son of a bitch.
I dare is going on the Nelk Boys podcast because he wants to do PR for himself. And then instead of getting that PR goal across, because I don't think anyone's going to be like, yo, dude, Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm a big Nelk Boys fan. And a Benjamin Netanyahu seems like a guy I can crack.
Bro, trading on his dad's name. Can you please provide any specific speck of proof that happened? Yeah, sure. So we got Hunter Biden working for organizations all over the world that have nothing to do with anything besides American geopolitical power. We have him going to China in order to do mineral and energy speculation. and one of his friends giving him like a diamond worth like, you know, $250,000 and giving him cash gifts and bribes and dinners and all that bullshit. And then we have that same guy who was gifting Hunter Biden all of those things, him to get killed by the CCP for corruption. So yeah, I would say that's number one. Number two, we have him working for Burisma as a consultant to the tune of like $50,000 a month. So he's making around $500,000 to $750,000 a year. Sometimes it's argued that it's more money than that. And Burisma is another energy company that's trying to get in good with the United States because its former creator was, its former business partner and current stock shareholder was somebody who was credibly accused of corruption. And that case got prosecuted, drop, half a dozen times. And Hunter Biden basically collect $50K a month and delivered no tangible services. He took a call from his dad during business meetings, and Hunter's own business partner explicitly said that while no favors were delivered, Hunter liked to take the calls during business meetings specifically so he could show off how much clout he had in DC. Then you have Hunter Biden taking all of that money and gifting it to various family members over the course of a decade to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars for each family member, some of them under the age of 18, some of them over the age of 18. You have him taking that money and using it as seed money to give to his uncle so his uncle can start up an investment firm. So it's inarguable that Hunter Biden got a JD, used his last name to get into important rooms all over the world, primarily with corrupt foreign entities, took consulting fees from those entities without delivering a service. Then I think it was to the tune of like $11 million over the course of the decade. Then he improperly declared his taxes so he could avoid tax liability. And then he spent substantive amounts of money on drugs and whores because he was dealing with the trauma of his dead brother. Also, he got his dead brother's wife hooked on methamphetamine and started banging her on the side and gave her tens of thousands of dollars for one of her charities. So yeah, this is inarguable. And you say speck of proof. There's 1,000 specks. It's pocket sands of evidence. I just took pocket sand of the Hunter Biden case and I just flung it in your eyeballs, and you're still going to pretend that it's nothing. I almost guarantee it, because that's the DGG code. They're like, no, that's not enough. No, that's not enough. Yeah, I hate that shit. The powers being rich, nothing new. Oh, I guess so. We shouldn't criticize it then. Because it's happened before, we shouldn't criticize it. Got it. Thanks. Kurosaki says, why is Israel friendly with Russia when they back basically every enemy of theirs in the region? Technology and money. Listen, criticism of the Jews and of Israel. Sometimes they put the dollar over relationships. From the White House, Connor, those are crimes. Hunter was never in government. Yeah, that's why he got charged with half a dozen felonies and he was being investigated for FARA violations. It's because he never did anything wrong. Nice sweeping, you dickheads. I think you would have learned by now not to sweep in my chat, but you guys love it. I sweep for JBP. You guys sweep for a fucking drug addict that traded his name for cash and then evaded taxes. Awesome.
Back a cold one with, like, they're not, like, I don't think it's going to work, is my point. Not only is it not going to work, but it actually.
Frizzy says, I care about Hunter Biden's crimes less. However, I still care about his crimes. This is a hot take. Nope. That's healthy. Sorry for attacking you earlier, Frizzy. You and I are on the same page.
It brings everyone else down in the process. Like, this hurt the Nelk boys more than it helped Benjamin Netanyahu, if that makes sense. It's almost like a self-solving problem. And it's not even like something that Benjamin Netanyahu could solve by being charismatic or whatever. It's just that his crimes are so major and so in broad daylight that
none of that is illegal. Yeah, that's why he caught a bunch of tax evasion felonies, right? It's because none of it was illegal.
I can't in good conscience just understand how anyone would ever operate like this.
Hunter Biden works somewhere is not proof. Okay. How about the tax evasion? How about the FARA violations? How about the DOJ being accused by the IRS of making a sweetheart deal for Hunter Biden?
And think that it's like, I don't know. I mean, dude, while we're having this conversation, in the past 48 hours, 20 people in Gaza have died from hunger, according.
Both are bad. I'm going to focus on the big bad versus the power bad. It's a matter of degrees of badness, not power differentials. Yeah, it is. You just use synonyms in order to describe why you're going to focus on one bad thing. And by that way, Tagarung, you and I'm talking shit, but you and I are doing the same thing. Like the reason why I brought up Hunter Biden at the time is because Democrats were sweeping for it, right? That's why I brought it up at the time. I don't know, 3 years ago, 4 years ago now. But now that Donald Trump has done a meme coin and rug pulled it, Melania has done a meme coin and rug pulled it, the Trump family has done a meme coin and rug pulled it. They've effectively taken bribes through the meme coins by allowing foreign countries to buy their coins, and then they're giving them political consideration and political favors. The fact that Jared Kushner was able to negotiate the Abraham Accords, which, by the way, was brilliant, by the way. Jared Kushner is a smart cookie. But then he got the Saudis to give him a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund that he then used in order to become a multi-millionaire. I, of course, agree with you that by comparison, Hunter Biden's malfeasance is spit in the ocean. I agree with that. And I will focus on the Trumps more. However, just admit that it's spit and we'll be cool. Just admit it's spit.
The Director General of the Ministry of Health. Hunger and famine is completely set in the Gaza.
AF Racing says, no, Hunter was only guilty of being Biden's son. He did nothing violent against anyone else. He only hurt himself. We all do that. He's just an ubu soft boy. Ooh. Yeah, you guys are cute. Fung Dark says, so he got jobs? Yeah, and committed tax evasion and FARA violations.
Strip. Not only are the American mercenaries alongside the Israeli occupying force starving the Gazan population.
Yeah, conservative liberalism says, did you know that someone bought 11 Hunter Biden paintings for $875K? Eat shit. Oh, yeah. And then when Hunter Biden still owed like $1.1 million to the IRS, a Democrat super funder just bailed him out. Yeah, nothing to see here. Sure.
Population deliberately. At the point of aid distribution, they are directly shooting and killing Palestinians.
Yeah, no shit, AF Racing. That's the point. No one would give a fuck if his last name wasn't Biden. You're right. You're right. But his last name is Biden, isn't it? And the State Department complained about how unethical it was. Didn't they?
And using aid delivery, which doesn't even need to exist.
LB says, you don't know what Hunter Biden did. Either way, none of these are crimes. LB, I'm just going to use an ableist slur. I'm just going to use it. You're being fucking retarded. You're being fucking retarded. I literally told you. What did if he didn't do anything wrong, why did Hunter Biden need a pardon? Right? What felonies was Hunter Biden charged with? Oh, 6 misdemeanor tax offenses, 3 felony tax offenses. He was also charged with a firearms tax offense, and they were investigating for FARA violations, but he did nothing wrong. He's an uwu cute boy. You guys fucking suck, dude. You fucking suck, okay? And the reason why you fucking suck is because you got all this heat, all this anger, all this energy, and you cheer me on whenever I'm attacking the right people. But when I start attacking your little uwu soft boy with a fat dick, you guys fucking lose your mind. You're crazy. You guys are crazy. Sweep, 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 sweep. I sweep for Jordan Peterson, a mildly social conservative, Jungian philosopher and psychologist who got addicted to drugs and lost his mind a little bit. You guys are sweeping for a fucking drug addict who got his dead brother's wife hooked on methamphetamine, banged his dead brother's wife, used unethical practices for nepotism and cronyism in order to commit tax evasion, and then also had a felony firearms charge and also committed FARA violations. And you guys are like, ooh, woo, he's just a cute boy. No, fuck you. Not going to let you do that in my chat, uncalled out. You can do it in my chat, but I'm just going to call you out.
In the hands of Israel or America, which are belligerents in this as an occupying force, aid delivery that they could allow into the Strip, they're refusing to allow into the Strip through third parties, so that
11 million over 10 years is not a crime. Yeah, tax evasion is, FARA violations are. Notice how you keep dodging that. Notice how you keep dodging the fact that he was charged with felonies repeatedly.
They can use the limited faucet of aid to kill as many Palestinians as possible.
If they were back to Hunt or Hasan. As a matter of fact, let's just wrap the segment because I haven't been paying attention to him for 5 minutes. I've just been arguing with chat. Bad content habit. All right, so let's wrap that. Effectively, Hasan glazed Hamas and took a big poop on some normie podcasters who had Bibi Netanyahu on. The first 30 minutes was effectively useless. It was just Hasan Piker moral frogging, and I hate Hasan Piker. I actually think he's 80 IQ, and I'm embarrassed that he has a career. Then, when it came to the Hamas sweeping, I love that Adam Friedland. Everybody was complaining that I called him a token Jew. Adam Friedland totally ignored the sweeping for a terrorist organization. And then I argued with my chat about whether or not power dynamics is a useful line of argumentation. Then we argued about Hunter Biden. That's a summary of the content. I had a great time. I'm going to go argue with my chat some more. Quick shill time. Like the stream. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny people in there who like to piss me off. Watch the VODs. Comment on the VODs. Engage with the VODs. Super chat on the VODs. Super thanks on the VODs. Love the VODs. Hug the VODs. Enjoy the VODs. And donate memberships and super chats if you got them. Don't you support degenerate behavior, Connor? No. When the fuck have I ever supported degenerate behavior? Now you're just saying things to piss me off. Do conservatives just get upset at Hunter Biden because they get mocked by his cock pictures being bigger than theirs? No, you fucking idiots. You're literally ignoring everything that I'm saying. AF Racing says, how do you say with a straight face, taking consulting fees without offering a service? Consulting can literally be, what's your opinion? Sounds good to me. Meeting adjourned. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Then let's investigate the FARA thing. So we already nailed them on 3 tax felonies, 6 tax misdemeanors, and there were suspected FARA violations. So since he committed no crimes, let's go ahead and do the FARA investigations. You guys should love that. You're convinced he did no crime. Thung Dark says he paid his back taxes and penalties. No, he didn't. A Democratic super donor covered his taxes for him while he laundered his money via Shell Corporation back into his family. Yeah, JVP is a drug addict too, to be fair. Yeah, let's see. Jordan Peterson advocating for cleaning your room, putting your life in order, Jungian mysticism, psychological analysis, young men getting their shit together. Hunter Biden smoking crack, banging whores, committing tax evasion, committing FARA violations, trading on his daddy's name to be a multimillionaire. Yeah, these people are pretty much the same. You guys are fucking infuriating. You know you're wrong. That's why you're being twats about it, too. The only difference between the description and JBP is evaded taxes. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, Sacred Snow. Now I know you're just trying to rile me up. Someone dropped the original Drunken Master on YouTube recently. Not related. Just thought to let you know. Thank you, Hedonic Treadmill. I do love me some Jackie Chan. Nope. Taggering says, pointing out the degree. Yeah, my power dynamics. My sweet, soft, ooh-woo boy, Hunter Biden, never did anything wrong. Shut the fuck up. Andrew Paris says, my big issue with Connor's Hunter Biden criticism is that he was actually pretty highly qualified. Even the Burisma board and the trading of his family name stuff is part for the core in D.C. Okay, that should be amended. You should not be able to just wantonly, get tens of millions of dollars funneled into your family because of clout and access and family name. Fuck that. I don't give a shit. I'm right. You're wrong. Sacred Snow says, you guys sweep for a drug addict who traded his name for cash. JBP quietly sliding the benzos and his book off screen. All right, I'm going to ignore all you cunts. You guys are being fucking obnoxious. You're being so obnoxious. Megastar says, it's more of who cares about Hunter Biden. I do, is the main position because there's other shit going on significantly more important than a degen behaving like a degenerate. No, fuck you. How about that? I care. Yeah, he's literally neurodivergent and a minor. Yeah, that's what you guys are doing. You guys fucking suck. Who did Hunter hurt, Connor? The people of the United States by doing tax evasion and FARA violations. Taggerung says, I know you don't know me, but if you did, Connor, you would know I don't like nepotism in the White House or in business. Trump's crimes are on another level. Sure, we agree. Yeah, he just had a big dick. That's so funny. I'm going to skip all of you guys because you're just fucking pissing me off. But you guys are like, what? What's the crime? Eating a meal? Eating a succulent Chinese meal? And you guys are like, Oh, what's the charge, officer? Having a big dick, having a big succulent dick. Like that's the way you guys act when we're talking about tax evasion and FARA. You guys are so fucking obnoxious. Taggering says if bro keeps calling me a lib, I'm literally unmembershipping this motherfucker. You guys are cute. Counterpoints, thoughts on Douglas Murray. He's autistic, but he's funny. I like him. All right, I'm skipping half of your comments. You guys just like to piss me off. You're just pissing me off. You're just pissing me off for fun. Connor said, or Fung Dark says, I do think some of his crimes matter. I still think he's a good person that cares about liberal values and people. He worked in PEPFAR and taught people at university, etc. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Did I say he committed no crimes? LB did. LB 100% has said multiple times, none of these are crimes, and she's just fucking wrong. Tagroom says, I'm focusing on the Hunter Biden crimes. Connor is sweeping for Trump's. I know you're being sarcastic. It's fine. Doesn't matter. The taxes are paid. Okay, sick. Sick. Well, then fuck you guys. Okay. How about that? How about I got bills to pay. I got taxes to pay. Okay. So I need some super chats. How about that? You guys are all about the cronyism and nepotism when it comes to Hunter Biden. I want to see it. You know, you don't care where the money comes from. You guys could be drug addicts. You could be drug dealers. You could be murderers. You could be pedophiles. Put that shit, $50, little man, put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me. Okay? All right. I have to ignore you guys. Because if I keep reading your takes, you're just going to fucking piss me off. So it is currently 12:06. So we need to pick new content. Yep. I think the reaction is Biden not committing any serious crimes comes from Republicans using him as the beacon of Democratic immorality as whataboutism politics. Sure. Yep. Tagarung for $2. Least trigger drug addict. True. AF Racing for $5. JBP Snake Oil gave me gastroenteritis. All right. Well, we're $43 short, but good try, guys. All right. Let's do some Destiny. You're right. Do Destiny. All right. We'll do Destiny. At 1 p.m., I'm going to have somebody on for a convo debate. It's going to be a center left, bro. So we'll do that at 1 p.m., but we'll get some pang burn. We'll get some pang burn debates going. Drop site massacre diorama. Oh, damn. I didn't know that all I had to do was sing Jay and Silent Bob and I would get a bunch of super chats. I'll just start singing Jay and Silent Bob, bro. Andrew for $5. Thank you. Sacred Snow for $5. Connor hesitating on the super chat amount needed before upping it to 50 because last time got absolutely mogged by super chats. I did. On Friday, I got annihilated by super chats. We added it up. It was close to $400 on Friday, which is crazy. We normally make, no offense, I'm not trying to be like, glib or whatever, but we normally make between like $100 and $200, particularly if grassroots isn't oiling. But on Friday, you guys just blew me away. It was just like $400 for no reason. It's because I fought with Destiny and everybody was feeling sensitive, which was great. I need to fight Destiny more so everybody feels sensitive. Paul says 2 pounds. Why isn't it loading? Says it's not much, but it's honest work. True. Worth every penny. Thank you guys. I'll be back. Have a great day, everyone. The free money glitch. Yeah. Devil for $20. Make sure you pay your taxes. There's probably a sin associated with tax evasion. Oh, damn. Now we're getting close to 50. 22, 27, 32, 35, 37. We are $13 away from the goal. You guys can be broke. Don't worry about it. I parasocially love you. Let's go ahead and look at what are we going to look at? We're going to look at Pang Burn. That's what we're going to do. I'm just going to pull up a little. But Destiny, you're so mean. I definitely want to watch that one. Another $2 from you Nork says, admit it, 40K is a little bit of degen behavior. Absolutely not. You're creating something. You're building something. The only way it's degenerate is if you build the booby models. Maga gets no sympathy from me for 8 minutes. Destiny, you're so mean for 10 minutes. And then Trump tells you what to think. We'll get to that if we have time. All right, cool. Ooh, Sapien Green with another 20. We hit the 50. I can't complain anymore. You guys bribed me. This is the equivalent of somebody paying my $1.1 million late tax bill. $50 in super chats. You guys just killed it. Sacred Snow says, calling out Hunter Biden's DNC super donors. Grassroots hegemon slowly backs into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Sapien Green says DKK for 100, which, by the way, I just think isn't that like $20? Isn't that $20? I don't remember. eDreamcast says you should do another collab. Well, I got good news for you. We're doing that on the 27th. Nsort says, just saying, if a cynical business person wanted to turn to investigating his company into a massive political firestorm, hiring Biden would do that for sure. Oh no, you guys already did it. AKA Batasui. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, now I can't complain. I have to shut up about Hunter Biden now. All right, I got oiled. You guys covered me in financial baby oil, so now I have to shut up. All right. Anyways, we got 100 people cross-platform. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Tell them how much fun you're having in my chat because you think it's fucking funny that I fight with my chat about Hunter Biden and getting covered in baby oil super chats. Engage with the VODs, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, love the VODs. Okay? Say you like Hunter's Bedoink. Say it. No, that's going to cost infinitely more money. That's at minimum $100 super chat. And I know, who is it? Chud Logic doesn't like tricks for treats. He doesn't like it when people do certain actions for a for a certain super chat dollar amount. But I think giving my audience funny sound bites is funny. All right. Yep. Sacred to Know says, we can leave the topic amenably by agreeing that MTG would cuck her husband for Hunter's Bedoink. There's a reason why she blew them pictures up for Congress. Maybe. How about 350? All right. Shut up. You're being funny. Shut up. You keep being funny and you keep distracting me. All right. So let me pause this. Let me exit this. Let me pause this. Let me pause this. Let me turn on the audio. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never Trump Republican. I like criticizing the alternative media space and the online political space, and it wouldn't be a Counterpoint stream without criticizing some Destiny content. Stephen Bonnell II has fought with Trump supporters on something called the Pang Burn Tour. He's going live across the United States in order to fight Trump supporters. It has created a series of funny debates. We're going to watch some of those funny debates until I run out of time for the stream. Let's go.
But I'm supposed to have like an unlimited reservoir of sympathy for a guy who supposedly God guided the bullet into. I guess if you listen to half the troubles when they talk about
Jesus Christ, Stephen.
Assassination attempt.
So one of my biggest problems that I had was watching you on Pierce.
Oh, it's nice to see Irrelevant back in orbit. That's nice.
Morgan after the Trump attempted assassination. I think you can see where I'm going with this.
I'm joking. Irrelevant is much more fit than this guy.
So I have the question written out for you. So why is the CEO that's in charge of many lives, the health CEO, why do you have more sympathy for him than you did for a firefighter that died?
Ooh.
I mean, first of all, I don't even know what that CEO guy's job necessarily was. The idea that we're going to say that just working at or being a C-level exec of, I guess, a health insurance company or something means that you could be executed on the street. We're beyond like anarchy at that point. That's an insane.
I don't think that that's the steel man of the argument. I think the steel man of the argument was that United Healthcare allegedly started an AI denial program that they knew would disproportionately deny valid claims, which would delay or deny valid care. And therefore, there are people who suffered death or great bodily injury because United Healthcare knowingly implemented a program that it knew was going to hurt its customers. That's the argument. And so the United Healthcare CEO, while being murdered, which is fucking evil, and so that person should be incarcerated, it's potentially understandable from a extrajudicial vigilante perspective. That's the steel man of the argumentation.
Standard is set. The thing that I don't like about
I need water. I'll be right back.
MAGA supporters, I feel like that movement is quite literally now more than ever is like destroying this country in like literal senses, in spiritual senses, in so many different ways. So I mean, if there's like violence is occurring at these rallies or whatever, like it's very hard for me to feel sympathetic, I guess. Like I don't think anybody should go and kill anybody, but like of course, it's such an unbelievably destructive and horrible movement, and it also feels really bad to see all of the Trump supporters. It feels like they're kind of like just clapping along with all of it too, which I think is also really strange.
But I mean, again, this firefighter was also just a working man as well. I mean, like, what's the difference? Like, there isn't much of a difference other than the political view. And I feel like this rhetoric is what pushes a lot of people away from the left.
I just so don't give a fuck. Donald Trump in his first term tried to deport every single person that was brought here as a minor under DACA. Those people didn't do anything wrong. Those people are registered with the government. They're not committing crimes. They're going to school here. Like, all of those are good people. I didn't hear a single word from any Republican about how absolutely fucking horrific it would be to just kick every single one of those children out of this country. But I'm supposed to have like an unlimited reservoir.
Sorry if I'm out of breath. I just lifted some weights. DACA was established by executive fiat. By the way, I agree with DACA. However, was DACA, sorry for being out of breath, I just lifted weights. Was DACA created by executive order? Yes, deferred action for childhood arrivals was established through an executive order. Specifically, it was created by President Barack Obama in 2012 through an executive action. Not through an act of Congress. This action provided temporary relief from deportation and work authorization to certain young undocumented immigrants who came to the U.S. as children. This is good policy. I like it. It says young Hispanics who aren't born here, but go to school here, work here, might have undocumented parents. If they complete high school and they, don't commit any felonies, they get to stay. And they have the capacity to get green cards and eventually citizenship, right? I have no problems with this. But the problem with doing this through executive order instead of Congress is that executive orders, anything created, it's my understanding, anything created by executive order can be repealed by executive order. Okay? Favorite politician ever? Teddy Roosevelt. Not even close. Anyways. So the Republican argumentation would be, you can call it immoral. It's not illegal.
Our sympathy for a guy who supposedly God guided the bullet into. I guess if you listen to half the Troubles when they talk about that assassination attempt, like, I'm sorry, but like the guy on Twitter was just as unhinged as every other Trouble. What was he saying? Like, there were a few things. One, I think a joke about the nuking Japan or something, and something about like choosing Putin over Hillary to be president or some just unhinged shit. Like, again, I don't necessarily think anybody deserves to die or anything for political stuff, but
do you, Stephen? Do you? I think jihadists should die. That's a political perspective. Jihadists think that we should institute Islamic theocracy through violence. I think jihadists should die. Fascists think that they, by any means necessary, they should seize power, and then they should do whatever they're going to do under an autocracy. I think they should probably die. Now, I'm not going to, if these people are expressing positions that are sympathetic and they're not committing any violence and they're not a part of any violent organizations, then I'm not going to engage in extrajudicial violence against these people. But the second that these people start committing crimes or join organizations that violently go after those political goals, 100% they deserve to be killed. C-Bum says, got any more plans for collabs with Live and Learn? Love all of them for varying degrees, but Hutch is definitely the most grounded in reality, especially after that Vanguard episode. Yeah. I texted Josiah to see if I could get on the show so I could fight them about the Talibots dogpile, but I didn't get a response. Josiah, as far as I know, we're actually like friends, like separate from content. Even if we never collaborated for the rest of our careers, I would still text Josiah on occasion just to see how he's doing. And if he was in Florida, I would hang out with him. But yeah, I would love to do collaborative content because I feel like I can prove my chud credentials on the Live and Learn podcast. Sacred Snow says, I think you're missing the point. He's not saying getting rid of DACA is illegal. The whole argument is that it's immoral and no one spoke out on the right. So why would he? Care about people moral frogging about him and his comments on Corey? Because deportation is not morally equivalent to murder. That's why. Because Steven's laughing about murder and right-wingers are ambivalent, borderline happy that immigration law is being enforced. I don't think these are equivalent.
Even when I just said right there, like for political stuff, like what is just political stuff to some people is a deportation for another person or an unjust.
Burnt Queso says, could you collab with Donut Operator and talk about Destiny? Yeah, eventually. But I need the politics channel to be as big as my Warhammer channel.
Incarceration for another person, or the deprivation of material economic conditions for another person, or the ability to do scientific research, or to administer a vaccine, or to study in this country, or to, trade in a way that keeps your business working abroad. Like all of those.
Dice5 is saying, is Steven's emotional reaction to the dead girls in Texas similar to his reaction to the dead dogs that his grandma killed? Yeah. I think that Steven's lack of empathy probably stems from his childhood trauma. That's my perspective. He doesn't have to agree. No one else has to agree. I think that he has a switch in his brain where he's really friendly with people for a really long time because they're part of his tribe. And he wants friends and he wants relationships and he wants girlfriends. But I think that he was so traumatized in his youth by random death being a part of his life that he has the capacity to switch off his emotions and his empathy. And so the second that you're no longer part of the tribe, boom, switch is flipped. And he's like, yeah, fuck you. Also because it's funny and it's good content.
Types of violence just fly completely under the radar.
So I'm trying to criticize Steven sufficiently in what I believe to be true, while not being so critical that he flips the switch.
And then when there's like one visceral piece of violence, all of a sudden Republicans are running around searching for sympathy. And it's like, bro.
But don't you think we on the left should be like better than the people on the right? Like that's our whole thing, like of like being on the left.
Yeah, I think the way you'd be better is just don't be the one that pulls the trigger. But I mean, you don't have to go out here and like endlessly appease people that are shitting on your side, that are celebrating violence on your side, that are clapping like retarded seals.
True Zealot says, little behind, which means I'm super behind for Connor's chat. I'm actually keeping up today, even though we have 100 people. I'm not too far behind. Are there actual centrists in chat, or is it both sides of the political horseshoe fighting for Connor's ideological soul? I would say a substantive amount of the chat is actually liberals, and then we have a few libertarians and conservatarians who hang around, but I'm probably too mean to the right wing for them to feel sufficiently represented in my content. Even though I probably agree with them with like 80% of their politics. And then I would say that we do have horseshoe people, but the horseshoe people come in and throw grenades. So they get disproportionately represented in my reactions because they say things that piss me off.
Every time Ketamine Musk is, on Twitter tweeting out the next retarded fucking thing about some judge, like, no, I don't think there has to be any obligation. They could have made me look really bad, I think, on the Piers Morgan show if he would have just admitted, like, yeah, the J6 stuff was really bad, but he couldn't even do that. It's like, no, fuck, why the
Okay, sorry. I keep interrupting Steven, but immigration being enforced is not the same as repealing a law to send millions of people to a place they have no ties to. I would say it's closer to destroying millions of lives. No. Sacred Snow. No. This is like a Western supremacist view of the world, which, by the way, is correct. But this is silly, okay? It's not repealing the law. There's no law. That's the problem. Congress never passed a law. Obama just created this program out of thin air. He just wrote down a memo and he said, hey, executive branch, execute this. That makes it incredibly vulnerable. So you need to understand that there's a process issue where a law was never passed. This was just an executive fiat. That's why. Also, this is the meme that comes, Viva la Mexico meme. Okay, buddy, you're going back. So you're kind of this meme a little bit right now where, like, I love Central America. I want Central America to do well. I want Mexico to stabilize. I want Central America to stabilize. You know me. I want to invade all of Central and South America and make it all the United States of America. But you say destroying millions of lives. Mexican pride. Make America Mexico again. Fuck you, putos. Viva Mexico. Okay, buddy, back to Mexico you go. Oh my God, no, this is so unfair. Don't send me back to Mexico. My life is ruined. That's kind of you right now. Where, no offense, but what Mexico is really like meme. You think that Mexico is just this. It's all cartel violence and drugs. Okay? Which is true because it's a part of it. Mexico in reality, beautiful Aztec and Mayan monuments, excellent bomb-ass food, sweet vacation spots, and cartel violence. Okay? So listen, Mexico is not hell on earth. There's parts of it that are hell on earth, but not all of Mexico is hell on earth. Stop being racist.
Fuck, you're coming to me for sympathy. Like, fuck you. Like, you made your bed, lay in it. Yeah.
I guess I see what you mean there, but I mean, like,
no fucking way. We make it 3 seconds and you guys just say the craziest shit in my chat. You're right. Deportation is different from a random act of murder. It's worse because it's intentionally done by the government as cruelly as possible. Only a DGGer could say something so wildly incorrect with the utmost confidence. Deportation is worse than murder? Fable. Are you fucking with me? If you're fucking with me, you need to put a /J/S in your comment. That's one of the dumbest comments that's ever been put in my chat. Deportation is worse than murder. Holy shit. That was dumb. Take that one back.
Again, like, even my my dad, he's a big fan of Pierce Morgan, and he watched that show and he had no
Bye, Frizzy. Love you.
idea who you were, and he literally thought you were unhinged. And I was trying to tell my dad, like, Dad, no, like, I'm a big fan of this guy. Like, he's a good guy. Like, don't, he's a good guy. Like, you gotta believe me. But like, I'm telling you, like, these normies, they'll see that, and a lot of people do watch these like hour-long like segments, and
I think
that's where they get their views.
It sounds like really shitty, but then at some point you have to ask, like, what is a culture worth saving? Like, I don't know if I cared to appeal as much to a guy who thinks that, like, my comment is unhinged, who can turn a blind eye to all of the other people that are being harmed in very real ways by the ongoing administration, and people that they want to harm, and the people that all the other influencers are clapping to be harmed. Like, at some point, like, when I remember I got into a big fight with a friend over that same conversation, and they were like, you know, I'm only telling you this because I know you can do better. And I asked them, I was like, how many of your conservative friends have you had this conversation with over any of the other things? Like, well, you know, I don't talk to them. It's like, well, then fuck you. Don't ask me for this. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, yeah, no, like, it's insane. Like, it's like everybody's asking us to be Jesus, except we don't come back alive after being dead for 3 days. Like, there's no point in playing that game where you give endless sympathy and charity to the other side, and then anytime something happens on our side, they think it's like an epic, hilarious meme that they control over. Like, this is ridiculous.
I mean, like, but do you see those people that, like, on Pierce again, the Israel-Palestine debate, and they'll ask them, like, do you condemn the babies being beheaded? And they won't condemn, like, babies being, like, beheaded, and it's just like, you're just
no Sacred Snow. Sorry for interrupting the content constantly, but obviously my chat is filled with 3,000 IQ geniuses that I have to contend with. Bro, you're really going to vocabulary nitpick me on okay repealing a policy? Now engage with the argument. Also, no, it's substantively different. It's not saying Latin countries are shitholes. However, being deported to a country where you may not even know the language, that's embarrassing, by the way. Hispanic people not knowing Spanish, that's fucking embarrassing. I know Spanglish and I'm fucking white. Get it together, Hispanics. While also completely resetting your finances is destroying their life. No, it's not. You guys don't know what death and torture is. Can you at least try to steel man the argument? No. No, I won't. I will contend with what you said, though. So, number one, no. Maybe it's because I've been poor my whole life. I haven't been like poor. My parents were middle class and I had like a middle class upbringing. Basically, like, all the rich kids who drove like Lexuses and shit. I was poor to them. All right. And I was told by my parents that basically every dollar that I earned after the age of 18 was mine. And they might help me out here or there, but they're not going to help me pay bills. You know what I'm saying? My parents have never helped me pay bills. They've never covered a cell phone because it's late. They've never covered a power bill because it's late. It was up to me to figure it the fuck out. Right. So in that respect, I haven't had a lot of financial support. Where I have gotten financial support is they let me live at a house near a college that they had as a rental property for reduced rent while I went to college. But then I moved into an apartment because the rent was the same price. So and I wanted to live closer to campus. So anyways, my parents have helped me out a lot in a lot of ways, but they have not held my hand. Going to zero is the default. Having no savings and only having the sweat of your brow, that is the default. Most Americans, most people on the planet do not have a savings account or a 401k or guaranteed retirement, okay? They wake up and they have the sweat of their brow and the food they're able to find that day. So going to zero is not death. And liberals pretending that going to zero is death, to me, feels pusillanimous. It feels weak. It actually does. So, yes, I think it's bad policy. Yes, I think deporting random English-speaking Hispanics back to a country they haven't been in since they were 4 years old. Yeah, I think it's bad policy. But the crux of the argumentation is that this policy was created out of thin air. And if it's created out of thin air by executive direction, then it can be repealed by executive direction. If you want it to be the policy of the United States of America that DACA is instantiated, then you need to fight your congressman and say that this is an important legislative priority for you. Otherwise, you're not engaging with the Republic of the United States as it's designed to be engaged with. And no, I don't lose a lot of sleep over this. I really don't. This is where my sociopathic switch is being flipped. Living in a different country besides the United States is not a death sentence. Learning a foreign language is not a death sentence. Having $0 in your checking account is not a death sentence. And when you say shit like that, not you, Sacred Snow, but somebody else who said that in my chat, I kind of think you've had an easy life.
So just say it. Like, just say you condemn it. Like, you don't think that it'll be a net positive if you do say it.
I would have to see the particular debate, but I mean, it really depends on what side of the debate you're on. Like, if I was arguing with like a deep West Bank settler and they were asking me to condemn violence on October 7th, I would just condemn the location. I wouldn't tell them that I think they have no right to be violent in any way, size, shape, or form. I would say, I don't know why they were going after people in Israel instead of the West Bank. And that's what I would say. I wouldn't concede anything more to an unhinged person who's, living.
Okay, Sacred Snow, I love you and I'm sorry for upsetting you. I am combining you with Fable. Fable is being more hyperbolic than you are, and I am combining your statements in my mind. My apologies for not treating you with a level of charity and respect that a veteran grill hottest deserves. Okay? My apology for being flippant and dismissive to one of my strongest grill hottest soldiers. Fable, you can go fuck yourself.
Miles into the West Bank, much the same that if I was arguing with an unhinged pro-Hamas person, I'm not going to, concede that, wow, it's bad when civilians say or whatever, because these people that are looking for, you can't have like you can't have these one-sided concessions. I don't understand. People don't seem to get that when you just get like one aspect of reality, you might get like a faker picture than what is actually real, than if you had no information whatsoever, right? Like if you can imagine a prism or whatever. No, what's the thing that's like this, but it's long.
Tagring says, bitch, where is my apology? Nowhere. You know why? Because you said that Hunter Biden was based and he was an uwu cute boy and that we shouldn't give a shit about his violations of the law. So you don't get an apology, Taggerung. It's not my fault you said something crazy. All right, $5 from. I'm kidding. I love you, Tiger. I'll say sorry to you, but in private. Okay, don't tell the rest of chat that I said sorry to you. I need to project strength into my chat. Blizzard for $5 says Steven should show some of the firefighters' tweets. It would really show critics that the firefighter and MAGA deserve no empathy because they have even less. Meh.
A cylinder. I don't know why you fucking looked at blank.
They were confusing me. I was like, wait, what?
Sure. If you imagine a cylinder, right? If you look at a cylinder from one side, it's a perfect rectangle. And if you look at a cylinder from another side, it's from another dimension, it's a circle. Right. And somebody thinks that if they gather information about one of these things, they're like closer to the truth or they've done a good thing. Like, that's not true. If one side is making concessions constantly, you're not a little bit better than if nobody had made concessions. You're better off with nobody making concessions than just one side. It's like it's a prisoner's dilemma thing of sorts. And if it is the case that maybe someday, if
I don't agree. I like the truth. I like the truth regardless of whether or not it's convenient.
People on the left are so unhinged that they're not apologetic every single time something bad happens, maybe at some point a Republican will stand and be like, hey, maybe we should be less unhinged. But I have never, ever heard that type of self-reflection from the conservative movement ever. So if that would happen somewhere, I'd be curious about it, but...
That's why I need clout. I need clout so I can make the right wing self-reflect, because right now they don't. Dealing with chat because I love you. eDreamcast says, what did you study at college? So I started out as a business major, and I got into intermediate classes in my business major. I think I have around like 20 or 30 credits in business. But I got to intermediate accounting because I thought I was going to be accountants because I have 3 accountants in my immediate family, and I fucking hated accounting. It was the most dog shit business topic ever. So I was like, fuck that. I just need a 4-year degree. I'm going to be a cop. So I got an interdisciplinary degree. I got 20 to 30 credits in history, and then I got 20 to 30 credits in art. The reason why I wanted the art stuff is not because I'm a particular art appreciator, but because I wanted to be able to take Photoshop and Premiere as classes. And so I did take like a few art appreciation courses. Like, I don't know, I took a class about like black art and early 20th century art in the Americas. I took a class like that. And I did find it kind of cringe and boring. But I also got to take like Premiere and Photoshop. I'm not a master of Premiere or Photoshop, but I got to get the basics from a college course, which was nice. So basically art, business, history in a combination degree called an interdisciplinary degree. Sorry, there was another comment. Sacred Snow, acknowledge that I apologize to you now. I said sorry. Acknowledge my apology now.
I haven't yet to seen it too. I get what you mean. I mean, no, I get it.
All right. I disagree. I'll fight Steven about this later. But Destiny, you're so mean. Destiny versus Trump supporter. Continuing on with the same theme. We're getting close, though, so it's probably going to be this one, and then we're going to move into the one-on-one conversation debate.
A fucking drunk, uncle at Thanksgiving talking about the fucking Democrats, blah, 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 and it's like, what the fuck? And like, we're supposed to be the party of more decorum? Like, come on, I think that's insane.
I really found out about you with
I think that's how you win moderates, but okay. Plurality of tactics, sure.
The Tom Bilyeu.
Okay.
I guess how you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Impact there.
that gaming, yeah, that so I found out about that, and and you tend to say unhinged and brainwashed and kind of, and so a lot of what your last speaker was saying, our last speaker here, everybody did a great job. That rhetoric, obviously, it's and what you had said about the firefighter, that was even to hear you talk just now in that moment, where I come from in rural Missouri. I don't see, the Trumps, you're not like that. So
Sin Patty says, like I said, when I first found Connor on Tiny's VOD, I have found my people. Excellent. That's why I'll never criticize you, Sin Patty. I will never yell at you for your bad takes. Sacred Snow says, fair. I didn't see Fable's comments because I was writing my thesis on the consequences of basically an American being deported to another country. Sure. All right. Tagarung, I'm sorry for being mean. I love you. You're one of my strongest soldiers. Sacred Snow, I love you. You're one of my strongest soldiers. So I'm sorry for being mean to you. Sacred Snow, I think I already said you, but you. Send Patty, Sacred Snow, Tagarung. Sorry if I was mean. Grassroots, you are truly my strongest soldier. 10 gifted memberships. What a fucking king. What a king.
I guess I came here really just traveled here from Missouri to say like, you know, where I mean, I guess with you when you are going after online trolls, I don't think that encompasses rural Republicans.
Oh yeah, I bullied AKA Batasui the other day about fucking AIDS kids. Sorry to AKA Batasui. He's another chatter that I typically love, but I freaked out on him the other day because he's like, yeah, fuck them AIDS kids, lol. Yes, I know that's a straw man.
And I've watched some of your stuff like with colleges when you spoke with colleges, and I thought, man, I wish it would be like more education. And you're just so gifted. Wow, man. And you have the opportunity to.
Oh, Glaze much? Glaze? I'm kidding. Steven's obviously gifted or else we wouldn't pay attention to him. Lethal Land says, Connor, why does the left lose moderates from edgy jokes, but the right doesn't lose moderates when they go on Jubilee to advocate for literal fascism and the deconstruction of our Constitution? I think they do. They lost me. They lost my mom. They lost Cheney, Kinzinger. They lost McCain. They lost Massey. They lost Ron Paul. They're kind of losing Rand Paul. Rand Paul still works with them out of necessity. They've lost. I'm trying to think of who else, but effectively, like the grift to MAGA has been so lucrative and successful that a new crop of MAGA grifters has popped up and effectively replaced all the disaffected people. But the reason why you don't see the disaffected people is because it's maybe 10% or 15% of the party that, oh, they lost Romney. It's maybe 10 to 15% will vocally go after MAGA and they get punished for it consistently. They lost Haley. So I know that these might not be big deals to you because effectively you're saying the MAGA movement is still going strong, but you have to understand that I just listed 5 to 20 names of Republicans who actually have either moderated, stepped away from, criticized MAGA, and paid a political price for that criticism. So the country isn't, Republicans aren't totally spineless. Bear in mind, too, J.D. Vance was a never Trump Republican 10 years ago, and that Mike Pence saw what happened on January 6th, and he actually stood for the Republic and the Constitution of the United States. Now he's been punished for it, but he's a good man, and he actually cares about the Republic of the United States of America.
To, I guess, instead of shame, like, I don't know how to say it, but I guess what was your thought? What was your thought after the Tom conversation in general?
Yeah.
Like that's where you just
the way
went off?
that I feel like if people are upset at things that I say, maybe with some percentage of people, at the very least, I'm forcing a conversation on it, and maybe at some point, conservatives can turn that mirror, onto themselves and do a little bit of reflecting. Because I've never heard any conservative give any ground whatsoever when it comes to analyzing any of the harms on their side. And they seem to be clapping for every single thing that this administration.
I think this is kind of bullshit. I think that Shapiro is a sweeper, but I think Shapiro does criticize people. I think that Vance has criticized people. I think Kinzinger has criticized people. I think Cheney has criticized people. I think McCain criticized people. Like, dude, I just brought up this entire list. As a matter of fact, this is kind of bullshit. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is bullshit. Republicans never self-correct, never self-criticize. Where's my destiny column? I'll put this down here. Republicans never self-correct or criticize. Shapiro, Peterson, Kinzinger, Cheney, Vance. Who else? Romney, Massey, Ron and Rand, and well, sorry, why the fuck can I think of his name? He shoots lightning out of his fingers at gay people. Come on, man. What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Trump's vice president that almost got killed. Vance? No, not Vance. Mike Pence. Pence. Jesus. Why couldn't I think of the word Pence? Probably because it's so similar to Vance. Mike Pence lightning meme. So Mike Pence was accused of wanting to pray the gay away camps. And some of these camps used to have electroshock therapy. And so lots of people like to make Mike Pence shocking the gays memes. $20 from Grassroots. Tom Bilyeu is actually as naive as Lex Friedman pretends to be and never apologize. Oh, pretends to be and never apologize for screaming at me. I think it's cute. Thank you, Grassroots. I appreciate you.
Administration does, while demanding that the left apologizes for every single thing the left does, even when it's not the left. So like I that's not that world is not sustainable, right? That is always a losing political world because nobody on the left gets any virtue for it. Do you think anybody remembers that that Biden and Kamala disavowed the BLM riots? So they said that rioting and violence is unacceptable because they did say that, but nobody cares. And Donald Trump went ahead and pardoned every single J6er after most conservative media said, well, maybe he just shouldn't pardon the violent ones. He pardoned all of them. Nobody cared. Republicans didn't say a single, there wasn't a word said about that.
Because it was the beginning of the presidency and they wanted to use the political momentum in order to actually achieve something. Yes, it's hypocritical. Yes, it's shitty. Yes, it's politics.
So if that's the game that we're playing.
Oh, Paul Ryan. Fuck, I miss Paul Ryan, dude. A fucking technocrat. I think he got out because he actually thought Washington, D.C. became too stupid. I don't think he's technically a never Trumper. I think he's actually quite quiet on the matter. But I do miss Paul Ryan as a technocrat. And then what was I thinking too? Wasn't it so cute when he did a presentation about fiscal responsibility and how to balance the budget and nobody gave a fuck? That was really cute. And then Bush. Bush has not come out and directly criticized Trump, but he has absolutely criticized the policies like the Bush-Obama PEPFAR alliance speech. Yeah, so this is bullshit.
What? Meanwhile, Donald Trump on Easter is.
I guess what was your thought? What was your thought after the Tom conversation in general?
Did I only make it
trolls?
1 minute into
I don't
this
think
shit?
that encompasses rural Republicans. And I've watched some of your stuff like with colleges when you spoke with colleges, and I thought, man, I wish it would be like more education. And you're just so gifted. Wow, man. And you have the opportunity to, I guess, instead of shame, like, I don't know how to say it, but I guess what was your thought? What was your thought after the Tom conversation in general? Like that's where you just
the way that I feel like if people are upset at things that I say, maybe with some percentage of people, at the very least, I'm forcing a conversation on it, and maybe at some point, conservatives can turn that mirror, onto themselves and do a little bit of reflecting. Because I've never heard any conservative give any ground whatsoever when it comes to analyzing any of the harms on their side. And they seem to be clapping for every single thing that this administration does while demanding that the left apologizes for every single thing the left does, even when it's not the left. So like, I that's not that world is not sustainable, right? That is always a losing political world.
Also, I'm gonna call bullshit on that specifically when it comes to tariffs. Fucking Shapiro has been unequivocal in his condemnation of tariffs.
Because nobody on the left gets any virtue for it. Do you think anybody remembers that that Biden and Kamala disavowed the BLM riots? So they said that rioting and violence is unacceptable because they did say that, but nobody cares. And Donald Trump went ahead and pardoned every single J6er after most conservative media said, well, maybe he just shouldn't pardon the violent ones. He pardoned all of them. Nobody cared. Republicans didn't say a single, there wasn't a word said about that. So if that's the game that we're playing, there is no, I don't believe there's a virtue in losing political power to try to uphold some other virtue. I just don't think that that's good. It's not
okay.
Do you want to be like I don't know. It's like being like the best swimmer on the Titanic. Like, who cares? Like, if the country is like literally sinking into the ocean on the backs of this insane, I would say, cult movement that exists right now on the right, And one of the concerns we have to talk about is whether or not the left is apologetic enough when someone on the right gets shot or whatever. Like, that's just not the conversation I think we should be having. I think,
Okay.
Well, then don't fucking say it so you can have the more serious conversation, Steven. But you're addicted to the negative attention, aren't you? It's why you love it. You wake up. I sent him a picture of a guy with a flamethrower shooting it at a hornet's nest. And I'm like, you just wake up every fucking day and you do this. And he's like, lol, yep.
So, okay, cool. Okay. How about?
I think also to be clear on my side, if I heard like a single, or even like one example, if I heard anybody on the right ever say that like, this is probably too much, guys, we probably should pull this back a little bit, then I would feel probably a bit different. If a lot of people were saying, I feel significantly different. If there were a lot of people on the right who were like, when this is being said, this.
Okay, so if he wants to shift the argumentation to Republicans never self-correct or criticize, which is a demonstrably false claim, but then if he wants to move it to the critics are ejected from the cult, that's a different argument.
Kind of unhinged. We need to pull this back, but that's not it. It's always like, well, when Trump says it, it's a fucking joke. It's epic. It's hilarious. Dude, I can't even remember. People make a deal out of every fucking Biden like statement. Dude, how many times did we see that picture of the speech that Biden gave in 2017 or whatever, or 2021? Yeah, with the red background. Yeah. Meanwhile, Donald Trump on Easter.
Remind me, LB. Remind me.
He's literally like a fucking drunk, uncle at Thanksgiving talking about the fucking Democrats, blah, 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 and it's like, what the fuck? And like, we're supposed to be the party of more decorum? Like, come on, I think that's insane.
Okay,
sorry, yeah.
No, cool, dude. I just On that note, talk like I'm working at daycare, so I just talk like this.
Sure.
Okay, I don't see it. Okay, I think it's been like 3 months. I know Trump didn't do anything the first time. I know it's been 3 months or a little over 3 months, whatever. I think everybody in my town is fine. I don't think we're off like you just described it. I don't see it like that where I come from, but I do see it online. Like, I totally get you, right? Like, online, it's wild, man. I mean, the world you live in, and you're the only man for the job, in my opinion. Wow. But
I think that we take for granted how awesome like the responsibility of voting is. Like, truly, at every single election cycle, every single American in the United States has the ability to cast a ballot for who they want to be arguably the leader of the free world. And the idea that people just don't know or don't care about what's going on, like our system just can't function that way.
No shit. Almost like we should limit the franchise to people who are smart enough to actually respect the power of the vote. Starship Trooper Steven over here. Service guarantees citizenship. He's like, oh, the average voter is dumb as shit. Yeah, that's my argument. That's why I like republicanism over direct democracy. That's why I think that there should be I think you should have to pass a civics test. I think you should have to pass the citizenship test in order to vote. 100%. Was Bush smart enough? Dude, George W. makes Trump look like a kindergartner in reference to intelligence. Oh, see, I'm doing my mind blown meme. I'm like, oh, whoa, whoa. It's almost like the average person is stupid as shit. Oh, I'm getting tired. So I'm being goofy. My apologies.
Can't be if you live in a rural community.
Yes, only the landowners. True. Jim Crow, but for hillbillies. No, just anti-racist Jim Crow. We're not going to preclude you from voting if you live in an apartment or just because you're black or just because you're poor, but you will pass a multiple choice citizenship test. 100%.
And you're demanding all these concessions from the cities, or you're demanding all these concessions from Democrats, but you have no idea what Trump is up to. Like, that just doesn't work. Our system has to have some minimum level of informational buy-in So
who do we empower to make the test? Me. I make the test.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, if people aren't aware of any of the things that are happening, then
Yeah. That I guess that's kind of why I say that
Lethal Lance says, how do you get around taxation without representation? Is that enshrined in the law, or is that just listed as a grievance? I think that was listed as a grievance. I don't think it's enshrined in the law that you have to have representation in order to be taxed. You could say it's hypocritical. I don't give a fuck.
when
I love taxing people who are stupid as shit. It's my favorite thing to do.
okay, I know how to kind of go. I do, knowing kind of your arc. I do wish. How do you feel then about the way you spin it? From what I've seen of your content, I haven't seen it all. I mean, I can't. But the way you spin it, you kind of, I feel like you spin it where, you were gonna go with Lex and Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. You weren't gonna, or like that. You went that route and you tried it, and then I got the vibe. It's like, well, I'm gonna go back to attack instead of build the bridge.
Because he felt like he was being a useful idiot for centrists who were always going to break right no matter what, because they were clout and audience captured. That's my assessment.
And I felt like a lot of what I agreed with Tom so much in that interview with you. I mean, you both did great, obviously, but dude, I was like, Tom, like, you're really trying to like get it. And from where I come from and where I sit, I guess, I don't know. I just, you're not going to build these bridges.
I don't. But the problem is these people started to view me as career opportunities rather than the night terror. I think I should be to these people. The issue that I have is that, like,
true.
I don't like the fact that I sat with Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, and I didn't give them 1/10 of the pushback that these people deserve, who are legitimately, again,
Boo! Although we do need to finish the Jordan Peterson conversation, obviously.
I was like saying this, but I don't think the right understands it, or they just don't care because it's epic and hilarious. Like, these people are just.
Ricardo says that keeps happening, by the way. Have you seen Tim Pool's numbers? I haven't. Devil says, how do I feel about the gerrymandering? Well, if Texas is going to do it, then California does it. Turnabout is fair play, right? Grassroots are 20. You'll have to pry my tax money from my cold, stupid hands right after I get done chewing on it.
Destroying the fabric of this country in so many different ways. There's already been so much damage that's been done that we might never recover from, or will take like years and years to recover from. And the idea that when I would look at myself on these shows, right, the bridge that I was building, all of the comment sections were just like, oh, it's so cool that we can have conversations. Oh, we had conversations. Oh, okay, well, how about consider something from the conversation? Like, I don't want people.
True. You don't want what you said to be water off of a duck's ass. I actually complained about that with my conversation with Hutch. It's not whether or not Hutch was a good conversationalist. It's just that nothing I said moved him in the slightest.
To come away thinking like, yeah, I engaged with the left.
LB says taxation without representation is implied under the function of a representative democracy. Well, guess what? You're being represented, but you're too stupid to have a direct vote. Therefore, you're still being represented, but you effectively have a guardian who's representing your interest at the legislative level. I'm fine with that.
Because I heard Destiny go on to Ben Shapiro's show, or with, talking with Ben Shapiro with Lex Friedman, where every single thing I said came true. Every single thing that Ben Shapiro said didn't come true. And I would say that Ben Shapiro is at least as smart as me. He's a very intelligent person, maybe even smarter. This guy's a Harvard grad. This guy's a super smart dude. This guy, he's not a dipshit.
Nobody's smarter than you, Destiny.
So why? Yeah. So, I say this, maybe he might even be that. So why is he giving me answers like Trump might be a dictator, but at least we have guardrails for that? That's not an answer that any serious human being gives to a political figure. But I kind of, like, for the sake of bridge building, accept it and move on. And that
he has to say that because of his audience. Like, I don't think Ben Shapiro views that as good. He's a political realist. He realized how fucked up the Republican Party is, and like it or not, because he's an Orthodox Jew, he knows where his bread is buttered, which is with the conservative movement, like it or not. How about this? Military service to vote? Yeah, sure. But I would also do so let's say that we did a minimum of 4 years of military service in order to vote. I would also do 4 years of retail restaurant. I would also do 4 years of like NGO service, like the Peace Corps or Doctors Without Borders. The whole point of service is to serve other human beings to a mild sacrifice of yourself. Not everybody is cut out for the military, but everybody can do something, right? And by the way, I'm not advocating for this as serious policy. I'm talking about like if the country collapsed and they appointed me dictator, that's what I would want, right? So if at best we all do it, why is this Destiny's argument? Because he wants, let's be real, Destiny enjoys behaving poorly. And he's basically saying that if other kids are going to be bullies on the playground, he's going to be a bully on the playground. So eventually everybody realizes that bullying is bad and then we all become better. I think it's a bullshit argument. I think that it's effectively just saying, I think he wants to do it. I think he just wants to bully people and he wants the moral license to do so. So yeah. Anyways, let us hit the like button in Dude Possum Nation. So let's go ahead and wrap that up real quick. So we watched a couple of Destiny segments. I think some of them were funny. I disagree with Steven on some of the comments made. I addressed some of it. Truth be told, I was primarily fighting with chat. I wasn't even really paying attention to the content. But if the argument is Democrats should be nicer so they recruit moderates, I think that's just true. If Steven wants to throw elbows in the marketplace of ideas, plurality of tactics works, right? But what's going to happen is, because I think I'm Steven's friend and I'm one of his orbiters, if somebody says, hey, Steven's being a piece of shit on the internet, then I'm going to go, yeah, he's neurodivergent. And I'm not going to make any excuses for it. I'm not going to do like a 10,000 IQ analysis. I'm not going to find the steel man. I'm not going to make excuses for it. I'm just going to be like, yeah, Steven's kind of neurodivergent. He's a little bit crazy. You know, sometimes he just says crazy shit. Don't worry about it. All right. So back to it. Devil says it's the mad argument. It is mutually assured destruction. Absolutely. Grassroots for $20 says Ben Shapiro is being held hostage by right-wing communists while in a gunfight with left-wing communists. True. Honestly, he does what he does because he knows where his bread is buttered. But I know that inside, Ben Shapiro is probably suffering psychologically every single day he wakes up. Harmonic says, would you consider being a park ranger as part of the broader serving your country? Of course. Of course. Ricardo says, isn't Steven's point that the right did not play nice and they still got the centrists? Yeah, but that's because the centrists are stupid as fuck. So you gotta fight the centrists. Centrists need to fight centrists. That's why I do what I do. Rob says, Connor, how do you think Trump will get this Obama case off the ground? He won't. Given the claim is that Obama directed his intelligence agency into the Russia probe, but that's a core presidential power. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. It's trying to distract you from the Epstein files. That's what's going on.
I don't want to.
So anyways, we're going to move into a one-on-one. We did break 100 cross-platform, which is fucking awesome. I love you guys. Considering we started at 50 when we first started this stream, and we've effectively doubled our audience size within the past few months. That's fantastic. We did have some big days where we hit like 300 or 200, but I understand today's not like a big drama day, so no big deal. I parasocially love you for being here. We're going to move into a one-on-one conversation with the center lefty guy. Corbin Sales, see you soon, says Corbin. He sent that 20 minutes ago, and we were supposed to start 1 minute ago. So I'm going to get him in on the call, and I don't know what we're talking about. I think we're talking about just general Twitch, YouTube, politics, bullshit memes. So let's go ahead and get the conversational thing over here. Let's invite Mr. Sales to the conversation. Copy. Here's the link. And I'm engaged with chat while I wait for him to join. Join when ready. Also, I have my 3D printer chugging in the background. It's only moving at 60 millimeters per second because that's the design specs. Modern 3D printers are they're going at like 230 millimeters per second, but I have an older printer, so I have to go slower. But I don't care. As long as I have a good print come out and I get to rebuild my bolter and build my Halo Magnum, I'll be a happy camper. I don't give a shit. Excuse me. Devil says, Ben is in a persistent state of psychic damage, indeed. Rob says base contour point. True. LB says 24 people were convicted from Russia. Yep. It's not going anywhere. The whole Obama thing is a distraction for Epstein. Burnt Queso says, you see that Erudite is talking with Tectone? No, but that's good. Because maybe Steven can stop being such a fucking piece of shit and Erudite can be mom and try to coax them into a conversation. Although I do not envy Erudite's role of Steven's mother. Okay? I'm not Steven's mother. I'm Steve or father or uncle. I'm his brother. So if my brother does something stupid, then I say, yes, my brother did something stupid. That's a total level of my responsibility. I go, hey, bro, that's not how I would do it. And then he says, hey, fuck you. I do what I want. And then I go, okay, have fun. That's my level of social responsibility. Soul says, take care, Connor, in chat. Well, thank you for dropping by, Soul. I appreciate you. Sacred Snow says, turnabout is fair play. I'm sorry Hunter used his family name for financial gain. He's neurodivergent. True. Ricardo and kicks his ass. Maybe not literally, but hopefully every now and then when Steven needs a little bit of a verbal beating, I'll be there to accompany it. I'm going to go ahead and thank our super chatters while we're waiting. I got Andre Sondalescu became a member. Mr. Clutch, thank you for your donation. Emil Frick, thank you for yours becoming a member. Deus Halcyon gifted 5 memberships. Thank you kindly. And Deus Halcyon, I don't see you a lot on the Valor Media Network channel. Quick shill. The Counterpoints channel, I stream here on Tuesdays, but I'm live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm just live on the Valor Media Network channel Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So if you guys want more content, you want to hang out more, then just type in Valor Media Network, VALOR, Media Common Spelling, Network Common Spelling, search it, subscribe to it, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Karito Kurosaki, one of my favorite Twitter mutuals, Tagarung, AF Racing, Andrew Paris, Sacred Snow, Paul, The Devil, Unork, Sapient Green, Ensort, aka Badasui, Clizzard. Oh, thank you for the donations. And then thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for your substantive super chats and also your substantive gifted memberships. They are sincerely appreciated. Seriously. I love you guys. Parasocially. There's a lot of misogyny in Tectone's audience. There's a lot of misogyny on the internet. Burnt Queso says, you must become his daddy for the greater good. Nope. Too much responsibility. And he's going to do what he wants to do anyways. Nobody should try to become Steven's dad. Steven doesn't like his dad. I don't know if he actually likes or dislikes his own father. I'm just saying that he doesn't want somebody to be like, hey, you got to do it this way. He will immediately tell that person to fuck off. Whatever says, new theory among scientists in the universe exists in a black hole. I almost guarantee you it does. I think we're in a cyclical universe. Mr. Fantub says, gosh, I love me the videos. Great for a watch while I work graveyard shift. Well, Mr. Fantub, if you could do me a favor, watch some of the VODs because there's nothing wrong with the videos that have gotten decreased viewership. My Candace Owens breakdown is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong. Counterpoints politics. I'm going to take a look at him real quick. There's nothing wrong with the Candace Owens video. There's nothing, which only got like 300, 400 views. It's kind of underperforming, but there's nothing wrong with it. I basically break down and criticize her the whole time. There's nothing wrong with the Dean Withers one, the Adam Mockler one, the Konstantin Kisin one, the Cenk Uygur one. It's effectively the same thing we're doing right now. We watch internet personalities and we criticize the shit out of them. There's no problems with them. So if you need something during your graveyard, I would appreciate your VOD viewership. Dice5 says there's a lot of misogyny in your mom. True. Fashion 40 says Trumpito admin just shut down the House early to stop Epstein vote. Yeah. They're sweeping. They're sweeping like a motherfucker. LB says, by the way, Republicans are shutting down Congress because they don't want to vote on Epstein and Bondi testifying. Ew, protect the pedos at all costs. Yeah. You guys have to understand, we have a cudgel, and by we, I mean anti-MAGA, centrists, right-wingers, and left-wingers. You have to understand that they have effectively handed us 2 massive steel baseball bats with which to beat the shit out of them. One of them is the fact that they ran a deficit, cut 0.16% of the federal budget, are projected to kill 14 million people. That's one of them right there. You basically created like a double Holocaust through incompetence, and you didn't even save any money in order to do it. It's actually the dumbest policy I've ever heard in my life. Then you also have the GOP sweeping for pedophiles. It's easy. You have steel baseball bats to beat the dog shit out of MAGA with for the next decade. It's fantastic. And Corbin is here, so I'll bring him in momentarily. Grassroots says Counterpoints talked to Yarvin a long time ago when I told Discord and was very excited about. Yeah, Yarvin's an interesting cat. One more and then we'll get him in. No Nope says, back from vacation in Austin. It's been a while. I really value your time slot along with your genial relationship with Destiny. Well, thanks, No Nope. You might want to rewind. We're moving into a one-on-one conversation, but I parasocially love you and thank you for the comment. All right. Yeah. And then this is happening brings up the concentration camps and the deportations and the ICE. Absolutely. Republicans like that shit, but that can work with normies and moderates. All right. Anyways, let's go.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Corbin.
Hey, how's it
Holy
going?
shit. I think I recognize you. Were you on either a Pangburn event or were you on a Destiny debate recently?
I debated Destiny recently at one of Pangburn events, the one in New York.
Was your debate about fascism?
It was, yeah.
Dude, this is awesome. I literally just said yes to this conversation randomly, but I had no idea that we were actually going to be acquainted. I was hoping that now bear in mind, I appreciate the fact that you're a center left, center right guy, and you actually had more of like a nuanced conversation about the topic, which I wouldn't mind revisiting. But I was kind of praying for the sake of content that you would be like a Chad fascist. And you would be like, let's break down Giovanni Gentile. Let's talk about, the history of the early 20th century. That's what I was
talking about going into or watching my debate, or were you talking about coming into this conversation?
Oh no, I was talking about the debate. So
okay.
So I didn't know that you were the Chad centrist fascist guy until 5 seconds ago.
After that debate, do you remember the guy with the sunglasses, like the borderline Groiper guy?
Oh yeah, what a douchebag! Yeah,
everyone thought I was that guy. I kept getting after I posted the debate on my channel, people were like, "Oh, it's the Groiper." I'm like, I'm not even the same guy. Like, clearly, there's a difference between us. You can see in the fucking video.
To be fair, I don't feel like that guy acquitted himself particularly well, but he did have the aesthetic of like an up and coming Groiper debate bro.
Yeah, I got like strong fuck, what's that one guy, not Fuentes obviously, but
Doyle, yeah,
David Doyle, that guy.
Yeah, no, Doyle's huge douchebag. But also he nailed his aesthetic and his audience down so well that it doesn't matter. He's successful with his douchebag aesthetic.
Yeah, I used to be a big AJW fan, and when I would watch some of his content, he did like a few debate breakdowns of Doyle's, and Doyle was like always like, I'm like, God damn, this guy can fucking speak. Like, no wonder he has a fucking audience.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like rhetoric is really effective. So LB says, who is this guy again? And I'll give you, actually, let's do kind of like an intro and an introduction. So I'll do an intro and then I'll tee it off to you if you got a 10-second summary of who you are, and then if you have any topics that you want to pick up. I mean, I would love to talk about fascism, but anyways. For the segment, hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I am accompanied by Corbin today on stream. Corbin was recently at a live event where he debated Destiny about fascism, and I'm ecstatic to be talking to him today. So Corbin, can you tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself and who you are and what you like?
Well, fuck, I don't have a PhD and I'm not ex-military, but I'll try my best. Yeah, I just do some like political commentary on the side. I've always kind of had an interest in philosophy and politics, and I think there's plenty to talk about right now in terms of politics. So just throw my hat in the ring, and hopefully I can present a unique perspective.
Well, then, if you don't mind, if you don't have a specific topic, the one thing that I would like to hit kind of from your conversation, because it's where I was hoping the conversation was going to go.
Yeah. Well, I had a couple of topics, but yeah, we can talk about that too. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah,
then let's do mine real quick, and then I would love to hear your topics.
No, we can't talk about what you want to talk about on your show. That can't happen.
So with the fascism conversation, so I have watched a nationalist philosopher named Keith Woods a bit, who talked about fascism.
I know that guy, yeah.
I've also watched Fuentes, and I've spoken with Curtis Yarvin and Cultured Thug, who are all nationalist or far right philosophers. And then I also read Benito Mussolini and Hitler. I haven't read Giovanni Gentile. But what it boils down to is that for me, there's a lot of chaff. There's a lot of like extra noise around fascism. But when you boil it down, in my opinion, it's political corporatism. So it's treating the nation state like a body. And then basically like the economy is the heart, the lungs are I don't know, but the brain is the government, and the white blood cell system is the police. And then it's flexible authoritarianism, where fascists don't necessarily care about pre-existing institutions as they currently are. They only care about crawling up the ladders of power, seizing and maintaining power. And they don't view a society as necessarily stable, where we have these prolonged institutions. They actually view the struggle and the fight of great men within societies as a calling in and of itself. And that's why it's very snaky. That's why it's very wormy. So how do you feel about my definition, and why did you talk to Steven about it?
I think it's a good definition. Just to kind of add to that pile a little bit, a lot of fascism, as I understand it, is it can kind of be boiled down to blood and soil. Right, like there's this idea of the nation state where it's an overriding principle for any fascist that like the nation state is this thing that is like the embodiment of life, and there's this kind of mystical aspect to state. That's why you see so much religious fervor around the idea of the state within fascism. I think Mussolini himself said that he was desperately desperately Italian, right? So it's this idea that you have this kind of intertwining embodiment with your state. And I'm trying to remember the name of the philosopher. Do you know the I think it was Gentili that called him the philosopher of the state. I'm trying to remember. It might have been Hegel, I think.
I wouldn't be, to be honest. I actually feel like a cheater for not even having read Giovanni Gentile yet. So
that's okay. I've only the only like full fascist like historical reading I've done was the Fascist Doctrine, just because it's kind of like a quick light read. Otherwise, I've only done like light reading, like snippets or like famous quotes from a lot of these guys.
Yeah, the only thing that I would press you on is I think that you could have the politically corporative narrative, and you could have like an expansionist state that even goes into the stars and still remain fascist. And so what I mean by that, so when I hear blood and soil, some people call it palingenetic ultranationalism.
Yeah.
That's what they call fascism.
Yeah.
Where they say we have this like mythos of the greatness of our people and our association with a certain land, and we need to recapture that greatness. For me, that's not fascism, but that is like a rhetorical device often used by fascists in order to achieve power. But you could have like a fascist government or a fascist culture that actually gets onto a spaceship, lands on a completely different planet, and then says, we are a political corporative body. We are here to rule within our own tribal interest. And you could also be expansionist or isolationist. So you could say, like, let's say that they were the Na'vi. They landed on the planet from Avatar. You could have a fascist state that was isolationist, that literally said, this is our territory, but we are only going to allow humans in this territory. Or they could be expansionist, where they want to conquer the entire planet. Now, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be expansionist, because they're going to be the supreme tribe. They're going to be the ultimate tribe as a part of their like cultural mythos. But expansionist versus isolationist is actually a flexible thing in a fascist society.
I agree. I think the important thing within blood and soil is not the actual like soil, the actual ground that the state is held in. It's the idea of the state, right?
Yeah, it's like it's a binding mythology.
Yeah, it's that's the Sorelian myth, right? That's
I don't know what Sorelian means, but I could agree, because it sounds close enough.
Okay, so I got to be a little bit historian here, but so George Sorel was a Marxist. He thought that he kind of was taking this idea of mass politics at the time of the beginning of the 19th century. Where he thought that in order for the utopian revolution to be brought about, you had to have a what was it? It was a mobilizing myth. This thing that you had to have a crowd, a group, a collective rally behind in order to achieve whatever end goal you're trying to make politically. So his idea was that the idea of strikes would become this mystical, otherworldly thing that's like above criticism, that that we almost like tell in an enchanted way, that we have like a religious fervor for. That was Sorel's mobilizing myth. And Gentili and Mussolini, they liked that idea, only instead of strikes for their mobilizing myth, they thought that the way that they could control crowds or collectives or society was through the idea of the nation state.
Yeah. Well, and I'll add that to my vocabulary. I'm not surprised. That's part of the reason why I'm so hostile. I'm very often like, I'm entranced by speaking with fascists because I feel like they have that like mythological understanding and they're trying to promote a mythos, and it's fun to like poke holes in the mythos and question them about their own narratives and all that kind of stuff.
It's kind of like an atheist versus theist debate, right? If you can like kind of poke holes in some of like the mystical aspects.
Yeah, or their claims to, you know, if they're claiming some level of ethno-religious supremacy, or if they're claiming a religious supremacy specifically, then you can be like, okay, well, how do you know? Because the central claim, let's say that it's a Christian nationalist, they're a theocrat, autocrat. I don't know if you saw the Mehdi Hasan debate. But there was
I saw parts of it. I want to see the whole thing. I want to make a video kind of breaking down some of it.
Well, one of those guys is 100% one of those like mystical Christian nationalist Catholic autocrats or whatever. But what I would like to do with a guy like that is effectively poke them at their core, which is the core of Christianity, in my perspective, is the resurrection. And so I would like to say, okay, so we have the entire universe. It's been created by God. And then God chooses to manifest as a human at a specific point in time in Judea and, you know, Israel and the Roman provinces or whatever, 2,000 years ago. Are you sure like that's the foundation of your mythos? And like, are you sure that that is literally true? You could say mythologically, spiritually, it's an organizing principle, whatever. Is it literally true? And then what's funny about that is when you force people to like clamp down on facts within their mythos, they kind of have to have this like wishy-washy nature where they need to clamp down on facts because they don't want to be seen as insufficiently zealous about their mythos. But then if they clamp down on the wrong fact, then they might turn off part of their base because part of their base thinks it's mythological or spiritual instead of literal. So you kind of make them uncomfortable by making them try to articulate solid ground.
And then you get into kind of some like weird, very unorthodox versions of Christianity where a lot of it isn't literal. A lot of it is very like metaphorical, right? Like, I don't know if you know who David Bentley Hart is, but he's not a very traditional like biblical literist, but that's kind of beside the point. I understand what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm following what you're saying because Jordan Peterson, in my eyes or in my view, the reason why he gets so wishy-washy whenever somebody asks him whether or not he's a literalist Christian is because he's probably not. And he knows that if he bites down on that, then he's going to piss off half of his audience.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't want to piss off half of his audience. So he always goes like, you know, well, what does truth mean? You know, what does Christ mean? What does salvation mean? You know,
what do you mean by belief?
Exactly. Yeah, what do you mean by believe? You know, I went Irish there for a weird moment, but the point is that like, yeah, when you try to get somebody to clamp down on a mythos, oftentimes they get jumpy.
Yeah, because like I said, nationalism or the nation state within fascism is this kind of mystical overriding myth, regardless of the fact of the matter, right? The nation state kind of exists on its own as a separate entity. That is above criticism, above scrutiny, above skepticism.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty much my thing. I just wanted to, I don't like it when when I ask somebody for a definition. And so for instance, like I think Umberto Eco is the 14 points, I actually think is a dog shit definition.
Yeah.
It's too vague.
Yeah,
it's too vague. It captures too many things that aren't fascist. It's like a historical description of how Italian fascism came to power. And so for me, it's borderline useless. When it comes to the palingenetic ultranationalism, I feel like that's a tool of fascism, but it's not a definition of fascism itself. And so I kind of just wanted to present to you the political corporatism, imagining the nation state as a body, and flexible authoritarianism. I just wanted to present that to you because I don't know if you'll use it in the future, but I've found it incredibly useful. And I have yet to meet a fascist who disagreed with my summary. And so if it's a definition that hits within the tribal group, then I feel like that's a pretty good definition.
Yeah. Well, so do you agree with Destiny that Trump is a fascist?
I think that Trump is a fascist, but I think he's too dumb and or ignorant to understand that he's a fascist. So nobody talked. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you do your thing.
Well, all I was going to say was that I don't think Trump has ever read Gentile. I don't think he read Mussolini or read Hitler, and he was like, "Oh, I understand political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism now. I'm going to do that." I think Trump just worships his own power. And that's actually an argument from fascists, is that people at their core ultimately are fascist because we care about process until process is inconvenient to our cause. And
I think the last thing that Donald Trump read on anything ever was the back of the Viagra bottle after leaving Epstein's island. So
right. Yeah. The dude hasn't read something more than a page in decades.
So that was close to what I disagreed with Destiny on, but I think I was trying to make a point to say that intentionality is important when talking about fascism. And I think that Donald Trump isn't ideological or intelligent or politically savvy enough to actually meet the criteria for what I would call a fascist. Because I think even if you look at like the history of fascism for nation states that were like kind of undisputably fascist, that being Italy and Germany, Mussolini and Hitler, they weren't just out for themselves. They had a grander vision for their respective nation states. Like Hitler, when in Mein Kampf, is talking about how he wanted to raise Italy to be a greater nation, a greater people post World War I, because there was a lot of like economic and militaristic woes with
they had
Germany losing, signing the Treaty of Versailles, right? Like they were kind of in a really unstable place.
They absolutely had ends. Whereas I think that Trump kind of has like means that are very flexible.
I think Trump's ultimate principle for anything that's driving his behavior is ultimately his own ego. I don't think
it's legacy.
I don't think he cares about America. I don't even think he has any idea of like this concept of the nation state. I think he uses like America first language because it's popular for his base.
That's my expectation would be that he cares about legacy. He wants to be a great man of history. So the way that people talk about Alexander the Great is, even though he did a bunch of fucked up shit, or Genghis Khan, even though they did a bunch of fucked up shit, they had a lasting imprint on history. And then same thing with Napoleon, and same thing with Julius Caesar. Now, in my opinion, Donald Trump doesn't have the bloodlust or the discipline to be these men, but he wants to be spoken about similarly. And so when it comes to, I don't think he ultimately gives a shit about tariffs or not. I think it's just an idea that he's been talking about for 30 or 40 years because he wants to, he has this vision of revivifying American economic greatness. But he's not revivifying American economic greatness because he thinks that like, America, the nation state, I'm going to dedicate my life to your greatness. It's because he's like, I want to be the guy who did something great that people talk about for generations to come.
Yeah, he'll be remembered for generations to come, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then yeah, so Grassroots for 20 says Julius Evola is the origin of Italian fascism, and it is very much more where Hitler and Italy kissed hands. Okay, interesting. Need to read Ebola, I guess. But yeah, then I don't want to spend the whole time because it sounds like we have a lot of overlap, and I do like to limit my conversations to around 60 to 90 minutes for consumability. So what other topics did you have?
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to ask a couple of questions to you because you would still call yourself conservative, I assume, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you find that label to be harder and harder to ascribe to nowadays?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It hurts my feelings every single day. Yes, I wake up every single morning in spiritual pain.
Yeah. I left that train about 4 years ago. Especially post J6 and all the crazy shit that went down there.
I saved, sorry, real quick, because it's relevant and it happened within the past 24 hours. I saved and screenshotted a quote from Mike Johnson, and I'm looking for it. But he says, this is really a choice. I only screenshotted it. I didn't bookmark it. But he basically said, this is a choice between constitutional order, rule of law, fiscal conservatism, and peace through strength in the anarchy of the Democratic Party. And the truth is that if that wasn't just rhetoric, I would love peace through strength. I would love the rule of law. I would love, ruling our country through the constitutional order. All of the rhetoric of the Republican Party are things that I desperately want. I just think that MAGA has skinned these principles like Hannibal Lecter and walks around with these like principles as like a mask on their serial killer face.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like to distinguish between Republican and conservative nowadays. I think Republican is someone who aligns like in terms of a right-wing spectrum, but they're not really on the conservative to progressive spectrum, because I think conservative and progressives, they kind of exist or coexist on this scale of liberalism. But when you start kind of moving into republicanism or current MAGA right-wing party, I think
it's anti-liberal.
It's completely illiberal, completely anti-constitutional, anti-American. So I guess one of my concerns about, or one of my criticisms or skepticism of the Trump admin prior to even the election, I said this going into the election, is Trump ran on populism and pretty much nothing else. And because populism isn't a political ideology as much as it is a political attitude, Trump had cast a very wide net in terms of a supporter base in his constituency. So you have people like Nick Fuentes, to Candace Owens, to Tucker Carlson, to Ben Shapiro, to Joe Rogan, to Tim Pool, to Dave Smith. Like these are all very politically different people. You have like liberal, like 90s liberal, like pro-weed, pro-choice, like kind of pro-trans rights people like Joe Rogan. And then you have fucking like Brexit, weird, like black nationalist
Trump's a Rorschach test.
Like Candace Owens, right? So the only thing uniting all of these people ideologically is loyalty to Trump and the fact that they don't like institutions, anti-institutionalism.
Yes. And well, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I was going to say Trump is a Rorschach test, okay? Because Trump has repeatedly said, like, we're going to be hard on the border, we're going to take care of crime, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then what happens immediately after he's elected? You see Joe Rogan crying that people from Home Depot are being harassed by ICE. And anybody who was paying attention was like, yeah, Trump's been running as an immigration hawk for the past decade. What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
And then you can even go back to his first term and look at what he did with the Muslim ban. Or you can look at what he's doing with Afghans right now, or you can look at any of this shit. And then when it comes to the tariffs too, there was a bunch of like economic people who just presumed that Republicans are more laissez-faire when it comes to economics because Democrats oftentimes talk about how taxes are necessary in order to create an ordered civilization. And so Democrats are viewed as the anti-capitalist person.
Yeah,
well,
right.
Trump's been an open protectionist for a decade.
Yeah.
And so the second he gets in, all the people who are like, oh yeah, I was voting for Trump because I want to restore the economy. And then he smashes them with tariffs. Well, some of those people are out of business now. And so again, they were sucked along for the ride until they got smashed by Trump policy. And that's the problem with populism. And this is why I was warned against it as a child, is because when you're running for student body president of a school, it's easy to say, oh, I'm going to extend nap time by 30 minutes. You know, I'm going to make sure that pizza and ice cream is available every single day in the cafeteria. But your actual ability to realize that his policy is bullshit. And so Trump is doing the middle school class president.
He's doing class president politics.
Right. And it's working because, no offense to Americans, I love you. I'm an American, but Americans are dumb. That's why it's working.
True. Very true. Yeah. I wish I could remember the guy's name. There was a what was his name? Damn it. When I was reading about fascism, there was this idea of mass politics, which is what Mussolini saw as like the next step towards political power in the modern era. You know, we were going to move away from individualized politics like liberalism, or more like elitist politics, you know, like oligarchy or autocracy. And one of the things the philosopher guy, I forgot his name again, but one of the things that he talked about was this kind of psychological phenomenon where when you're in a crowd, when you're in a collective body of politics, right? Like there's this psychological mental takeover that happens because there's almost an oversimplification of politics that's happening, because when you're in a crowd, you don't really care about truth as much as you care about feeling good, right? Because there's a lot of social and psychological enforcement that's happening all around you when you're in a huge crowd of people that happen to agree with your position.
Yeah, it's like a tribal survival mechanism.
Yeah.
There's somebody, I forget who said it, and I don't know if it's true, but it's an evolutionary psychological conception, which is effectively, and somebody asked for your content, so I'm just gonna link it to them. Click,
appreciate that.
Link, like the video, share, exit. So I'm gonna link it in chat right now. But there's an evolutionary psychology argument
too. I got some hot feet. Thank you.
But part of the reason why people are so deathly afraid of public speaking is because if you're like a chieftain or a leader or whatever, then public speaking can be quite rewarding because you're going in front of your tribe in order to inform them on something important, et cetera, et cetera. And so some people become addicted to public speaking. I love public speaking. I think it's incredibly fun. However, for most people who don't enjoy public scrutiny, the only time that you were called up for public speaking was when you were defending yourself to the community. So it was when you were subject to law enforcement punishment or exile or death. And so you had to explain yourself to your community. And so what oftentimes happens, I think from like a tribal psychological, it could be purely subconscious, is if you're somebody who likes attention, you might want to go against the crowd for the sake of attention. But if you're somebody who doesn't like attention, then you're going to want to go with the crowd because it's safer to go with the crowd than it is to turn against them. And so there's probably this subconscious pull push of cults and tribes where you don't want to be the odd man out, because the odd man out means death or exile.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And like I said, it's not only just wanting to stick within the crowd because you're afraid of conflict, but it's also because you're getting a lot of social reinforcement, and it feels good and it feels just to
you're a part of a
have
tribe,
bunch
and
of
your
people.
tribe loves you and you love them.
Yeah, like there's so much ideological mental reinforcement that's happening in those circumstances that it can be hard to break away from it.
But that's, for me, that's why that temptation needs to be resisted, though. As someone who's like, raised in an individualist society, somebody who's been raised in like a liberal society with maximal freedom for as many people as possible. If you look at like the bloodthirsty slaughters of history, if you look at the French Revolution, if you look at the early 20th century Nazi purges, if you look at the Maoist purges in the 1970s, but also in the 1940s, what they share in common is a large mob of people all going in one direction without like question and without consequence. And so it's like a runaway train. And when you get a runaway train that's violent, that's oftentimes when the worst atrocities are committed.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it can be hard to control yourself when you are being pushed by so many people in one certain direction.
In my opinion, that's the only way that Alligator Alcatraz can exist and people can laugh about it.
Yeah. Or you can have people like Asmongold laughing when Mahmoud Khalil is, being deported without due process despite having a 2-year visa or green card, temporary visa, whatever it was.
I mean,
he was here legally. That was the point.
I split on this from like other capital L liberals, and I split on this from the center left in reference to this topic, because I do think that if you're a declared ideological opponent to liberalism or mixed economy capitalism or the United States of America, you don't have a right to be here. So if Mahmoud Khalil, now bear in mind the evidence is very flimsy, so I'm not trying to litigate the specific case, but let's say Hasan Piker was not a citizen and he was here on a visitor's visa. Well, if he starts sweeping for terrorist organizations like Hamas or the Houthis or whatever, I think that we do have the right to revoke his visa. And that's where I defer from the center left a little bit.
I could maybe agree with you a little bit. It would depend on what you mean by that. So when you say we have a right to deport them, is it because, or we have a right not to allow citizenship? Is it because like they're ideologically opposed to America and therefore we should kick them out? Or is it because maybe they might pose a threat to American ideals?
I mean, I think it's, I don't think the threat to American ideas, I actually have no problem if people consume like extremist ideology on the internet. I think, I ultimately still believe in the marketplace of ideas. It's what gives me the freedom to express myself. So if Hasan Piker was an English speaking person in Turkey, ranting against anti-imperialism, I don't give a shit. I think that's good for national discourse. However, if he's somebody who promotes terrorist organizations, then the line between promoting criminal activity and engaging in criminal activity and or like generating a cult of personality so you engage in what's effectively stochastic terrorism, we talked about that for like 5 years in Twitch and YouTube politics. If you're not a citizen, I don't think you should be legally permitted to engage in stochastic terrorism within the United States.
That's something we can kind of go back and forth on a little bit, but I kind of wanted to reel it back in a little bit.
Sure.
So like I said, the issue I think, or a criticism or scrutiny that I had of Trumpism going into this next election was what's going to happen after you've won that battle and you don't have anyone to necessarily ideologically blame anymore, right? Like the Democrats are out of office. Who's going to take the fall other than Trump? Well, Trump. Yeah. So because you have so many different intersecting and like branching ideologies falling under MAGA, I think it's pretty evident that it's already beginning to completely fall apart. So I wanted to ask you.
I'm so excited.
What do you? Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
I am so excited for the contradictions of MAGA to implode.
When Elon posted his Epstein Epstein tweet, I was over them. I was so happy. I was like, yes, I knew it.
Midterms. Oh, I lost your camera.
Shit. Oh, just a sec.
That's okay. But just addressing some chat while you're working on that. Time Talk says Hasan was born in New Jersey, I think. Yeah, Hasan's a citizen. Hasan does have the First Amendment protections, and denaturalizing him, I don't think we should open the door of denaturalization, because the truth is that like the whole point of the First Amendment is to have freedom of speech, freedom of conscience. I just don't like inviting my ideological enemies into my country to spout propaganda unopposed. That's all. But yeah, you're back. You're back.
Oh, I am back. I am. Shit. So, yeah.
We were celebrating the fracturing of the MAGA movement.
Yeah. So, as a center of right, never Trumper yourself, where do you think the Republican Party goes after Trump? With all of the infighting, all of the destruction happening within the own party, it's completely lost its identity. Like you said, it's a fake Republican wearing the skinned face of a real Republican, right?
I think so. I think power abhors a vacuum, right? So I think there will be a power vacuum, but I think the Trump model was so successful that plenty of people are going to try to replicate it. I think DeSantis is going to try to replicate it. I think Rubio is going to try to replicate it. I think that Vance is going to try to replicate it. And it effectively boils down to who Trump, if he's still alive, because bear in mind, he has like, vascularity issues and he's, almost 80 or whatever.
Yeah.
But if Trump is still alive and or if the Trump family is influential in politics, let's say like the Trump kids are able to leverage it so they're power brokers within the Republican Party. Whoever the Trump brand endorses as the successor to MAGA, I think is going to be the most relevant political figure. However, I think it's going to boil down to their character. I think Vance has consistently proven himself to be a political opportunist. I think he does believe in crazy dissident right-wing ideas. However, I think he also cares about his own popularity too much. And so as a result, he's going to do what Peter Thiel says because Peter Thiel is his biggest funder. He's going to do what the polling indicates in reference to tariffs. He's going to do what the polling indicates in reference to deportations. So he might talk this big game about how all these policies are necessary for securing the United States for whatever purpose, but he's ultimately going to guide MAGA rhetoric over, I think, institutionalist policy. So I think it'll still be MAGA, but I think it will moderate.
Yeah, I could see that because I think what's unique about Trump is he has such an ability to capture and hold the attention of a crowd. I think that's where most of his popularity comes from, is some of the rhetoric and a lot of the memes. Like Trump's a meme president, right? Like I think Destiny calls him like an influencer president.
And I don't think they have the charisma. Sorry for the interruption, but I think Vance memes are oftentimes poking fun of Vance, not memeing on his behalf.
Yeah. And so when you talk about power vacuum, I agree. There probably will be a power vacuum. But one of the things about how cults work is after the leader is destroyed, like that's the head of your snake, right? Your snake isn't just going to grow a new head, or do you think it will post-Trump?
I think there will be very sad attempts to do so. So I think that economic populism is probably here to stay. Now, whether or not people believe that the more laissez-faire tax breaks for rich people economics, whether or not that sustains another generation, I don't think it will. I think people will be looking on right and left are just going to have to reconcile with the fact that people want some level of redistributive economics in order to make sure that working class people have a dignified life. I think that's going to become more normal left and right. And then I think that the super donors in the Republican Party are going to try to use that to make sure that they're always getting tax breaks. But there's a contradiction in the fiscal conservative base where there's two ways to fix the fiscal gap. One of them is spending less, which fiscal conservatives always talk about. The other one is taxing more, which they're kind of realizing like this might be a component of it, is generating additional tax revenue. There's going to be a huge fight over this because the American population is going to want a decent standard of living, and they'll probably elect anybody who speaks to that. But the donor class is always going to be interested in tax breaks.
Yeah. So after Trump falls, who do you think would be like the next player to try and step up?
I think it's going to be Vance. I think that Vance is going to get the shoulder tap because he's closest to Trump. However, I would not be surprised if Rubio and DeSantis run in the presidency again. And then I would not be surprised if it's a line of succession, because bear in mind, these guys are kind of young for politics. They're in their like 40s and 50s and stuff. So even if Vance gets it, if he loses, then he's knocked out because he wasn't popular enough to seize the presidency. And then it'll probably be DeSantis and Rubio. And then if we get like a new power player, a new charismatic person, the new charismatic person could probably do well. But again, it's hard to think of somebody who could really replicate what Trump does.
Yeah.
I can't think of another Republican who has the same cult of personality.
One of the guys that I was kind of looking at initially as, this guy could maybe actually have some political chops to him was the Vivek guy, Vivek Ramaswamy, because he did all the interview circles. He did, he was on the campaign trail. He was fighting hard. He had the charisma, he had the talking points. But once I actually saw him on stage debating other Republicans in those first Republican debates, like last year, I'm like, oh shit, this guy can't exist outside of like buzzwords and slogans, right? So like he's charismatic when he's practicing off of a script, but I feel like when it comes to any improvised dialogue or dynamic discussion, he falls apart.
Yeah. And that's one of the things about Vance is
he's brown. I don't know if that.
He's too Indian. He's too Indian. But one of the things that shocked me about Vance was I've seen a lot of interviews where Vance is like being super autistic and kind of like a policy wonk and all that kind of stuff. And I still think that's true to a degree. But what was interesting about the Vance VP debate was he had like the perfect, come on, guys, we're all Americans. Let's get together. Talking point. We can disagree passionately about our stuff, but this, and this. And so what's funny is I was kind of hoping that, I forget the Waltz. I was hoping that Waltz was going to be a pit bull because he does do well in recorded interviews. But he showed up and he was trying to play nice. And I was like, what the fuck, guys? Like, this is what drives me crazy about some Democrats. It's like, is this an existential crisis or not? Because if it's an existential crisis, if these people have tried to destroy the Constitution, if these people have tried to override the military, if Donald Trump has ordered the shooting of unarmed protesters and it was up to his military to tell him no, if he backstabbed Ukraine, if he backstabbed PEPFAR, and if this is what's at stake, then don't like get on stage and then like, stick your, like, how people like they lock their hands together when they love each other. Don't do that with your toes under the podium.
Yeah, you gotta be kind of fucking brutal with your messaging. That's why I've appreciated a lot of Gavin Newsom kind of going full on meme goblin on Twitter and on Instagram. It's fucking, have you seen
he gets it? I think he with Newsom though, I think he has too much of the shark stare. He has like the Christian Bale sociopath, disassociative, like SSRI stare. And so it's not whether or not he's like funny, charismatic, whatever he is, but like when like he's not talking, he's just like kind of looking in the camera, like,
he's trying to overcorrect a little bit for his,
but it's like a perfect California smile with absolutely dead eyes. And so, I don't know if that's going to be enough for Gavin Newsom. I know that like his circle wants him to run. There was even a huge push, and it felt like feelers when Biden was dropping out. Basically, everybody felt like,
people wanted Newsom.
They wanted Newsom. They didn't want Kamala. People were pushing Newsom hard, and I think that was partially his base putting out feelers for whether or not he would do it.
Mhm.
And then I think Gavin Newsom knew that it was terrible timing. And so that's why he said no.
Yeah. Yeah, because especially like once you lose a race, right? Even if the circumstances weren't good and it wasn't a completely fair run for you, right? You still have that on your resume, like you lost.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. And that's the same thing with Vance. Is I think Vance will be the successor until he loses, and then once he loses, he's out. Because effectively they'll say you're not able to replicate the charisma and cult of personality of Trump, therefore, you're not the successor. However, that is scary, though, I would say, for Democrats, because in my opinion, at least the past 2 elections, it actually maybe even the past 3. It has not been the Republicans' election to win. It's been the Democrats' election to lose.
Yeah.
And so, in my opinion, Hillary Clinton was like a wildly unpopular candidate outside of Democratic circles and is probably a lizard person sociopath. And she probably doesn't drink adrenochrome from fetuses, but not off of like a moral issue. It's just like a practical
It's
issue.
this is kind of gross. I'm not, really
Yeah, well,
into it.
no, if she could extend her life by drinking fetus blood, she would.
Yeah,
It's just not like something that actually extends your life, so she doesn't.
I mean, wouldn't we all a little bit though? If
well,
your fetus
sure,
blood could,
but
like,
you-
extend your life another 10 to 20 years,
But you don't want an actual vampire lizard person running your government, and that's what she seems like.
That's valid. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, so people pick the wild card over the adrenochrome baby blood drinker, right?
Mhm.
Then when it came to Biden winning, Biden was not that great of a candidate, but the economic calamity of COVID was so bad that we were looking for any solution to get out of COVID. And so Biden was the guy.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was that strong of a candidate. And then when it came to the following election, Trump sucks ass. But you gave the option between a corpse and Trump. And then 4 months before the election, you were like, hey, do you know who everybody loves? Californian wine aunts with shrill voices. And it's like,
come
on, guys.
Come
on.
I will always say, going into the 2024 election, Biden should have never even said he was going to run. It should have never even been a part of his messaging. From the beginning, it should have been an endorsement of Newsom, if Kamala, if they were going to win her, of any of these other younger, more, obviously virile, like young, energetic Democrats who could appeal to a wider base.
2 years before the election, I was joking that the only way that Biden would make it to the debate stage was if they got a fucking dolly that you move furniture with and you duct tape him to the dolly and then wheel him out and then wheel him back, wheel him in and wheel him back out. That was the only way.
And I think there was a little bit of kind of hedging around Biden's age. I think Biden was a great president. I think he passed a lot of really great legislation.
Yeah, he's just boring.
Yeah, he was just boring. He was establishment. He was boring. He was there.
Which, by the way,
pick up the mess from COVID, right? And so we were still feeling a lot of the effects of that, even though I think he did a great job at pulling us out of COVID economically, politically, blah, blah, blah.
Go get a massage.
I still think that
Sorry. My wife is telling me things. She's interrupting the stream.
Yeah, I know.
Asshole.
What a jerk.
No, I'm joking. The sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, so crap, I've lost my train of thought.
That's okay. All right. So we've talked about electoralism. We talked about the candidates. We talked about the ones that we like. And we talked about the ones that we don't like. But with the Democrats, this is another thing that's really frustrating me whenever I'm talking to Democrats. Okay. So it seems like the people who are Democratic political pundits, they understand what's going on the ground, where people are wildly economically dissatisfied. They don't want to be an underclass. They want retirement. They want health benefits. They want dental. They want a living wage. And they will effectively vote for anybody who promises it to them. Okay. But then what it seems like the Democratic Party is doing, because some of their donors are also the same corporations and powerful people who are donating to the Republican Party to cut taxes, and they want to satisfy their donor base, is instead they talk about the gays and the browns and the blacks and social justice and all this bullshit. And so the lack of focusing on like working class and middle class economic issues, I think, is hamstringing the Democrats. And it's actually a fight within the party of the people on the ground who knows what will appeal economically, which is effectively giving the working class and middle class better lives, versus the donor class who don't want to talk about that shit, because if they talk about economics and the K economy that we're currently in, then they're gonna have to fuck over their donors.
Yeah, I think I would have agreed with you like 5 years ago with that perspective, but I think the Democratic Party, especially last year, has done a really good job at moving away from a lot of that more kind of pandering progressive commentary, rhetoric. So I think one
it's
of
only
the
coming from socialists.
yeah, it's only
That's
coming
what
from these
pisses
like
me off.
weird
It's
progressive,
coming
like
from
far
far
left,
lefty.
like socialist wokey types. And so something that frustrates me about the last 10 years for the Democrats is I don't think that we did a good job initially of separating ourselves from that pandering, overzealous, like far left progressive socialist type shit. Because Obama like had a fantastic run for 8 years as president, right? Like he was the Democrat.
Oh man,
He was the Democrat. He was
kill for
head of the
some
Democratic
Obama
Party.
Dude, I would kill for some Obama war crimes and tan suit memes right about now.
Yeah,
like, honestly, dude,
but
let
legitimately,
ISIS
some of
take
those
over Western
controversial-
Iraq.
Some of the
You
most
know?
controversial shit was Obama like wearing a tan suit and some of his foreign policy. Otherwise,
It's
domestically,
kind of a meme.
domestically,
There
like he was
are.
doing really well, other than like maybe mass deportation.
I have to point out the actual criticisms, which was killing Al-Awlaki, killing Al-Awlaki's son, letting ISIS take over Western Iraq, being so permissive of jihadism that we had the 2016 terrorist attacks. But if you look at it from America flexing its power and then just running an okay economy, there wasn't too much wrong with the middle tens. The middle tens were, they were okay.
Yeah, I mean, like we had like going into the 2008 2009 housing crisis, like we thought we were gonna be fucked in the 2010s, but Obama by like 2013 had like completely pulled us out of a recession. It was pretty crazy. Beyond that, though, kind of circling back to the initial point, we I think had kind of become complacent as Democrats. We were the establishment. We were the guys. You know, Obama like was incredibly popular. He was doing insanely well. Everybody loved him. Not a first black president. Like what a time to be an American, right? But I think we had a lot of complacency.
You guys thought you were going to get back to back championships with Hillary Clinton, and
then we became kind of complacent, and we ran Hillary, who I don't think is like anti-American or un-American, but she was very progressive and kind of pandering in a lot of her messaging, and I don't think that she did a good enough job of separating herself from the crazy SJW stuff going on at the time to the actual establishment liberal Democrats, right? So I think going into that, and granted, I was like 13 when that was going on. So I don't have the best memory, but in terms of some of the history, I think it is probably fair to say that initially we didn't do a good enough job from kind of immediately separating ourselves from the far lefties. And then I think that came back to really bite us in the ass in 2024, because the right wingers have had some valid and like legitimate criticisms they can point at, like, hey, look at this crazy shit that Kamala said or Mike Waltz said. Only the issue is all of those things were like 4 to 5 years ago, like that comment that Kamala had made about like trans people prison.
Her
like,
19 primary run was just a steel baseball bat to beat the shit out of her with.
Yeah. And so like that just came back to completely bite us in the ass years later, because the right has been able to so effectively weaponize that against us.
Well, but here's my thing though. This is where I know that listen, money talks, numbers talk, and I'm actually really happy to be, I started full time in April, so I'm super happy to be, breaking 100 live viewers. I'm super happy that my chat is so generous or whatever. But money talks, and the truth is that the most popular people in internet and Twitch, YouTube, and Twitch politics are oftentimes the most abrasive people who embrace. Not only they're abrasive, they embrace extreme politics. Like Vosh, Hasan, Destiny. As much as he's just a liberal, he's like the most extreme fucking liberal I've ever met in my life. And then same thing with like Nick Fuentes. These people are popular. But the truth is that like the reason why I center truth in my rhetoric so much is because I almost guarantee you, if we go back to 2020 with the Summer of Love and BLM and all that kind of shit, you're going to see Vosh and Hassan sweeping for, the riots and the property damage and the shoplifting and all that bullshit. And so no normal person and no right-wing person is ever going to trust these kinds of people with power. And then same thing with the Nick Fuentes types, with him sweeping for January 6th and calling out the Jews all the time and hating Israel and all that kind of stuff. He's never going to be trusted with institutional power. And so I don't envy political pundits the fact that you have to be extreme enough and abrasive enough in order to get attention, or else you're just boring as fuck and no one gives a fuck about you.
Well, I think that this is kind of something that Destiny talks a little bit about, is that
I'm sure
you shouldn't necessarily be extreme in your politics, but you should be extreme in your messaging, right? I think I don't know if you brought up that point when you guys were debating over like kind of edgy rhetoric on that Wick panel a couple of days ago. I almost joined that panel, by the way, but Wick was like, "Nah, it's filled out. Sorry, bro." So he's gonna.
Well, dude, I mean, you'll do well. I know you're gonna do well in the space, but But yeah, but then you have to decide what you want to be. Do you want to be a politician, or do you want to be a pundit? Right?
Yeah.
Pundits can say crazy shit and get away with it. Politicians, you have to understand that even if you say edgy shit and you stand by your edgy shit, it's going to be cut and it's going to be played in opposition ads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like I said, I don't necessarily know what the path forward for Democrats or Republicans are. Some Democrats
we're figuring it out, man.
Yeah,
we're figuring it out right now.
Suggesting we should just be completely passive and let the Republicans completely destroy themselves from the inside out. And then this is kind of more where I fall into. I think that maybe we should have more of an aggressor role in trying to establish actively some strong democratic cultural base, like for establishment Democrats, not like this weird socialist progressive stuff, going into 2026 and 2028, so that we have a stronger foothold, not to lose as Democrats, but to win as Democrats.
Well, and I ideally I would want to. I talk about this a healthy chunk of the time. I would want to create a center left, center right coalition. Because I think that there are conservatarians, libertarians, actual conservatives, fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, etc., who understand that MAGA is going too far and they are fucking up the country and they are fucking with the social fabric, but they don't really have a better alternative. And then when you go to the left, I would say the two things that liberals lose these people on are gun control and woke bullshit. That's like the two things that you lose on, is literally like, shut the fuck up about guns. And don't tell white men to shut up because they're white men and they make more than $30,000 a year. And by the way, it's going to take time for the progressive bullshit of the 10s and the early 20s to fade away. Not every centrist is going to just shift left immediately because you start appealing to them, right?
Especially when you have like CNN doing interviews with that Hasan Piker guy, talking about how we need like a Joe Rogan of the left to talk about more populist left wing.
When Hasan is one of the biggest pieces of shit on the fucking internet. Yeah. Like, dude, that, and by the way, like if there is a Trump MAGA rightoid, or if there is a Hasan Piker leftoid, and that's at the top of the ticket, I'm staying home. You know what I'm saying? Like the only way that I am voting for a left-wing figure is pretty much if they're a moderate fucking normie. But then I don't envy Democrats the position where They need to be progressive enough to get the lefties, which, by the way, I think they could do with economics. But they need to be moderate enough in order to get disaffected righties. And then they still need to pull the liberal wine moms. That's a really broad coalition to try to pull from.
Yeah. And so one of my concerns about potentially that center right, center left coalition you were talking about. Oh, am I coming through? I'm glitching out a little bit on my end.
Yeah, I can still hear you. You're just lagging.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
I can still hear you. You're just lagging. Like your video is lagging.
All right, sweet.
But I can still hear you just fine.
Okay, sweet. So one of my concerns about that center right, center left coalition is it might fall under some of the similar issues of Trumpism in that it's not a strong, coherent, like ideological base, right?
Yeah, the way that I would build it though is we expect members of the coalition to vote in their interest when it comes to certain topics. So for instance, let's say that the center left, center right coalition agrees that tariffs should be extremely targeted only for national security purposes and should not be the general policy of the United States. I think that's something that's
it's almost like mass tariffs is a horrible fucking idea. Who can
right. And so I think the center right and the center left agree on that. So if there's policy that we both agree on, then we come together as a temporary coalition to, as an example, let's say that this political infrastructure already existed. We would be saying, hey, tariffs are actually, we know that we delegated this authority to the executive. However, tariffs and international trade is actually the authority of Congress. We're taking back this authority and we're ending Trump's dumbass tariff policy. I would love a center right, center left coalition to do that. But then let's say that there's an assault weapons ban that comes up for a vote. We understand that the coalition is going to be split, where the right wing is going to vote against it, the coalition right is going to vote against it, and the coalition left is going to vote for it. And we just have to not take it personal. If the right wins on that topic, then they win on that topic. If the left wins on that topic, that fucking pisses us off. But as center right people, we're not going to take it personal. That's politics. And that's where I think it could be loose, but still functional.
Okay. How like realistically achievable do you think that is by 2026?
0% chance because nobody fucking listens to me.
Well, on like a broad level, if like maybe we could get like a couple of popular center right, center left politicians to start coming together to form a little bit of a coalition, how do you think we'd actually be able to unite those bases?
Well, this is kind of already happening with Ro Khanna as an example, Thomas Massie as an example. They came together with the Epstein bill. I think they also came together for a some kind of protest against the big, beautiful bill, whatever it was. I forget what it was. But the point is that we already see members of the extreme horseshoe who come together for one-off topics. But I think it needs to be more intentional. So we would need to talk to people like Maxwell Frost, Ro Khanna, AOC, and then on the right, Thomas Massie, Rand Paul, etc. Then we would just have to politically prep them for the fact that they're going to be viewed as traitors for when they come together for coalition politics. But I wouldn't mind literally labeling it, I'm a coalition Democrat or I'm a coalition Republican, which basically means I'm more of this party than I am the other party, but I'm willing to work with the other side and actually have it be like a political culture.
Do you think you could get enough support if theoretically you actually got Ro Khanna, Massie, Paul, say you actually got some of those guys on board? Do you think that come 2028, you would be able to escape just becoming a third party?
Yeah, I think you could tie break. So for instance, let's say that the coalition Republicans, let's say that they're running a hard Trump clone, right? And we know they're going for tariffs. We know they're going for mass deportations. We know that they're going for withdrawal from NATO, right? I think you could get the people who are quote unquote neocons or rhinos or whatever. I think you could get them to coalition go where they might not endorse the Democratic candidate, but they might say, in good conscience, based off of XYZ ABC policy, I can't support the current candidate, right? And by implication, they're kind of endorsing the left-wing candidate. And then the same way, let's say that Hasan Piker becomes the presidential nominee of the Democratic Party of the United States, then coalition lefties who say, listen, I like economic redistributivism, but I think that simping for terrorist organizations is bullshit. Fuck this guy. I don't want to vote for him. Then they could come out and say, hey, listen, we're not voting for the Republican, but in good conscience, based off of XYZ policy, I can't endorse the current candidate of my party. And that's the kind of thing where it can tepidly, oftentimes general elections, in my opinion, are shifted by the moderates. You can basically play an exterior game where the fringes are going to do what fringes do, because that's just the nature of politics right now. But we use an internal moderate seesaw to kind of balance the game.
Internal moderate seesaw to kind of balance the game. Elaborate on that a little bit more.
So if we imagine that this is a boat that everybody is running to the left and it's moving the boat up, so it's almost capsizing, and then everybody's running to the right and the boat is almost capsizing, we peel off some of the people who are running to the left and right that are on the verge of capsizing the boat, and we say, hey guys, we're about to capsize the boat. So when everybody runs to the right, we run center left. And when everybody runs to the left, we run center right. And so that way we can try to stabilize our current electoral politics.
Okay, I understand what you're saying with that, but I think it kind of makes one false assumption, in that your premise almost suggests that there's an equal amount of far left or far right unhingedness on the edge of either party, when I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think one of my issues about this idea of a center right, center left coalition is a lot of the Democratic base are still pretty like establishment, like pro-American, pro-capitalist, like pro-democracy types who are still loyal to the Democratic Party. And I don't necessarily know if enough of them are on. I don't necessarily know if there's enough of them like away from the center that aren't pointing to that, like aren't strongly attached to the party.
Well,
I think because
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you descriptively that if you do internal polling of the Republican Party, 55% of the Republican Party is MAGA. It just is. It's not a loud minority. It's the majority of the party. And there's another 20% of the party easily who plug their nose and vote for Trump. And then there's like another 10% that do it very begrudgingly. And so it only leaves out 5 to 10% of the party when it comes to not voting for MAGA, right? So it's a very small minority on the right.
And then on the left, the crazier unhinged people is like maybe 5-10% of the party.
They're 5 to 10% of the voters. They're a large part of the cultural zeitgeist, right? And so that's where I think that if you're going to argue that legislatively we're going to run more center left than we're going to run center right, I could probably agree with that. But culturally, I think that the center lefties would serve their own interest in the long term if they ran center right on some issues. So for instance, when a large person at a DNC meeting says, white men have been running this government for far too long and it's time for them to sit down and shut up, then I think a coalition Democrat, even though that's not legislation, they should be on the news story the next day and they should say, hey, listen, I love the Democratic Party. I think we're right about this policy, this policy, and this policy. I think that rhetoric is bullshit. I think that every American has something to contribute to our society. We've treated each other for too long like tribal enemies, and that's part of what's destroying our country. So while I still totally endorse the Democratic Party in general, I think those comments were out of line. And I ultimately think that those people would do better.
Yeah, I could probably agree with that. I think one slight disagreement I would have, though, is I think that we've broadly moved, this establishment Democrats at least, I think we've broadly moved away from a lot of the political pandering of, trans rights and systematic racism and, intersectionality, all this kind of like weird fringe stuff that a lot of progressives talk about. I think we've broadly moved away from that, but I do agree that I think we should have more of an active role in bringing in, not alienating, and actually bringing in, like, especially the young white male vote.
Well, in what I would say is, but people see that too. So when you move away from it quietly, it's because you want to keep the far lefties without disavowing them completely, and you want to tepidly allow people back into the Democratic Party without really calling it out. But
that's a good point.
People like what, bear in mind, whatever 4690 in my chat, total schizophrenic. So, don't worry about it. But whatever 4690 is correct in pointing out that, like, okay, but we see you quietly moving away, not disavowing. And so we, like, a lot of people are still going to have the bad taste of the culture war of the past decade when it comes to giga progressive bullshit.
Oh, I lost him. Shit.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually hitting 5 hours, and my wife, and that's how long I stream. My wife was actually trying to convince me to leave early, but I didn't want to, because Corbin, you were too interesting for me to leave.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But however, we can do this again. I would love to chat again. But I think for the sake of the VOD and also helping the wife out, I'm going to have to run. So I already linked. I'm actually going to link it again. I'm going to link your YouTube video in the chat. But can you give us any closing thoughts? Shout yourself out where people can find you. I'll contend with it, and then we'll probably wrap.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think right wing, left wing, center, right wing, center, left wing coalition is important going forward. But I think right now there's a lot of pressure on the Democratic Party in terms of, okay, how are we going to move how are we going to move our own far left base, the center right and the far right? How are we going to encapsulate everyone and kind of bring us back to democracy and standard pro-American politics? And I don't think that there's as much self-reflection going on the right. I think that there needs to be a big spotlight. And I think one of the things that we can do in terms of aggressing, in terms of taking an active role, is attacking pretty viciously that far right MAGA base. Either you get on board or you get the fuck off.
And I am an ally in that project. I was raised Republican. If you listen to, I'll find it, but Mike Johnson had this like speech where, again, it was like, limited government and rule of law and constitutionalism and this, that, the other. If you listen to Republican rhetoric, I love Republican rhetoric. I hate fucking Republican policy. And I think that MAGA is a cancer, not just on the party, which it's probably going to kill the party. But I think that MAGA is a cancer on the country, and it has to be do
I think the party's already dead at this point, but.
Well, it's a tumor. So, it's still doing its cancer thing. But what I would say is, if you need me to, make good faith arguments about some center left policies that make sense to stabilize our society, I'm going to do that. But what I'm going to need you, Corbin Sales, who will hit 1 million subs in the next 5 years, and he'll be, a multimillionaire, and he's not going to forget his good friend Counterpoints.
Don't worry.
So
I'll remember my day ones. Don't worry.
Yeah. So when Corbin Sales is 1 million YouTuber with 10,000 live viewers and all that bullshit, then I'm going to need you as a good faith representative of the center left to, when the lefties do something cringe, you have to nail them for it.
Yeah. I was gonna. Did you see? Actually, we won't go into it too much, but I was gonna cover some of that. Dean
Withers.
Yeah, that guy. When he was like doxing that one random person.
Yeah, dude, you have to be the anti-Dean Withers.
Yeah, I need to. I need to kind of go after that a little bit. I need to be a little bit more critical of stuff like that.
And it's not a big deal. You just go, hey, Dean, that was fucking cringe and fucked up, and it violated this, and this principle. Don't do that, you idiot.
And it's not hard for me. I was raised very Republican, my parents are like hardcore libertarians. So I was very anti-SJW. That's how I got my whole start into politics. It was 2019. I was, watching the anti-SJW wokies, college students owned by Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder, and I watched Sargon of Akkad and all these guys. Yeah. So I don't have a lot of love for the like fringe of the far left party, so that's not an issue for me.
Well, what's funny about Sargon? So I told him this on Twitter because he was friends with Sitch and Adam, and then I was collabing with Sitch and Adam sometimes. And And so I said this, I think on a stream, and then I said this to his face on Twitter, you know, in so much as you can be in somebody's face on Twitter. I told him directly, I'm like, you're creating black pill content to piss off young men to get them into dissident right-wing politics. And instead of refuting the point, he was like, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about, and blocked me instantly.
Yeah,
and it's like,
dude,
you fucking twat.
What's so funny is when I was getting into this like anti-SJW space, like I was almost taking like a hard right into a lot of this stuff. And then January 6th happened. And
then you're like, whoa!
Funnily enough, it wasn't like Destiny or Hasan or Vosh or any of these guys that brought me away from the far right. It was Ben Shapiro. Because at the time, he was like one of the first people to call it an insurrection. Like you can go watch the video of him the day after saying like, this is the worst thing we've had since 9/11, right? Like it's an attack on American
institutionalism.
Yeah. Ben Shapiro was like calling out Trump for like lying about a bunch of election shit going into 2020 into the 2020 election. I'm like,
and he lost that energy, bro, because he knows where his bread is buttered. So it's our job, or at least it's my job anyways, to fight the good fight, regardless of the money, regardless of the audience, and just try to make it palatable for people like Ben Shapiro, who is a smart guy, who is Yale or Harvard educated, I forget, but make it so he has a place to go when there's bullshit on the right. You can call out bullshit on the right safely because you're not going to be evicted from the party. And that's what we've lost. And it's a fucking crime. But I do have to run.
Well, hey, man,
everybody, this was Corbin Sales. Yeah, of course. Corbin Sales. I linked him in the YouTube chat. I'll do it again real quick. I'll link it. So go subscribe to him, watch his content. He's an up and coming star, and he's going to surpass me. And then he's gonna be like, hey, Connor, here's $100,000 just for being a friend.
Listen,
here's
I help
money.
my friends out. All right. Here's $1 million right on my left pocket.
Awesome. Well, it was awesome bumping into you, bro. And I hope you have a great day.
I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Have a good one. We'll do it again sometime soon.
All right. So, AKA Batasui, I'm going to read your super chat and get out of here. Do you think Oprah was serious about a presidential run? Nope, but it would probably work. True Zealot says, Connor, new talking point came in. 3 times more people die annually due to heat in Europe than people die in America to gun violence. Do with this what you will. I'm going to Google that and make sure it's real. Corbin Sales stuff is down in the link. I just linked it in the chat. I parasocially love each and every one of you. Thank you to literally, we had 15 different people donate today. In a chat of around 100 people, that is fucking crazy. Literally, a 1/6 of the chat gave something today. Seriously, thank you. I parasocially love you. Have a beautiful day. Bye for now.